Good evening. You're watching Co-op for Two. We are broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois on December 22nd, 2021. It's a Wednesday night, 11 p.m., heading into Christmas. My name is Jesse Reichler, and here we are again with Sherlock Holmes Adventures by Gaslight expansion, the rare and out-of-print expansion from 1986, originally French, translated to English. This is session 3 of our playthrough. I can see the gang is all here. All of the detectives are in the chat channel. This is hour 14 for us. So we're just about to break the world record of how many hours spent on this case, I believe. Hopefully I fixed an audio clipping problem that has been plaguing the channel for a while, the live stream at least of the channel. So I don't know if it'll sound better to you if you don't have it on high volume, but hopefully now it won't have that annoying fuzzing as it clips the top of the volume. Okay, I assume everyone can hear me in the channel. I see Jonathan Warner is here, Reza is here, Aaron is here from Turkey. So Reza, when you get a chance, tell us where you're from. If you are just joining us for session 3, you should say goodbye because none of this is going to make sense if you haven't watched the first 2 sessions. Let me just recap where we left off. We discovered a newspaper yesterday. We went to the toy shop, Underworld Contact, the person who normally gives us information on Moriarty, and he handed us a postcard and a newspaper. The newspaper here is from March 5th. It's currently 1889, May 21st. So it's odd that someone gave us a newspaper that's almost a month old, 3 weeks old. And then this postcard from Paris was in it that we don't know how to make sense of. We haven't read this paper yet, even though we got it in the middle of yesterday. And so we're going to be reading it. One of the first things we do today is the hard work of just sitting here for 50 minutes or half hour and reading it. And then we'll take a little break and then we'll get right into it. But before I start, I should ask if anyone in the chat channel has any movie or book recommendations or anything like that. I do want to give you a little trivia while we're waiting for the channel to chime in. You could tell us about your plans for Christmas. I want to show you something. Yesterday, we were pursuing a lead about Mr. Thacker, the disappeared guy, being a chess player. And we found there was a chessboard in his office that looked like a game in progress, and we thought maybe the mystery person who visited him at 8 a.m. might have been playing a game of chess with him. So we tracked down that lead. It took us quite a while to try to find information, where we would get information on where he might play chess. We did eventually find him at the cigar divan shop, and we found his partner, the person he always plays with, which wasn't the tall man we were hoping for. And we got an interesting long section of text that we'll want to look at again that looked like his constant partner on Mondays described him as being, this brilliant mathematician, and he described this metaphor for the way he played chess that was interesting. Like he always doesn't have to be in the center as long as he controls the center, something like that. But there was this interesting little story that he told us about a chess game. And actually, let's read it to you because I think this is kind of fun and this captures the spirit of this game. So if you'll remember, we have got this clue printout reorganized with our notes about what's where, and it helps us keep track of where we've been and what's at what location. So I'm looking for the cigar shop. Here it is, Simpson's Cigar 106. So I want to read you just the highlighted part. He tells us he didn't show up at the chess game, and he says, we played every Monday. It was last week, for he didn't come yesterday, which surprised me, for it was his turn to start, so he would have played white. Okay, so you probably know enough about the game to know that. So now he's describing this game they played last week. He took the king's knight and placed it in front of the king's bishop. Somewhat blocked, I advanced the queen's pawn 2 squares, a natural move. Immediately, he advanced the queen's bishop 2 squares. I took his pawn with mine, which seemed to be the best and most natural way to proceed. While he is talking, Amos Kindle moves the pieces about the board to demonstrate the moves. So what do you think his next move was? He took the queen's knight and placed it in front of the rook. Excuse me, Mr. Kindle, says Wiggins, but we don't quite understand your point. Neither do I. I don't quite understand myself. I have the feeling that that particular move was a mistake. But in fact, he won the game. How, why, I do not know, but it will take at least half a century to understand the implications of that opening. Okay, so I asked my friend Zachary Brown, who is in Paris. I gave him the description that that person told us about the chess game, the knight move, and Zachary said, oh yes, that's the ready opening. So that's what I'm going to show you here. The ready opening, named after a Czechoslovakian Richard Reddy, 1889, that's the date of our case, to 1929. And this is the opening that that guy described to it. Knight to f3, followed by queen's pawn, d5, followed by pawn to c4, then pawn takes pawn, and then knight to a3, I guess. And here's the official opening. So how cool is it that that guy described this opening as being this amazing opening that will take a century to be understood? And it turns out this Czechoslovakian was born in 1889. So somehow maybe this Czechoslovakian stole it from our guy or whatever. But just to give you a flavor of this game, I think that captures pretty well what's so amazing about the experience of playing Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, that we've got these historical little snippets that are half fictional, half real, and that so much time was taken to give us this flavor. Jonathan says, computer game recommendation, Shenmue 1 and 2, collection currently on sale on Steam, early open world game. I remember Shenmue. I've never played it, but it was quite beautiful. One of those open world games that's quite beautiful. And Steam is having a sale. I just picked up something on Steam, a sniper game that I like. Reza says they're from Toronto, Canada. Okay, so we have Canada, Turkey, and America. The Forgotten City recommends Aaron. I noticed there's a new Sherlock Holmes computer game in that Steam sale. Sherlock Holmes Chapter 1, it's called. It's a little expensive for my tastes, but it looks pretty nicely done. The graphics are quite nice. Okay, let us, before we start reading the newspaper, let me just show you a little bit about, so we went over the chess opening. I want to show you what I wrote up. We've got our timeline that Jonathan prepared for us yesterday. I've just updated it a little bit to note that we have someone who arrived at the same time as Miss Thacker. I think that's going to be a big clue for us. I want to show you, I went and I wrote up, I tried to spend some time thinking about this case, But I wrote up a whole bunch of questions that we'd like answers to. Why is she lying about her activities? Why is Miss Thacker lying? Why is Annie lying? Why did Miss Thacker and Annie swap identities? Just all stuff that I think we should try to figure out. But I just want to show you the list, the length of this list of stuff we don't quite understand. And clues, just a list of clues that we want to follow up today that we didn't write down locations of, stuff about relatives of the butler, etc. And I've got some notes from Jonathan, some theories. Jonathan and I were exchanging theories, and I had a couple thoughts. One I wanted to share because I think it's a good one. If you remember, we have this murder. A guy found in London Tower, which is there, shot through the sternum, through the with a crossbow bolt, through the sternum, through his heart, through the sternum, through his heart, and then destroys his left shoulder blade. So clearly shot from below. We thought he might be on a tower, and he was shot by a crossbow that was taken from the armory in one of the towers. We know that the murder must have taken place between 9:30 p.m. in the morning because there's this ceremony at London Tower, and there's lots of symbolic stuff going on at London Tower, the defense of London. One of the things we wondered about is, wouldn't he be like splatted on the ground if he was shot and fell? It was a little confusing. It wasn't sort of, the coroner doesn't say it wasn't, wasn't all splatted. Jonathan originally was thinking maybe he fell from an airplane connected to our case, but it was weird that we weren't being told that the body was splatted and damaged. That seems like something that the coroner would mention. But on the other hand, they don't tell us where they found the body. But, and the body is all scarred, scratches on the face. It's an old 60-year-old man with not great hygiene. This is all information we've pieced together. With a black mark on his left index finger. And yesterday, I had a little epiphany. And here's my theory. The guy is the old vet that we heard talked about, kicked out of Porky's pub. So I want to read you that section describing that old man. We actually get his name, and we get an interesting speech he makes as he's kicked out. So I want to read you this. We're talking to Porky. Okay, he says, "Silence," shouts Porky at the drunk, turning back to us. "Any more of that, and I'll have to throw him out like I did the general." "You threw out a general?" asks Wiggins, surprised. "Not a real one. He's an old veteran. Goes by the name of Peter Rucastle. It's interesting that his last name is Castle. He was here the other night. He must have drunk at least a dozen pints, and he was shouting at the top of his lungs about how he had defended England in the four corners of the earth, and how it is not necessarily that one is dishonest that he agrees to betray his country. At first he made the customers laugh, but then he became aggressive towards everyone. I finally had to toss him out." Okay, so here's my thinking. This guy makes a statement, this old general makes a statement about defending England and about how you don't have to be dishonest to betray your country, something we don't quite understand, we might want to come back to. He gets thrown out on the night where I think his body is found. Maybe that scratches his face. I think he went to London Tower and he killed himself with the crossbow. And that's why he's not splatted, because he's just sitting on the tower, placing the crossbow down on the ground, shooting it up into his heart, killing himself. And I think the black mark on the index finger may be something from the crossbow, like if he has to trigger the finger, it's like getting caught, getting abrased by pulling the trigger, something like that. I think it would explain a lot. And then the crossbow falls into the water or whatever, because the London Tower is on the waters or something like that. So this is my theory, that it may be totally unrelated to case, but it may be related to our case because this guy may be feeling guilty about this whole thing about betraying country, and that's the part about his hygiene. I think they're just talking about him being drunk. And I think it explains why he's a wounded old vet. So the couple things I think will confirm our theory will be if, one, we can find a match of his age to confirm it matches the physical description of the 60-year-old body. Another one might be if my theory about the finger pulling the trigger is right, we'll find that he's left-handed because that was on his left finger. And we might be looking for him to be involved in the case. I feel really good about this theory. The only thing that's given me slight concern is that Porky's pub is here, and here's London Tower. So that's a long trip to make down that evening to sneak in to kill yourself. But I thought maybe if this is a reasonable theory, we might look for pubs along the way that he might have gone into. I don't know if he had to steal the keys to the armory or if he had his way in, but if he did have to steal the keys, it might make sense if once he got kicked out of Porky's, he tried to find a pub on the way to London Tower, so we might find a story about him there. And it might be related to our case because he might have been involved in somehow betraying his country or feeling guilty. I think also the symbolism of this tower defending England, like he's angry at people for suspecting him of being a traitor or something, that he wants to kill himself on this very symbolic tower where they hold these nightly celebrations of the defense of London. So that was my good theory. Then I had another theory about like if the Mrs. Thacker is a spy 3 years ago following in France, I was wondering how she would, like if he wasn't studying this military stuff 3 years ago, he was just researching sound and noises and voices, she says. Why would they plant a spy with him at that point if he's not working for the government? So that confuses me. Okay, these streams always start out with like an hour of catch up and talking, but okay, does everyone hopefully followed me about the theory about the old vet? So I have two more pieces of information to tell you about that. When I went through and reread all of our clues from yesterday, I found a couple of things. You'll remember that at the very end of yesterday, after we had decided to stop, we went a little further and we found the package slip from Selfridge's department store. That was 39. Let's take a look at that again together. So there's the package slip from Selfridge's department that we know was delivered to the War Minister office at 11 Whitehall. A blanket, beard soap, bottle of Veracruz port, 2 shirts, packet of Sipton tea. Now, I think our working theory is that Thacker might be at the War Office, not missing, not disappeared, but actually hiding out at the War Office. We have a couple reasons to think that. That's where the person who visited him seems to come from. I tried to find information about Thacker's physical description that would tell us he has a beard. I couldn't find it. I wouldn't be surprised if we don't find that, though. But I did remember when we saw this that we had seen this bottle of port described to us, this brand. And I did find where it was. It was very sneakily hid by the writers in clue 22, the description of the Thacker house, where there's a million things hid. but I'll just read you the section. While we were following Mrs. Thacker, Simpson murmurs to us, "Say, do you know what I found under the bottle of Veracruz port while we were looking at the fireplace? A letter from Cox Bank." So while it's sneaking in that sentence about the bank letter, it just mentions that the bank letter was found under a bottle of this Veracruz port. So I think we've now confirmed pretty much that Henry Thacker is like sleeping over in the War Minister office with Mycroft. Maybe he's getting, he got a change of clothes, he got his favorite port. Maybe they're getting ready to travel. There's the blanket so he can sleep there. Maybe they're getting ready to travel to Paris. And when I went back and read the Mycroft stuff, Mycroft is dropping lots of little hints to us. Like we knew already, he didn't seem concerned. But when you read his thing, he's like, let's see what he says. Here's Mycroft stuff. Okay. We tell him about Thacker's missing. It just so happens Mr. Thacker has also disappeared. He left his home yesterday at noon. He has not yet returned. Do you know him? Indeed, I know him, says Holmes, who seems pleasantly distracted by our conversation and does not seem to be in a big hurry for a change. We say, "Can you tell us what you know about him?" He says he's known for his brilliant mind. He's a staunch patriot. I recommended him. Lord Holdhurst wanted a report on the research into fight machines heavier than air. Useful for the military. Mr. Thacker is married to a French woman. Do you know her? No, but from what I hear, she's charming. Do you think that Thacker's disappearance is related to the work he is doing for the Minister of War, Mr. Holmes? Disappearance? That's quite a big word for you to use there, Mr. Wiggins, if you want my opinion. I believe any man can be called away suddenly from his home without classifying it as a disappearance. If I were you, I wouldn't worry too much. And the birds? Asked Wiggins. Birds are made to fly away, I believe. And then we thank him and leave. So Jonathan caught this too. We caught this a bit when we first read that, but now it really seems that Mycroft is getting a big laugh out of us worrying. He's just leaning back. You're like, don't worry about him. He's fine. People go away. People get called away for various reasons. So Thacker's been called to Mycroft. He is fine. It doesn't answer any of the stuff about what the birds are, what the wife is up to. We've been working with a theory that the wife, we started yesterday's session, that the wife was a French spy. I still think that's a very good chance. And Jonathan is quite hot on that theory. I started to have a second thought, though. And I started to remember this movie called Allied. Has anyone seen Allied with Brad Pitt and a French woman, a French actress? While I'm waiting for your answer to that, I'm going to read what Jonathan here says. Jonathan says, theory, maybe he was studying sound. They thought he could develop some sort of eavesdropping device. Yeah, she says, I went back and read, it's again in Clue 22, what he was studying when she met him. And she says, we say, what was his specialty? She says, I don't really understand the engineering he's involved in. When I met him in Paris, he taught at the Sorbonne. He was interested in sounds, noises, voices. So it's really weird. But, however, we do think his father was involved in like secret foreign service espionage type stuff. So it may have been that the French would want to spy on him just because of his pedigree. Okay, Aaron says I did not see Allied. Okay. Well, in Allied, the basic plot, skipping over most of the details, is Brad Pitt is this military intelligence person, or involved in fighting in the French resistance. He meets a French resistance fighter. He marries her. And at some point, the military intelligence comes to suspect her of being a spy. And so they conduct what they call a blue dye operation. So what is a blue dye operation? A blue dye operation is they fake a call to Brad Pitt. He gets it in the presence of the wife, something like this. He's like, oh my God, this is super important information. This could break the war wide open, etc. And he writes down the note that he's gotten from this important phone call, and he leaves it somewhere that the wife can see. And then he disappears. So the question is, if this, it's totally fake information. If this information makes its way somehow, they don't have to figure out how, but the only person who could spread this information to the Axis powers, to the Germans or whatever, would be if the wife is a spy. So they're just going to wait to see if this information gets to someone, and if so, then they know the wife is a spy. Of course, that's a common kind of thing in spycraft. Usually not so dramatic, but very common that you would seed fake information, different fake information to different sources. Like you say, we're going to be here on the 14th to that guy, to this guy. You say we're going to be there on the 15th to this guy, the 16th, and then you see when the bad people show up, and you know, okay, that's because we gave that information to person A, so we know that person A is leaking the story or whatever. Okay, so I started to think maybe that's what they've set up. I mean, not that that's new. We were guessing for quite a while that they're setting up the wife because they're following her, whatever. But let me tell you what I'm starting to lean towards, and we can talk about why as we go. I know I do want to get into this soon, but I'm starting to think that the wife is being blackmailed or thinks she's helping the husband. Like, I don't think she may not be a bad person. I think maybe she and Annie, and the reason Annie's protecting her is because they're trying to do good. And maybe they were told, like, don't go to the police. If you go to the police about your husband, then we'll kill him. And so maybe all the sneaking around was for that. Okay. Those are just some working theories. Jonathan came up with some nice arguments about why he thinks maybe that she is a spy, and he's got some very good points here, and we'll go into some of these. A bunch of them is that she's setting up an alibi, and we could talk about that because I think there's some stuff worth talking about. But the other thing that Jonathan points out that I really liked is that part of what's making this case so tricky for us is that we've got actresses. The wife is an actress and the maid is an actress. So they're kind of like they're crying and their tears. Like, it's hard to know if we should be trusting them. Okay. We've got lots to do. I'm hoping we can get through London today. We may not, in which case we'll do London tomorrow. If we have to get to Christmas Eve before France, we'll talk about whether we want to take a break for a couple days or have short sessions, whatever. All right. Anything else in the chat channel before we read the March 5th newspaper? In the beginning of the chat for today's session, I gave a link to my clue sheet with my notes on it if you want to keep track of where we've been and keep your own notes. And I also put a link to the Virtual Wren blog, which is this amazing person who's got blogs about lots of Sherlock Holmes stuff. And if you follow that page, you can actually download and look at a digital version of the newspaper and the clue book and everything. So do not go ahead of us. Stay with us. If you want to look at something, put in the channel, we'll go look at it. But you can follow along more closely at home if you want to have access to those. And I should say that Jonathan also prepared for us the start of a version of the map which he annotated where things are. So there's the Bow Police, and in fact, we can mark some places here. There's where Mr. Attard was. That was the guy with the umbrella, I believe, where the Police Gazette was. Medical examiner, tea company. I can turn off these overlays and make them less transparent. But anyway, Jonathan has gone to the trouble to highlight places for us so we could get some sort of spatial feel for where things are. Like, where did she go with the basket? And where everyone was. So good. So we can come back to this as we need to. Aaron says, what is O'Brady's role? That's what I wonder the most. Where does he fit in? I think it's a great question, Aaron, because we have an initial hunch that we know he's following them around, if we're right about the butler following them. But if we can determine his allegiance, that will help us a lot. Is he working for the Secret Service of England, as we sort of suspect? So is he on the good side and he's following them around for that reason? Or is his criminal background got him involved in the criminal side, and is that his allegiance? If we figure that out, we might know a little bit more about the bigger picture piece of the story. We also don't know why he's not telling us what happened. We don't know why Annie's not telling us what happened. We've got a little bit of family information for him that we're going to check out. And something else really weird we encountered when we looked at birth and death records. We found the cook's date of birth, this 70-year-old woman, was like 2 years ago. And we're like, maybe that's a typo. But then I started thinking, wow, there's not that much information in that paragraph. Would they really have a typo? Like, why would they even mention her birth and have a typo? So I'm starting to think that that cook is the bad person, is the contact or something. Okay, Michael Bork is here, who was new to us. We've just met. Welcome. He says, not really helpful for the game, but that map for a game prop is actually very accurate. Could navigate London with that map pretty easily. That's pretty cool. Well, London is notorious for being hard. You can see it's not a logical, it's not like Manhattan laid out in a grid. It's all crazy. And everyone knows the stories about how the cab drivers in London go through extreme training and testing. And in fact, there are a bunch of neuroscience studies about studying the hippocampus of the cab drivers to see what it looks like, how developed is it, because they have to remember all these little spatial locations that hippocampus is specifically good for. All right, anything else before we get into the newspaper? Going through these newspapers on the channel is always a bit of a chore. And if you want to follow at home with your digital version, that's fine, but it has to be done. And in fact, we have to do it. We have to go through the newspaper multiple times if you expect to get these little jewels of information. All right, let's go through this together. And remember, we've got stickers on the board, so I can push these out of the way for now. All right, so it's March 5th. We don't know why we've been given this newspaper. Michael Bork says, I lived there and used to run from Liverpool Street to off the bottom of that map every day home. Done every bridge and pretty much every street. It's accurate. Well, that's pretty cool. And this is the newer map. Have you seen the older map? That's got more of a historical flair. I was just bringing up the historical map here. Here's the older one from the original game. All right, let's look at the newspaper together. Got a couple births. Captain A.C. Curtis. So let's give you a close-up so you can see. Okay, births. Duncan, we don't know these people. We don't know these people. Marriages. St. Hilda's Camberwell. Mary Morstan. Captain Arthur Morstan. John Watson of 221 Baker Street. Oh, look, this is Watson got married. Interesting. All right. Elizabeth Diana, widow of Jonathan Lewis Book, age 52. We don't know them. Altar crosses, candlesticks, vases, flagons. Okay. So someone's selling stuff. Memorial brasses and bronzes. Supplices and cassocks. Both clergy and choir ready for immediate use. What's a supplice and a cassock? Don't know, some religious stuff. At St. Bartholomew's Hospital, the public can now be supplied with thoroughly competent nurses. Just come over, get yourself a nurse. Massage for the liver and infantile paralysis. Chelsea baths. Okay. Masseuse's supply, we have no reason to care about those. Potatoes at market prices. 112 pounds for 5 shillings 6D. Maybe Michael can tell us what he thinks the D was an abbreviation for in old terms of old money. We've got shillings, pence, but what's the D? Okay, so we can buy turnips, carrots, beetroot, parsnips, horseradish, celery. They'll deliver them. So a farmer, don't have much call for that. Coal, hand-picked coal. Good for drawing and dining rooms. Okay, no reason we should care about that. Painless dentistry. Inventor of a new and improved system of adjusting artificial teeth without plates or pallets. Okay. Peppers, quinine, and iron tonic. Promotes the appetite. Sold everywhere. Don't have any. So far, nothing that seems relevant to us. Pennies are D, says Michael. Okay, so here's some personals. JV says they were quite delightful. Signed A. Don't know what that's about. But A could stand for Annie or Amelie Thacker. Who would be JV? We don't know. A telegram for Baines from Japan. Can't be delivered, insufficient address. We've got no reason to suspect we need something from Japan, but we could go there and try to claim it if we think it's important. £10 reward lost on the 1st of March, a diamond brooch, large diamond blue enamel setting. Herman Max Kasrau, of whom it is not known whether he is alive or dead, or his descendants, are hereby called upon by the undersigned to come in duly legitimated and attested to by the German consulate by 1 July, in default of the last will of Frau Rosalie Karsau, formerly Fisher, deceased. Okay, so we got a will. No relevance to anyone we know. Dr. For the honor of our error, Mr. W. Kent Jordan, Fellow of the Royal Geographical Society and Associate of the Institution of Civil Engineers, invites discussion of the reports of Challenger expedition and the new principles of natural philosophy, the former having been misrepresented in publication to the detriment of true knowledge and honor. Okay, well, our guy is an engineer. This doesn't have a date or anything though. Fellow invites discussion. It's just some guy who wants to discuss. Sorry, this is not just some guy who wants to discuss stuff. He put a little personal out. Hey, I want to talk about this. I want to talk about this. Someone misrepresented me in the papers. Okay, if this should meet the eye of anyone possessing for sale or otherwise original manuscripts of Samuel Johnson, Oliver Goldsmith, Burns, Garrick, Byron, George Eliot, Thackeray. Okay, so Thackeray, we found a book by Thackeray in Annie's possession. And here's some guy who wants to talk about it. Details be sent. I'm going to mark this, the archivist. Yeah. Because she was reading a book in her room by Thackeray. Seems like it would be unrelated, but I don't know why. Is that is that one of our allies? 37, the librarian? No. Okay. Money for information, all in strictest confidence. The scholarly study of London's criminal classes. Objective and risk-free. Mail to the Times office. And I will contact you carefully. We haven't been to the Times office yet. I do think that's one of our allies. London Times, is that the same? Box 367, the Times. I'm gonna mark this just because we could use some information about the underworld always. Nurse wanted. So there was a place you could hire nurses. Here's a nurse wanted. Very little housework. Needlework you need. Knowledge of children dressmaking. Can you imagine now hiring a nanny and you're like, oh, you also need to know how to make dresses. Good luck. Good luck finding someone. South Kensington. Okay. More situations. Ladies of superior education. Lady wanted to manage typewriting department now being developed. Remuneration 1/3 of the receipts. Also, ladies to prepare for superior appointments. Parents and guardians can hear of openings for sons or wards in various departments, electrical engineering, lighting, whatever. So far nothing really jumps out at us being related to our case. Well-known agency for governesses in London and suburbs, all applicants screened. So it's possible that we might be looking for how Annie got her job as a governess. So maybe they might know. We haven't really found where Annie came from. All we know is she came from Australia because she's got that Adelaide thing. But it occurred to me that maybe we should go to the Australian embassy to see if they have a history of where Annie came from. I'm assuming she just ran into her at the Salvation Army, as she said. But if we've got some history on her being a bad seed, that would be good to know. Undertaker, you need 5 years experience. Michael says the pennies, the D refers to pennies, came from Roman denarius. Okay. Clerk for high pressure, low reward position. Box 12C at the Times. Mademoiselle Clotilde Kleberg had the honor. This is the sorry, I gotta make sure I show you this. Mademoiselle Clotilde Kleberg had the honor to announce that she will be giving 2 pianoforte recitals at Princess Hall on Saturday afternoon, March 23rd. I kept saying it's less than a month away, but it's not. It's less than 2 months away. It's a month and a half earlier, this newspaper is, than our current day. Sarsate will play First Sonata in E minor. Saturday afternoon. These are all... Okay, here's Elephant and Castle. Bunty and Clyde extend their limited engagement at the Elephant Castle, Australia's famous song and dance duo, to play through the 17th. And that's the theater that Annie went to, but I don't know how we can't really use this information, except it's another reference to Australia, which is a little odd. Miss Minnie Cavill, hear London's song sensation every night at the Elephant and Castle. More Elephant and Castle. I'll remind you, this isn't a separate clue book, though. So, like, if we went to the Elephant Castle, we'd still be hearing clues that we've already seen. Alexandria Palace. 3,000 feet through space, Professor Baldwin will start upon his unique and marvelous journey to Cloudland, and on reaching the altitude of 3,000 feet or thereabouts, will make his exciting and novel leap. 1 shilling day. I don't know what 1 shilling day means. This sounds like some guy in a floating balloon, in a hot air balloon. He's going to jump off it? 1 shilling day. Don't know what that means. For the whole day, I guess. Maybe you come. Fancy balls, private theatricals, bazaars, Bickers and Son, the eminent court costumiers. New showrooms are now open, the most elegant and spacious in London. Carlton House Terrace. Selection of fancy and historical costumes. So we know our Miss Thacker likes to dress up in costumes, so maybe we can hear about her buying stuff. And originally, when we played yesterday, Jonathan was hot on going to the other theaters to see about them. And I'm thinking now that we probably should do that, because maybe we'll get a description of Mr. Thacker's beard, which would be nice to confirm, and maybe other information about her seeing plays and stuff. So I like that idea. Okay, furnishings. Any lady having a disused piano might, by the gift of it, greatly benefit a hardworking family with 5 children who possess some talent, the mother not having the means to buy one. There's a weird thing in today's paper about piano, if you'll remember. It's this weird thing. Early discussion of genuine sale old piano to Widow and Company. And then it's got all these numbers. Like, we don't understand what this is, but look, this seems to be related to this. Early discussion of genuine sale of old piano to Widow. CFBCH. And then here, 2 months earlier, any lady having disused piano, please give it to this working family. I wonder if it's going to turn out that our nice Thacker woman gave them a piano, and it's just helping us see how, although this is sale of old piano, I don't really understand that. Okay, let's just move on for now. But we might want to investigate that piano. Invalid chair for immediate sale. Best make. Cost 18 guineas. Has been little used. Pianos for hire. More piano stuff. Genuine antique articles guaranteed to increase in value. Made when quality was a byword. Quality was a byword. What do you think that means? What is that expression? Quality was a byword. Obviously, it means when quality was important, but what do you think that expression is trying to refer to? Shipping departures. Havana to the West Indies, Hong Kong to Jardine and Matheson Company. That's where our Annie came from, but she came 3 years ago. They have no record of her. Steam packets, India, China, and Japan. Clyde built boats. These seem like maybe this newspaper is mostly just mentioning places that will resonate with us, so we make sure we don't miss them. Shipping. Withdrawal of quarantine. Thus, Cook and Son booked to Egypt via Venice, Brindisi, Marseille, etc. See special programs of tours to Egypt. Greece, new steamers. Cook and Son. We have no relevance to that. Gaze's Oriental Tours conducted parties for Egypt, Suez Canal, Holy Land, returning by Athens, Black Sea. 93 Strand. That is near where our person delivered something. Let's read this again. Oriental tours, parties for Egypt. Independent tours throughout the East, camping arrangements in Palestine, hotel coupons. Okay, so maybe travel agent she went to. All right, let's continue up here. Latest intelligence from our correspondents. Archaeologist dead in mummy's tomb. Professor Ebenezer Turnbull, organizer of the Tibet tomb expedition, was found dead in the tomb early this morning. The inner chamber was reached early in the year after much difficult labor, and the archaeologists were quite ecstatic over the excellent condition of the sarcophagus, chamber artifacts, and the Tibet mummy itself. The party was in the final week of its work in the area when disaster struck. Mr. Turnbull had worked late into the night, remaining in the chamber alone after other members of the party had retired for the night. His body was discovered by Mr. Andrew Weatherby, another of the project's archaeologists. Mr. Turnbull had been strangled to death. Ancient linen bandages were found upon his neck. Upon hearing of the professor's death, several of the natives working on the excavation called upon Isis and Osiris for protection and for forgiveness for disturbing the sacred tomb. Inscriptions found on the canopic jars and doors indicate that this death may be the mysterious work of the ancient god Tuamatef and his goddess Neith. Okay, nothing to do with us. Disaster at sea. Terrible tale of the sea told by Captain Ryan of the schooner SD Story. Arrived yesterday from Iceland. Sailed on October 9th off the south coast of Iceland. He reports that a large fleet of French fishing vessels had gathered to fish. Heavy gale came, causing great destruction among the fleet and scattering it in all directions. 6 vessels were lost with their crews. One had her deck swept, losing her captain and 11 men. Another, a captain and 3 men, and a third, her captain and 2 men. Total loss, as far as ascertained, is 137 men. Many of the vessels were so badly damaged that they had to be abandoned, causing 300 men to be left in Iceland to a destitute condition until a steamer arrived to carry them away. The supply of food was limited, and there were few natives living there, and the men endured great hardships. Okay, just a little story. Horses and carriages, etc. High-stepping Victoria or sociable horses, well-matched, liver chestnut geldings, 15.3.5. 6 years, go well together with carriage and very high action. Do we ever learn what high action meant for horses? We've seen it a couple times now. Mr. Maynard's, Harrington Road. We know he likes horse racing, but we seem to track that down. It wasn't that useful. But what is high action when it talks about horses? We saw that in yesterday's paper and now in this one. 200 pounds cost his owner, who bred him, disappointed in height, and will take 30 guineas. Bay gelding, 5 years old, 15.1, good action. Broke to ride and drive. Veterinary examination allowed. J. Alford Stables, 82, Oxford Circus. One of our theories was to check if Thacker might be having visited horse stables since he loves the horses so much. I just want to look at something. Here's 15.3.5, 15.1. What are the numbers? 15.3.5, 15.1. I'm looking at these piano numbers. There's 4.1.3. They're not in the same range, really. One of the things that's interesting is on this weird postcard with all these formulas, like all of these looks like the kind of formula you might find in an elegant mathematical expression. Then all of a sudden at the bottom we got 2.3. That's just not right. That makes no sense. That's not a natural formula that's got a 2.3 in it. So that's suspicious to me. New and second-hand harnesses and saddlery. I know Michael's going to come through and tell me what high action is in a horse. Good action. High action. High action, good action. Okay. Now we got something interesting here. Man found dead at theater. An usher at the Elephant and Castle discovered the body of a man apparently murdered during last night's performance. The body was found after the entertainment in the box, which according to the usher, the man had occupied alone. The police have not been able to identify the man, who they describe as in his mid-30s, approximately 5'7", with red hair. He had apparently been stabbed to death. Anyone who might know anything about this man or the murder is urged to notify Scotland Yard. We went to the Elephant and Castle and we went to Scotland Yard, so they're not going to have any more information about this, but that's odd. 2 months ago. Letters to the paper. I love these. Sir, as my late husband was a well-known and respected journalist, I now turn to you in the hope that some action might be taken in the case of his terrible death. Perhaps I should refresh your memory and that of your readers with the facts of this bizarre death. The police records are bare indeed and report little more than Isidora Persano was found stark, staring mad, with a matchbox in front of him, which contained a remarkable worm unknown to science. He survived only a few days in that state of madness before succumbing to a mercifully quick death. When police failed to make any progress in the case, I sought help elsewhere with equally disappointing results. But now I've discovered new information pointing to the guilt of Mr. James Fillmore, who disappeared without a trace the same day my husband was fiendishly driven mad. The police treat me with the condescension they reserve for hysterical widows, so I'm now turning to you and the public for support in pursuit and prosecution of Mr. Fillmore, who I believe to have left England aboard the cutter Alicia. Sounds like we're getting new cases. Okay, guys, you're not too busy to take on a couple new cases, are you? Boy, okay. New case, someone being driven mad. We're not too. We don't have too much on our plate. We'll take on a couple new cases. Reports of divorce cases. To the editor of the Times. Sir, can you not try, by your influence, induce other newspapers to be careful as you are in editing the reports of divorce cases? I hear everywhere loud complaints as to the grave mischief which is being caused by the details which some journalists think fit to give of the Campbell case, and of the effect which the reading of these reports has on servants, on the young, and on the working classes. Young lads may be seen devouring these details as they go home from work. Servants sit up through the night to read them, and when an East End vicar tried to remonstrate with some of his parishioners as to their want of respect for the marriage tie, he was met by reference to the habits of the higher classes as disclosed in 2 recent divorce cases. I believe you can help the public, that you will help, by calling upon judges to make some rules as to cases involving indecent deaths, if indeed they have not already, as I believe they have the power to prohibit full reports of such trials till they are all over and therefore less interesting. And can you not also call upon the Home Secretary to intervene through the public prosecutor with a view to restraining without prosecuting these papers which are least careful? For the freedom of the press, invaluable as it is, does not extend to the publication of offensive details of evidence. It as little less than a scandal that the law officers of the Crown, who should be available for the protection of the public morals, should be engaged for the parties in the Campbell case and unable to move on behalf of the public to prevent the unhappiness of a private family from being turned into the corruption of a whole nation. I am, sir, your obedient servant, Garden Court Temple, WMF craze. So someone complaining about scandalous divorce gossip magazine writing. Foreign news. Okay. Here's an article about England, France, and the Hebrides from Reuters. The French government has given assurance to England that as soon as the present emergency has passed, the French troops will be withdrawn from the New Hebrides. Avalanches in... Oh, sorry, you probably couldn't see that. Avalanches in Switzerland. 2 avalanches have fallen on the famous hospice of St. Bernard. Church has been almost entirely buried in snow, no loss of life. Ireland and the Vatican. Wow, so far there's just almost nothing in this newspaper. We have no idea why we're being given this. Telegram from Rome states the Duke of Norfolk will return to London in about a week, so he will be here by now. It's a month and a half later. It is said that His Grace will inform the British government of the concessions which, in the opinion of the Vatican, ought to be made to Ireland for the purpose of enabling the Irish clergy to exercise a tranquilizing influence. Doesn't seem relevant to us. Here's something from the United States. Mr. Jay Gould arrived at the island of St. Thomas on Sunday en route to Florida. The Lehigh Valley colliers have brought the strike to an end and are resuming work at the old rate of wages, the same as was accepted by the Reading colliers on the resumption of work. Representative Randall has introduced into the House his proposed tariff bill, framed on protectionist principles, which he has prepared in opposition to the Democratic reduced tariff bill, now before the Ways and Means Committee. Okay, not relevant to us. Count Tolstoy. The health of Count Tolstoy, Minister of the Interior, which had recently shown and his condition occasions considerable occasions considerable anxiety. A little misprint there. Weird. American Finance. The House of Representatives today passed a bill for applying the surplus to the purchase of bonds. The decision marked the end of 3 weeks of intense debate and considerable acrimony. The action is expected to aid the British bond market. The Board of Works and Public Houses. To the editor of the Times. Sir, this morning the Works Committee of the Board of Works decided by a majority of 3-1 to re-elect as public house the King's Arms, Fulham High Street, recently pulled down on account of the new bridge works. The inhabitants of Fulham only learnt on Thursday last that the matter was to be decided soon. There were only 2 days to work. In spite of this, a petition has got up and signed by almost every resident within a mile of the spot. In the High Street itself, there being only 2 refusals to sign. The King's Arms has long been a source of annoyance to the people of Fulham, who have more than their fair share of public houses, and this action of the Committee of the Board of Works will cause keen regret and disappointment to them. I write to you, sir, in the hope that a public remonstrance may induce the board to reconsider the determination of their committee. To erect a public house at the King's Arms. I'm going to mark this just because we're interested in people who go to the pubs. I want to make sure, I want to understand where this is. I guess it's probably not in here, but I'm going to mark it because there's so little else in this newspaper so far that's been relevant to us. Can you imagine someone coming onto the stream and being like, what is going on? They're just going to sit and read newspapers all night? Old fake newspapers from 1889? Okay, Supreme Court of Judicature, Queen's Bench Division, before Mr. Theodore Erlinger and Mr. Justice Mainstay in the matter of Gwendolyn Elliott Neville, a married woman. This was an application on the part of a married woman under the 3rd and 4th W4 Chapter 75 for leave to execute an acknowledgement for the conveyance of her separate estate without the concurrence of her husband, now a lunatic. Her affidavit stated that since her marriage, she was interested in certain freehold property in which she had an undivided 4th part the remaining shares belonging to her brothers and sisters, and it was desired to mortgage the property with a view to which her concurrence was necessary, and her husband had been found a lunatic upon an inquisition. Upon these facts, Mr. W. E. Robarts moved on her part for a rule allowing her to execute the requisite acknowledgment and deeds without the concurrence of her husband. Is this person? Persano, Gwendolyn Elliott Neville, married woman. Guess not. This guy got turned into a lunatic, and this guy got turned into a lunatic? Is Moriarty making people lunatics? Charges of murder. At Wallendorf Police Court yesterday, a young man named David Johns, a carpenter, was committed for trial for the willful murder of James Carey at Cardiff on the 26th of last month. The prisoner and his sweetheart, a Miss Merchant, were walking in the fields near Cardiff on the night of the day named when they were accosted by Carey and 4 other men who demanded money from them. The prisoner resisted the demand, whereupon he and his companion were attacked with stones, and they took refuge in flight. Carey and his confederates pursued them, upon which Johns turned on his assailants and, drawing a revolver, fired at them 6 times. 3 of the men were wounded, Carey receiving a bullet in the head, from the effects of which he died shortly afterwards. Johns and Miss Merchant found shelter in a cottage, and he reported the occurrence to the police, saying that he felt he had acted in self-defense. The hearing of the case occupied 10 hours. That's how they did it in those days, 10 hours. That doesn't seem relevant to us. Ebert versus Ebert. Here's a divorce thing that this guy was complaining about. The divorce cause of Ebert versus Ebert, in which the Queen's Proctor has intervened, will be heard this morning before Sir James Hannahan and a special jury. Sir Clifton Norman QC, Mr. Victor Deschamps will appear on behalf of the Queen's Proctor, Mr. Henry Matthews, QCMP, Underwick, Cecil Mason, Counselor for the petitioner, Mr. Ebert, MP. Neither the respondent or Elgin will be represented by counsel. None of this is relevant for us. The Times column of new books and new editions. Hodder and Stoughton's list. In one handsome volume. The Industries of Japan, together with an account of its architecture, forestry, arts, and commerce by Professor J.J. Rhine, University of Bonn, with 44 illustrations and 3 maps. Diagrams, crowns, cloth, light and color, emblematic of revealed truth by the late Major W.R.D. Nicol, edited by Sarah Sharp. Here's another thing about games. For cards and chess enthusiasts, modern games which chronicle the strange attraction of civilized people for games by the Honorable T. Jawson, including rules and essays by various experts. I don't know where we go with that. Is it at this place that they have these books? It's a bookstore. The Times column of new books and new editions. It's not a place, it's just a Times column. Alright, I'm not sure what to make, how we use that. Bachelor's Blunder by W.E. Norris, author of Mille de Marsac, Adrian Vidal, and etc. 3 volts crown, 8 volt VO, whatever that means. An entertaining book with some clever writing in it, says World. Where you can buy the Times. Okay, want of a dock accommodation at Gibraltar. To the editor of the Times, Sir, I ask for a small space in your column in the hope that a note of warning sounded from under the shadow of the noble rock of Gibraltar may command a hearing. From the Treaty of Utrecht downwards, we have held Gibraltar. We have expended untold millions on its fortification and armaments. We maintain a garrison of 6,000 men for its defense, as an essential strategic base for naval operations and for the support of our commerce. Occupying a position of such importance, Gibraltar should be something more than a mere coaling station. The means of repairing ships should certainly be provided. For this purpose, we have a small but efficient dockyard. A graving dock has not yet been constructed. Don't know what a graving dock is. If the gunboat stationed in these waters requires docking, she must be sent round to Cadiz. The only local means for the repair of merchant vessels is the clumsy expedient of careening. History repeats itself, and as the gravest maritime conflicts of the past were fought in this vicinity, so it might be in the future. With the new weapons, the ram and the torpedo, the injuries received will be of a nature especially requiring a dock for the purposes of repair. It is difficult to picture a spectacle more humiliating than that of a British squadron returning to Gibraltar after some hard-fought victory and compelled to send its injured ships on the beach to avoid sinking. Under the provisions of a recent Act of Parliament, the Admiralty is empowered to assist private enterprise by way of subsidy. A sum not exceeding 1/10 of the annual expenditure now incurred at Gibraltar would probably be sufficient to secure the prompt completion of a most necessary public work. I have the honor to be, sir, your obedient servant, Brassey, Gibraltar. Metropolitan pauperism. Census of metropolitan paupers, exclusive of lunatics in asylums and vagrants, taken on the last day of the weeks named hereunder. Enumerated inhabitants in 1881 was 3,815,000. Fourth week of December, 60,000. Indoor, outdoor 40,000. Total 100,000. Fourth week of December. So they're counting paupers. They're counting poor people, indigent people. Okay, 1881. There was total 3.8 million people in the whole place. So here are the counts. Fourth week of December 1888, there was 60,000 indoor, total 100,000, let's just say. Fourth week of December 1887, previous year, 104,000 more. The year before that, total 98,000 less. Year before that, total 94,000 less. That's getting a little worse. Not counting the asylum. Vagrants believed to be in the metropolitan area. I guess, all these crazy people, we might want to check the asylum. It might be a reminder to us to check the asylum. Maybe there's someone important for us in the asylum. Or maybe these are side cases. Michael says, if you're interested in people that go to pubs, that is half of London you'll have to interview. He says, about the comment on the lunatic, I do not know that lunatic was used to describe a lot of mental illness. Not sure of the timeline of the case, but mental ills plea were common as capital punishment existed. It's not uncommon for quite a few people facing serious charges to put in a plea, and as such, a lot were committed as mentally ill. This is a great time to make a recommendation. From Hell, the graphic novel. Who knows From Hell? Who's read this big, giant graphic novel about theory of the Jack the Ripper cases? Who wrote From Hell? Someone famous comic graphic novel artist. Made into a movie, too, with Johnny Depp. Who made From Hell? Aaron says I've read it. It's cool. It's dense. Lots of dialogue, lots of writing, very stylistic art, like sketches type art, but really good, and sort of dark, foreboding, creepy. Michael Moore, is that right? From Hell. Someone look that up and give us the specifics. Okay, last piece of our newspaper, and then we'll catch our breath. Fishing rights. Mr. Broadhurst, MP, has reintroduced the bill for conferring on the public free and unrestricted right to fish with rod and line in all rivers and streams in England which are public highways, or upon or along which the public have right of passage. An exception is made by the bill as regards any portions of such streams as were put in defense of the reign of his late Majesty King Henry II, and have been so maintained thereafter. The bill is not to affect the rights of anyone seized or possessed of a several fishery, whatever that means, in any such stream which has been created or in existence in the reign of that late Majesty, and has been maintained as a several fishery. There's another term that we don't know, several fishery, SEVERAL. Thereafter, nor is the bill to authorize fishing in a manner prohibited by law or during any closed season. Wow. So, Alan Moore. There you go. Alan Moore. That's right. Alan Moore. Alan Moore. Yes, Alan Moore. Well, that was a lot of newspaper to read for very little. In fact, nothing clearly connected to our case. A couple of mentions of things that we've heard of, and almost felt like it was introducing new cases to us. These murders of the lunatic, 2 people mentioned as going crazy. I do think we should check out the lunatic asylum. It almost makes me think the game is giving us little side mysteries to solve, as if we did not have enough to worry about. But we did it. We got through it. All right. Let us now take a 5-minute break, stretch, reheat your tea, get yourself a new cup, fill up the tobacco in your pipes. We'll meet back here in 5 minutes and get back into the case after it's only been an hour and a half since we started. That's not out of the ordinary for us. All right, I'll see you in 5 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Call for Two. Call for Two, is that what this channel's called? We're playing Adventures by Gaslight. This is session 3. We've just come back from break, read the newspaper. One thing it occurs to me we should not forget is that, and if anyone has anything in the newspaper that jumped out at them, let me know. But I do want to remind us of something. We got this newspaper from the toy maker who passes on information about Moriarty and the underworld. But it could be Moriarty. But let's not forget, this postcard was folded in with this newspaper when they were giving it to us. 182 Paris, the Seine, and an Eiffel Tower tour at the Champ de Mars. The Champ de Mars and the Seine. And there's the Eiffel Tower, and then this formula here. So it's not illogical to conclude that these two are related, and perhaps there is only one thing in this newspaper of import to us, and this tells us which it is. Or this makes sense out of this. So when we're ready to, we might go back at this with a special focus on anything mentioning Paris, the Eiffel Tower, or anything that we could use to make sense of these two. Yeah, but for now, I think maybe we don't have to worry about it. Although we could quickly look for anything having to do with Paris. We know the Times is available for sale in Paris. It tells us where, at 8 Rue Capucines. Anything else about Paris jump out at you? Is this someone else going crazy? The health of Count Tolstoy, Minister of the Interior, which had recently shown in his condition considerable anxiety. Telegram from Rome. Geneva, Paris. Here's Paris, France. The French government has given assurances to England that as soon as the present emergency has passed, the French troops will be withdrawn from the New Hebrides. We don't know anything about that. That's no place we can go to. But maybe I'll mark it because it is Paris, and that's what our postcard is. So we'll just mark that. Divorces, the lunatic, the divorce because of the lunatic, murder at the Elephant Castle. 5'7", that height sounds familiar, but red hair doesn't. Stabbed. We don't know anything about that. Okay. Mummy, disaster at sea, horses, carriages, tours of Egypt, the Suez Canal, Holy Land, Athens, Constantinople, the Black Sea, tours to Egypt, Palestine, Turkey, and Greece, China and Japan, Calcutta, Hong Kong, Havana, antiques, antiques. We do want to check for antiques. Historical costumes, we already marked that. Journey to Cloudland. Professor Baldwin. I suppose you could say, because this whole case is about research into flying machines, we could talk about that. London's song sensation every night, Minnie Cavell at the Elephant and Castle. I guess anything to do with the Elephant and Castle we might want to look into. Telegram from Japan. Diamond brooch lost. This person, Max Casserole. Herman Max Karsau, of whom it is not known whether he is alive or dead, are hereby called and attended in default of the last will of Frau Rosalie Karsau, deceased. It's a little weird that this person, they don't know if he's dead or alive. Okay. Let's read this guy. This guy wants to talk to people. That's kind of interesting, right? In honor of our era, Kent Jordan, Fellow of the Geographical Society, invites discussion of the reports of the Challenger expedition and of the new principles of natural philosophy, the former having been misrepresented. What was this disaster at sea is about the south coast of Iceland that he reports a large fleet of French fishing vessels. So that's French. I'm gonna mark that down. Boy, we are really stretching it here, looking for information though. And nurse wanted, lady wanted, governesses in London. We were going to check that. Undertaker. Tonic. Surgeon. Coal. Potatoes. Massage. Nurses are available. Candlesticks. Flagons. Watson's getting married. Okay, well, not much here related to France. Okay, that's a real mystery, this newspaper, but okay. We've marked it up like crazy, even though nothing seemed relevant. All right. Do you guys have someplace you'd like to start? I remember yesterday we left on a cliffhanger. So it probably makes sense to start there. Do you remember what the cliffhanger was? We looked at the cab schedule and we found that the woman was delivering a basket somewhere, and we found another cab seemed to arrive at that same place right at the same time that she did. So it looked like it might be the person who's going to meet her. And we found out the source of that trip. So we backtracked to the source. Now, let's get ready to do that. Yes, Jonathan says, Aaron, are you here to see where that was? Yes. I want to, right as we're going to do that right now, I want to point out a theory I had, though. Another theory. As we go, I'll introduce some little details, some theories that I was thinking. One of our major questions, we've got a whole bunch of questions about why Annie was pretending to be Thackeray and why is she helping the Thacker and why isn't she admitting that she did this stuff. And we don't know on what evidence they're arrested. So I had a theory, a recent theory. Let me just pass this by you. Part of the fun of playing these games is trying to come up with these theories ahead of time. When we went to see where they went with that wicker basket, we learned it was a bad neighborhood and there were coppers there. And in fact, when we traced back the cop, he's the one who confirmed that he saw a beautiful woman and then maybe a man might be following her. So my new theory was that maybe that's how they arrested them. I mean, maybe that's the evidence. Like when they looked back at the day's activities, they found a cop who came forward and said, hey, I saw the brunette go and with this basket and I saw the butler following her. Like maybe he identified the two of them and maybe they caught the guy that they were giving the basket to. Maybe she was selling stuff in the house or selling those birds. So I'm wondering if we're going to find out that they were arrested because cops saw her selling stuff that was stolen from the house, something like that. So I'm just getting that on the record so I get credit for it if that's what we figure out. Okay, here we go. We're going to 34 EC, which is the source of the car ride, and I can't help myself from just reminding you, showing you that here it is. She went to the Strand from her house at 12:30 to 94 Strand, where she disappeared in a bar or something. And here's the other cab ride that ended up at the Strand. So as Jonathan marked out for us on our digital map, but I'll try to do it here. Here was the Strand area. So she took a cab ride here and someone else took a cab ride and ended up in the same place. And now we're going right to it. So our first clue, 45 an hour and 45 minutes in. Okay, 34 EC. I circle it to show that we've gone to it. Clue 55. This is one of the clues that we should be most proud of figuring out that we should go to. Let's see if there's anything in it. Oh, that's interesting. That's very interesting. There's only one line, so it's not a lot to read. But look what it is. Mr. Attard is not in his office. Okay, that's pretty huge. Now, why is that huge? It's huge because this is where she went at 7:30. And when we went into that place at 93, it was 93 WC. The point is that we've heard Mr. Attard's name before, but we weren't sure it had anything to do with our case. We go into the bar. She gets dropped off. We think she might have been going to the theater, but it turns out she didn't go to the theater. This old sailor points to us to the bar she went into. When we go in the bar, the guy's laughing about how lots of women come in here for rendezvous. And while we're talking to him, he doesn't remember anyone coming in, whatever. He says, "Hey, Jack," shouts the other bartender. "This bloke is asking if we found an umbrella. He says he lost his. Have you found one by any chance?" "Yes," says our bartender, "but it can't be his. The one I found belongs to Mr. Attard. He forgot it yesterday. Remind me to give it to him next time he comes in." So she met up with this guy, Mr. Attard, who we now saw deliberately went there to meet her at that exact time. And then what's our other reference to him? We find out he's gone on a ship, right? Where did we find that information? Where did we find? Okay, we looked him up in the directory and went and visited his house. And when we did that, his housekeeper says, "Mr. Attard has left on a voyage last night." So now we know that our maid, not the maid, sorry, the 7:30 p.m. trip is not the maid, it's Mrs. Thacker, the blonde. We now know she went, let's look at Jonathan's timeline. We know at 9:32, after the maid goes to the play, the blonde gets in the coach. She goes here, she meets Mr. Attard, who then goes on a voyage. The next day, disappears. Now, it's not marked here, but we remember she had something under her arm, right? Under her arm. We learned that when we went to the theater at the Strand, and the old sailor told us that he saw her, right? He saw her walk into the bar, and he said, "I saw she had something under her arm." And we said, "What was it?" And he said, "I don't remember." Now, that's getting interesting. Now, we've already visited one travel agent, but it wouldn't be crazy to think we could figure out where he took his trip by looking at the travel companies, the boat cruise companies. So let's just add to our list of things we want to not forget to do, to find where Attard traveled to. Do we have any information? Can we follow up on this person is from the records? Well, he wasn't in any births or deaths, but we might be able to go to the Office of Records, especially foreign people. This is one of our allies that we haven't gone to yet. So yes, we will try to get information on him wherever we can. Let's change this 34 to a green since we've been here. Now, I have a question. We know that Miss Thacker took that trip at 7:30. Now, the 4 p.m. trip that Annie took, pretending to be Thacker, that the butler followed, we don't know who she met with a wicker basket. I wonder if she didn't go to sell something and they caught her, but we'll find that when we find it. We will come across that information. But that was down here, right? Yeah, that was down here was where she went, where the 4 p.m. trip with the basket. And what is this marker here? 21 southeast. What do we have for 21 southeast? The horse stable. Not very interesting. But I'd be curious if there's some antique dealer or underworld people that she might have been selling that stuff to. Because that's still my best guess what makes them suspect her. I want to point out one more thing to you. There's this comment that Lestrade made when we visited Lestrade. Okay, 119 or 104. I want to read it to you again because there's a bunch of things that we read. That's part of this game, right? You read them, you don't think much of them, then you got to come back. 104. Okay. So we talked to Lestrade, and he's telling us how he arrested the workers. He says, what about the theft? What about the theft? I solved it. I arrested the servants. They'll confess. O'Brady is a horse returning to the stable. As for the girl. And he forced her. That's it. I don't even know where she comes from. A little hint for us to track down her origins. Okay, so I want you to pay attention to this. We ask, are you sure she's guilty? And then he does this whole thing. He quotes Sherlock Holmes. He says, when you've eliminated the possible, whatever remains, however probable, must be the truth. That sounds like he's saying he doesn't have any direct evidence, but it could have only been her. But look at this other comment he made that we made note of, but we don't understand. We watch him trying to grasp the depth of this profound aphorism. And, says Lestrade, who is beginning to lose his patience, you should not forget Dresda, 1834. Dresde, 1834. And then we say, Dresda, 1834? Asks Wiggins. And then he says, yes, Dresda, 1834 or 35. The date doesn't matter. He's the coach driver who... ... But stop making me waste my time. So we caught this Dresda 1834, 1835, which he says the date doesn't matter. 1834, 1835. But I think we missed or overlooked the significance of him saying he's the coach driver who. So he seems to be referring to a coach driver who identified the woman, perhaps, like said, I saw her at this place. Now, we do know one of the drivers. That's Old Street Marmaduke with his paintings. But what's the Dresda 1834, 1835 thing? He seems to be pointing us towards some evidence that makes him think the maid and the butler did it. And why is he telling us that he's the cab driver who? Is he saying he's the cab driver who identified her? It wouldn't be crazy if there wasn't more valuable information in this carriage log, right? Either in destinations. So, timeline, I'm just looking here. It's pretty good. She goes, the butler and she both go, and then they come back. Does the butler come back with her? So she goes to deliver with the wicker basket. The butler follows. And then she comes back at 5:08. No butler coming back. All right. We'll want to study this more, but for now, that's good. Are there more than one cab firms on the directory? If so, can we go to each of them and check on this guy? My understanding of Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective game is there's just this one central cab place that you go for cab information. It's the Central Carriage Depot, and that's it. There may be local cab stops, but I don't think they ever, unless they're specifically talked about. All the information seems to be at the Central Carriage, but let's take a gander at the directory just to see if there's anything. There's cycles. You could go to the cycle place, see if someone rented a cycle. There's parks. I don't see any other carriage place to look at. I'm going to read some of the places around where she delivered it, just in case we see someone else going to that place. Goda Street, Hutton Road, Laward Street, Fitzellen Street, Sancroft, Cardigan, Newbern, Orset, Vauxhall. What did what were we told by the cop who observed her that she did with the wicker basket? Do we know what place she went into? It was the Lambeth Street place. The Lambeth Street officer that we had to track down that finally told us. So 44. I just need to refresh myself about what they observed the 4 p.m. thing doing. I was on duty. You say you saw a woman get out of the hansom cab carrying a wicker basket. She's very pretty. Brunette, because I think she's wearing the wig. She was walking very quickly with her basket on her arm. She crossed Princess Road. I saw her a little later. She no longer had the basket. So she crossed Princess Road. Well, that's actually some new information for us that we hadn't considered. Because she takes the cab to 22 Hutton Princess. 22 Princess, which is here. And then she crosses the street. So I wonder if we shouldn't just go to these places, especially these two. Let's see what they are, if they're on our list, right? Because no one sees where she goes. The cops don't see where she goes. Are there any cab firms? In the old directory, Jonathan sees something called Driver's Oyster Bar, 72WC. Okay, well, let's quickly see. Okay, there's no 72WC on our clue list, so that's not going to be relevant. This is one of the things we did with Gumshoe, is like, you say, like, is this could be relevant? You check on the clue sheet, you can quickly rule it out. Okay, but yeah, what about these places? I mean, this seems like if we see her across the road, let's check out 57 and 58 southeast. Let's put these on our list of what to check out. All right, so 57 and 58 southeast are on our clue list. So I'm going to mark these as across street. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense that that's where she went, to one of these two. And this is the horse stable? I wonder, I was just thinking, like, is she dropping off something for her husband? That could crack this whole case in a different direction if she is, in fact, secretly bringing something to her husband at his secret hiding place with the stables. All right. Are we ready to look at 57, 58 southeast, or do we feel like that would be inappropriate without knowing what those places are? I think it makes sense. We know she crossed the street. We know she went to one of those. That's enough police information to go into those buildings and say, what do you do here? Did you see this woman? All right, I'm going to do it. I'm going to 57 southeast. This is kind of exciting to see where this woman went that we've been waiting to track down. Like, we don't know what she went and did, and now we're going to reveal. Do you think she met Mr. Attard? Do you think it's her husband? Okay, 30. Where's my notes in case we get some good clues? $57 southeast 30. All right, let's see what we got here. I feel good about this. $30. We see a policeman stationed in front of number 23. Okay, so it was nothing. But notice there are cops all over this area. Was that 57 I looked at? Yeah. So when we went to where she got off originally, we talked to a cop and he says there's a cop over at 23, go talk to him. And now we went here and he said we see a cop over here. So is 58 just going to point us to the cop that's over here again? Let's find out. I thought we were going to get some good information. 58 southeast points us to 49. You see a policeman standing in front of number 23. Okay, so I thought we had cracked this case open and we're going to find where she went. But we didn't. We didn't. And they all point to 23. Let's remind ourselves of what 23 says. It's the constable at 96, but he just tells us to go to Lambeth Station. But let's read it again in case it's important for us. We approach a constable who appears to be observing the events in Prince Street. "Excuse us," says Wiggins. "We would like to know if you were stationed here yesterday. Why do you ask?" "We are friends of Inspector Lestrade and Gregson of Scotland Yard." The guy's impressed. He says, "Unfortunately, I wasn't here yesterday. This is a rather dangerous district, and we change posts every day. I don't know who was stationed here yesterday, but you should go to Lambeth Superintendent. They'll help you out." So that's where we already talked to. That's the guy that sent us. That's the guy who recognized the woman. Okay, but maybe she did go to the stables. I think Jonathan is right. The natural place to go next is these stables. So let's look at 21 SE and see if maybe the stables is where she was headed. And maybe that's where her husband, I keep thinking the husband is hiding out because I'm now thinking that she's, well, I don't think she knows where the husband is, but okay, 21 Southeast gives us to 141. All right, let's see what we got here. Could crack the case wide open. We knock on the door and receive no answer. Wiggins looks around before removing his trusty wire from his pocket and inserting it into the lock. Before the door is open, however, we notice a constable eyeing us suspiciously. Wiggins barely has time to hide the incriminating evidence before the bobby is at our side. "What's your business here, lads?" "We were looking for Mr. Henry Thacker. We understood he rented workspace here." We found his workspace. I don't know all the tenants, and it could be, but there doesn't appear to be anyone on at the moment. You should run along and come back another time." Wiggins considers dropping Lestrade's name, but decides that this might not be the time or place. We leave under the watchful eye of the constable. Well, very interesting. The plot definitely thickens now. Now, it feels like we probably guessed to go check out horse stables, thinking about his horse racing. But what we stumbled upon was we found the location in South London of his workshop. So I'm going to change this to be his workshop. But you can see, as well as I see, that we've now got a weird situation because our French spy now appears to be delivering stuff to the husband's workshop. Not taking stuff away, but delivering it as if she's not a spy, but helping him out. Or suppose pretending to be bringing something to him, but not. But remember, she didn't leave with the wicker basket. She went and delivered a wicker basket to her husband. Or knew his workshop address and went there looking for him. One of the things I wrote in my notes was that who would have, if the theory, Jonathan says the butler was tailing her and found the workshop. That's interesting. The butler was tailing her, so he may have found the workshop. Maybe the butler is a bad guy. and he's the bad guy. Wow, that really thickens things that she's delivering to the workshop. At 4 p.m., there hasn't been a break-in. Nothing's been stolen. The only thing that she knows, according to her description, is that the husband has said, send everyone home for a few days. You know, when I reread 22, again, you got to keep rereading 22, but it's interesting to hear what he wants from her. He has this meeting and he comes out and he says, send everyone away. He goes into his office and he comes out until noon. And then he says, he repeated his request that I leave London for a few days and left carrying a black briefcase. So here's my question, one of the questions I added. Why? Why does he want her to leave London for a few days? Jonathan says, we don't know that she reports the break-in. We do. She calls the police at 10 p.m. to report the theft. The cops tell us that. But another big question is, why does Thacker say he wants her gone for 3 days? And there's no, I guess there are telephones, right? So he could call her at 4 and say, I need you to sneak down, bring me this stuff from the office. John says, we don't know when she gets rid of the birds or breaks the window because she reports it. That's true. Aaron says, I had an internet problem, disconnected for 3 minutes, missed some things, but I will rewatch in break time. The only thing you missed is we found where the wife went with the basket. She went to the workshop of the professor, which is down here. So that's what we found. But we don't know what she was bringing him. We don't know why she had to sneak down. Maybe this is a good time to just address one of the things Jonathan was talking about. Jonathan. I mean, yesterday we were seemed to be all on the same page that the wife is a spy. Now, Jonathan was saying, like, there's this whole weird mystery of why is the wife lying? Why did she sneak out under a different identity? And Jonathan was looking at the evidence we have and saying how this must have been planned. He says, Miss Thacker drew our attention to the beggars. She said how they made her nervous. She made sure to have Annie pretend to be her, where the beggars could see Annie in the window. Remember, she had the blonde wig wearing in the window so she could be seen to be home. She wants us to get an alibi for her and maybe even be a little suspicious of Annie, who's really Miss Thacker in disguise leaving. So Jonathan was looking at that and saying alibi. She's providing an alibi by seeming like she's there in the window. Now, that was my first impression too, and it made a lot of sense. Like, you want people to think you're at a certain place, so you're seen at that place publicly, and that's your alibi for being at that place. And Jonathan was saying she's mentioning the beggars because she was trying to lead us to find her alibi. But here's the thing. An alibi for what? That wasn't during the break-in. That alibi is for a 1-hour window between 4 p.m. and 5 p.m. or so, 4 p.m. and 6 p.m., when this trip is made to Thackeray's workshop. There is no alibi needed for that. Nothing of import was expected to happen during that. So my thinking was, I mean, like if there's a crime, yes, you set up an alibi so people see you not at the scene of the crime. But I don't think there was an event she was thinking of an alibi for. So my theory is she knew she was being watched. She knew she was being watched either because someone told her she was being watched or she was doing stuff she shouldn't be doing. So it's not that she was creating an alibi, but that she was trying to make people think that she was still in the house so that they wouldn't follow her and figure out where they were going. So, for example, you could imagine husband calls up and says, I need you to bring me this piece of information, but they're watching the house. You have to find a way to get to me and not be followed. Then she might create this scenario where she has the other woman pretend to be sitting in the room so that whoever's watching her won't follow her. Jonathan says, I agree she doesn't really need it, but she did bother to tell us that she read all day. Yeah, it's true. She's definitely, yeah, it's true she's lying to us about it. Like, that's still a big mystery. Why is she lying to us and the police and not saying she went to visit him, which brings me back to this theory that someone has convinced her that if she tells the police, that will kill him, something like that. So now she's had to concoct this whole thing and lie to the police. So what if someone tells her, we've kidnapped your husband, bring money or whatever to this location, and don't let anyone follow you. So she goes, she confides in her governess, her maid, who they're good friends, and says, the man of the house has been kidnapped. We've been told he'll be killed if we tell anyone. You have to pretend to be me. We can't tell the police what's going on or they'll kill him. Or maybe, what if Mycroft suspects that there's a leak in the government, in the spy services, so that those people, he doesn't know who to trust. Erin says, if she's a spy and the husband is now hiding somewhere, someone should have been following her moves and she must have been under surveillance. I'm still interested in O'Brady. You're absolutely right. If we could find, yeah, that's the thing. He's not really been kidnapped because we think for sure he's at Mycroft's house. But that doesn't mean that Mycroft isn't pretending there's a kidnapping to see what she'll do or to see who comes out of the woodwork. I don't know. I don't fully get it. I agree. I don't fully understand it. But if we could find out if O'Brady the butler is who he's allied with, that might help us. So maybe that's what we start looking at next. Let's look into the records and let's look up the O'Bradys and see if we can't find more information about this fellow. All right, where are our notes on the O'Brady information we found? We found lots of information on him when we went into the records. I got news for you. I do not think we're going to finish with London tonight. Jonathan says, I'm a little less sure about her being a spy, but I'm going to hold on to this position for a little longer. There just seems to be too much implied pre-planning to me. Yeah, I am not, let me be clear, I am not ruling out at all that she is not connected to some French spy ring. I am just having some doubts that that's been her role at all times. Like, I'm wondering if she has some connections and they're trying to to get her to spy on the husband, but her allegiance is really to the husband. That's the part I'm leaning towards. And that this isn't, she's lying about something. She set this whole thing up, but we don't know why. All right, we wanted to look at O'Brady, and I wanted to find my notes on him. We found the records. And he's got, I think I may have written this up more clearly. Okay, O'Brady and family. I guess I didn't write it up clearly. All right. Well, when we got his birth and death records, we found he's got a brother, Patrick, and we found his mother and father. So let's look up O'Brady in the directory and see, and then we'll go to the office records. We'll see if we can't figure out. Okay, I don't see any O'Brady in the directory. If someone wants to check the old directory in case there might be an O'Brady there. Otherwise, or while you're doing that, let's look up the records. Let's make sure we're not overlooking anything. The House of Records was birth and death was at Somerset House, 17 WC. Yes, it sent us to 17 and 91. Okay, let's take a look here. This is all I find. Okay, so here's information about the O'Bradys. Nigel O'Brady, born the 7th of May, 1850 in Liverpool, son of Howard O'Brady and Molly Flanders, his wife. A brother, Patrick. Father died in 1871. Mother married to Leo Matthew Maguire. So we've got, if we don't find an O'Brady, we've also got to track down O'Brady. We've got Molly Flanders, the wife who died, mother who died, so probably not, but maybe her family still has a house. And then brother Patrick. And then mother remarried. Oh, I see. The mother didn't die. The mother's husband died. Mother remarried someone named Leo Matthew Maguire. We haven't heard the name Maguire before? Maguire who died. Okay, so that might be her maiden name. I see something else. One thing I want to bring back up, she wanted this dress by a certain date. She could not get it and was mad. What was the deal with this dress? Any way to follow up? Aaron says, I've looked at the Irish-English relations, by the way, to dig up anything politically, but the IRA is much later and couldn't find anything, so O'Brady being Irish didn't mean anything to me. Aaron says, you might be onto something there, Jonathan. Okay. I did re-look up the paragraph of the tailor. We can look at it together, but everything you state there is what I found when I re-looked it up. It did say she wanted the dress by the next week. It did say she was mad that it couldn't get there by next week. She really wanted it, but that's it. No further information. So that's it. And when we talk to her, she doesn't describe any particular event coming up. So I didn't see any more information about any events. I'm sorry to say. So I didn't find any information to follow up on that dress, but it was a good idea. Was there some event? But I think it just gives further credence to your idea before of going to these other playhouses and theaters to see if something else is going on. All right, let's look for these relations of O'Brady, and then we'll go to the records house if we don't find them. So we're going to look for Flanders and then Leo Matthew Maguire. So McGuire and Flanders, we're going to see if there's any household to look up. Okay, no Flanders. How about Matthew McGuire? Maguire. So here's a McGuire and here's a Molly. We just found his mother. Molly McGuire, 43 Southeast. 43 Southeast is Molly McGuire, the new married name of the mother. Let's see if 43 Southeast is in our list. It is. Okay, let us go then to Molly McGuire's house and knock on the door and see what she says about her son. 43 Southeast. Let's first find it. 43 Southeast. Naturally, they live in the bad part of town. Not too bad, though. Okay, 43 Southeast is 132. Let's see what we got here. Let's see what the mother says. Okay, it's a nice long section. Random thought, what if the man who was murdered at the theater stashed something there and Amy was supposed to go look for it? Interesting idea. Don't forget, it's 2 months ago. 2 months ago, this murder happened before our case. We arrive at the corner of Stamford Street and Cornwall Road, and we finally find a small door with peeling green paint. The number 46 has been scratched onto the door by a shaky hand. We knock several times before a woman with gray hair, whose personal hygiene is a bit dubious, opens the door. That's the second time they've described people's hygiene as being dubious. Miss McGuire? Asks Wiggins. Yes. What you be wantin'? You are the mother of Nigel O'Brady? Yes. Why do you ask? You know, perhaps, that your son was arrested by Scotland Yard. We are investigating the affair, and we would like to ask you a few questions. You've arrested me boy, Nigel? What you be after him for this time? Molly McGuire's conversation seems to consist of a series of questions indicating our task will not be easy. May we come in, says Wiggins, deciding to overcome the obvious resistance on Mrs. McGuire's part. I guess I don't have no choice, she sighs, apparently resigned to letting us in. We enter Molly McGuire's tiny apartment, the small windows let through a tinged gray light. The paper covering the walls is yellowish and moldy and worn off around the frame of the door. At the center of the room is a rough wooden table surrounded by wooden benches. The shelves are encumbered with eclectic objects, among them a chipped clay Virgin Mary, an old banged-up metal tobacco bowl, and a pair of brass scissors. A mangy cat is sleeping in the corner, stretched out on top of an enormous pile of old copies of the Times. Above the cupboard hangs an engraving of St. Patrick, under which is pinned a photograph of a young man holding a bowler hat. Look, the young man in the picture resembles me, whispers it's Wiggins talking. Look, that young man in the picture resembles me, Wiggins whispers to us with a sigh. Addressing Miss McGuire, he says, Can you tell us the last time you saw Nigel? You still haven't told me what you have against him. He is suspected of being involved in a theft that took place last night in the home of his employers, Mr. and Mrs. Thacker, answers Wiggins. Suspected. You mean you have no proof against him, is that it? It's always the same story with people like you. You need a guilty party, so you accuse anybody. And it's always me Nigel who's the victim, just because he made a few mistakes when he was a boy. There's no justice with you, that's for sure. There's no justice. That is precisely why we are here, to ensure that justice will be handed out, answers Wiggins. And believe me, If we can prove the innocence of your son, he will be a free man regardless of his past. Miss McGuire looks at us for several moments. She doesn't seem very convinced. Well, what you want to know? When was the last time you saw your son? I don't remember. Does he come and see you often? Asks Wiggins, unperturbed. Yes, on Thursdays. Did you see him last Thursday? Yes, I think so. Have you seen him since yesterday, for example? Miss McGuire hesitates, seeming to look for the answer to Wiggins' question in the air above his head. Wiggins presses her. Miss McGuire, when was your son last here? Well, he was here for just a minute yesterday. Hunched over those newspapers like he always is, scribbling notes to himself. But why do you ask me all this? Wiggins ignores her question. You don't have anything else to tell us, he asks. No, I have nothing to tell you. I've told you too much already. We are glad to take our leave so as to escape the odor of rancid grease and old cabbage which permeates the apartment. Okay. Well, that was slightly interesting. So that was 43 Southeast, and we now know that he was actually there yesterday, scribbling notes on the newspaper. Now, does that suggest to you that he's out looking for crimes to commit, or that he's keeping notes? I'm starting to suspect him of being a... But here's the problem. You know what the problem is? Let me show you what the problem is. The problem is the carriage log, right? Let me see. Let me see if I'm misremembering it. Maybe I'm wrong. The person's watching. The common man leaves the Thacker, sulks around. Then he goes, okay, so the butler never goes to 11 Whitehall. Right, okay. So the butler has no connection to the Secret Service. That was just my imagining that he's working for Secret Service. But then there's the part about how the wife insisted on hiring him, remember? But is it now more consistent? I think it points us back to our old paper from 2 months ago. Jonathan, are you saying the note that he was scribbling on... Let me make a 43 Southeast. You think it's saying that he was writing on old newspaper from 2 months ago? Decoding coded information? Let's read again what he was scribbling on. 43 Southeast was 132. I want to see what she says he was writing on. She admits he was there recently scribbling. When was your son last here? He was just here for a few minutes yesterday, hunched over those newspapers like he always is, scribbling notes to himself. And the description is, a mangy cat is sleeping in the corner, stretched out on top of an enormous pile of old copies of the Times. It's not clear to me if she's saying that he was specifically writing on that old copies of the Times, or if he's just if she's saying like he's always writing on the Times. But okay, I am starting to get a vibe that maybe, and this was sort of what Aaron was after. Jonathan says, I think he's investigating something. Yes, I think you're probably right. I'm starting to get a vibe that the butler is bad and that he just suckered his way into Thacker's life because she's this God-fearing Salvation Army trying to help the indigent, and he preyed upon that. Here's what I'd like to do. While we're investigating those families that are mentioned in the birth and death records, I want to see if we can't find the cook's information. So that was at Somerset House 17. Okay, so Mary Ann Flanagan, born the 3rd of January, 1887, in Chester, orphan by birth. So I made in my notes, maybe check orphanages, because Flanagan is not there. Flanagan is not in our directory, I don't believe. Oh, there is a Flanagan. Kevin Flanagan. But she's an orphan, so... All right, but let's look up Kevin Flanagan, 58 South. Oh, South, that's not a... Sometimes in the directory, you'll see something referring to South, East neighborhoods. Those are not on the map. Okay. Aaron says, side note, the Kilmainham Treaty seems to have triggered the idea of Irish independence. In my spy theory, I think she thought he could maybe be used later as a fall guy, but underestimated him, and he grew suspicious of her. When I went back and read, like we talked to the doctor who's like knows him well. Everyone thinks they're like super in love. I know she's an actress. And then this is the other thing that sort of set off a little bell for me. So we've been working on this theory that she's this spy, French spy, sleeper cell, been planted for 3 years, right? Making secret rendezvous meetings. But then you read, like, she was nervous, she was getting the doctor, she was particularly nervous. The doctor said something has made her particularly nervous. And then when you read the cop's description of the woman, both times they're like, she got off the cab, she was looking around nervously, rushing in a hurry. That did not seem like a professional spy to me. And I sort of started to get the impression that she was not a spy, but she was being called to act and do these secretive things by the husband or by the... It's almost as if she's been asked to participate in this ruse by Mycroft and the doctor to set up some event to help draw out the real spies. I don't know, but let's try. I want to find this cook and her weird birth date thing if we can. So what did I? Oh, Flanagan was South, so that didn't work. I thought about maybe going to orphanages. Let's go to the Office of Records, this ally, to see if there's anything of import there on any of our people. So West Central 14, Office of Records. We're almost done with our allies. It's amazing to me that it's taken us so long. Let's see if that's West Central 14, Office of Records. Office of Records is 107. Keep the theories coming. Keep telling me where you'd like to go. Okay, 107, we can look at criminal records or land records. So we can go to 75. Or 52. Let's write that down. Office of Records, which is WC14, points us to, which is clue number 107, points us to criminal records, so we can find out what the butler was arrested for, hopefully. 75. And land records. Any reason we should care about land records? Can anyone think of any reason why we should care about land records? All right, let's go to criminal records. We're all surely agreed on that. Okay. We sit patiently while Disraeli O'Brien, that's our ally here at the Office of Records, examines his files. Unfortunately, I don't have much information to give you, he says with disappointment, returning to us the list we had given him. Nigel O'Brady has problems with the law when he was young. I didn't find anything on the others. Well, could you give us the details on O'Brady, says Wiggins. Certainly. Nigel O'Brady was born on May 7, 1850 in Liverpool. Currently employed by Mr. and Mrs. Thacker, 4 Grey Inn Road, London. Arrested on the 14th of November, 1869, charged with pickpocketing, and sentenced to 6 months' imprisonment at Newgate. Arrested 13th of July, 1873, charged with being an accomplice in a theft. Condemned to 1 year of prison at Millbank. Arrested 12th of January, 1875, charged with breaking and entering, acquitted. That's it. Thank you for your help regardless, says Wiggins. We'll see what leads we can draw from this information. Wiggins is speaking directly to us, saying, this is important. Don't just pass it up. Okay, criminal records. Let's write down the information we have. This is number 75. Okay, so O'Brady, born 1850. So he's 49 years old. Okay. So 1869. Arrested 1869 when he was 19. Pickpocket. At Newgate. That's where he was sent. Newgate prison or home for wayward youth. And then 1873, when he's 23 years old, theft, and went to Millbank prison. And then 1875, at 25 years old, acquitted. We're told that he changed his ways, but we don't know if we believe that. He hasn't been arrested for many years since then. So maybe he did go on the up and up. Jonathan says, I do think you make a strong counter argument. Here are my 2 questions then. Why does she point us to this Red Robin in particular? Why did she want the doctor to convince the husband to go to Paris? Okay, well, Jonathan is talking about the wife, if the wife is innocent. There is something making the wife nervous. I don't know what that is. But the doctor friend of Thacker says, I was going to try to convince them to take a trip to her homeland because she's probably homesick. So she's described as a nervous woman who frequently is prescribed sleeping pills. So it may just be that she's like a nervous type and she needed a trip home and it had nothing fishy about it. She was just homesick and feeling nervous. Now, the Red Robin part, I don't know that she was trying to convince her husband to go to Paris. It was the doctor who was saying I was going to convince them to take a trip to Paris. Back for her homeland, that it would do her good. We can reread the part about her being nervous. Now, the part about why does she point us to this Red Robin in particular, we're just asking her about the birds, and I'm not sure it's that unusual how that developed. Let's see. What was the porcelain collection consisted of? Birds, small subjects in porcelain, hand-painted. The hand-painted part gets mentioned several times. I don't know if that's significant. I also don't know if they're porcelain. Does that mean they might be hollow? If you broke them open, you'd find something could be hidden? I don't know. Okay, birds, small subjects, mainly French and English porcelain. Hand-painted resting on small stands. Okay, we say, how did you acquire the collection? Piece by piece, by chance, at auctions and sales. Recently, I purchased a gorgeous red robin at Bonham's Gallery. Why did you collect birds? She says, I can't quite tell you why. Maybe because they represent for me the idea of innocence and purity. The Bible talks about birds, for example. So I'm not so convinced that she's not just a Bible-going innocent woman who's now been drawn into acting out this performance for her husband's sake and is uncomfortable at it, and it's making her nervous, and she's walking around looking over her shoulder, and she's doing this for her husband's sake, and someone has told her that she can't come clean to the cops. Jonathan says, let's reread the part with the doctor. I thought she suggested that the doctor suggested the husband. Okay, let's do it. Dr. Agar is 2. Okay, we go to the doctor. He says, we're told you were the Thacker's family doctor. He says, I'm well acquainted with the Thackers, so he knows them both. He says, we say they left. And his wife doesn't know where he could have gone. He says, I just read the news. I don't know the facts. Mr. Henry Thacker is an old acquaintance, and I also know his sister, Miss Rylott, quite well. And his wife? And he says, Emily, what a charming young woman. She is the incarnation of grace and femininity itself. She possesses the charm so typical of the women of her country. She is French, as you already know. I can easily understand why Henry became so enamored of her. She is most attractive. Have you ever given her sleeping pills? He says, yes, indeed. Despite her love of life and her enthusiasm, Amelie is by nature somewhat anxious. Perhaps she misses her homeland. In any case, she occasionally suffers from insomnia. On several occasions, I have prescribed sleeping powders. Quite recently, this is important, she came for a consultation and I found her most nervous and anxious. I was sure something was bothering her. I thought perhaps a short voyage to the continent would do her some good. I planned to speak to Henry about it, but I had not yet had the opportunity. Then we asked if they had ever come about marital difficulties, and he's like, absolutely not. They form and still form, I am convinced, the perfect couple. If there had been any such problem, I am sure one or the other would have come to see me. So 3 years, he knows these two. He thinks they're a warm, happy couple. But something made her nervous recently. I was sure something was bothering her. So I wonder if she wasn't approached by someone, blackmailed by someone. He notes, he does say this. He says, someone says that, okay, let me just read this other part. He says, you asked me a delicate question. Let me say that Miss Forster seems to be a good person, very devoted to her mistress. Emily showed a similar attachment to her. So I think Emily and Annie, who are the same age, both these young women, like they have a real bond, and that's why they're lying for each other. That's why Annie is sitting in jail lying for her mistress, who is a good, God-fearing woman. I think someone has approached her, either a French spy or the butler's blackmailing her or something that has now pushed her into doing this secretive stuff. She made one delivery to her husband during the day, and then she made another delivery to this guy Attard, who's now flown the coop. So I feel like she's being pressured into this, possibly. Now someone else, as a related note, I forget exactly who, but someone tells us at some point that there are some suggestions that the wife might have a history, a sordid history. We talked to someone and we asked them, is she coquettish or something? Does she flirt and sleep with other men? And they say absolutely not. She's completely faithful to her husband. Jonathan Wormer, are we assuming now the break-in was real? No. No, I do not think the break-in was real. I think it was fake. I just don't know if it was all part of a plan set up by Mycroft and Thacker, or if she has concocted it on her own for some reason. But I don't think this theft is real. To finish this one thought, we talked to someone about her who says there's some hint that she may have had a sordid past. But the person who tells us says that, but the people who have suggested that are just jealous people like the sister. So, she could be being blackmailed by the cook, maybe the fake cook. I don't know. Okay. Let's see if we can track down O'Grady's prison, Millbank, and Newgate just for the hell of it. I mean, while we're looking for O'Grady's history, let's see. Prisons, Millbank, and Newgate. Okay, so Millbank is 23 Southwest. And Newgate is 36 EC. Let's see if any of those are on our clue list. 36 EC, we've already been to. That was the, okay. All right. 36 EC was the barrister. And when we went there at 36 EC at Old Bailey, we were given a choice. We were told we can talk to the lawyer or go to the police station there. And we didn't go to the police because I didn't think we knew why we would. But now I'm thinking maybe it's the police records of O'Grady. So let's see. If we go to 58, Police Station 117. Yes, I believe we've not been there yet. So, is that the Newgate one? No, that's the... Yeah, that's Newgate. Brings us to 58 and then 117. Okay, let's see what the police have to tell us about O'Brady. Oh, it's not about O'Brady, it's about the body found. This must be, you know what this is? This is going to be the police station closest to Tower of London, I guess. 36 EC. Here. Okay. The body was found Monday morning. Lying at the foot of the bloody tower, the victim had apparently been killed by an arrow from a crossbow which passed through his heart. Scotland Yard was immediately notified. The body was transported to Bart's Hospital to be examined. The young policeman who came to give us the details and the circumstances of the macabre discovery still seems emotional over the incident. Do you think Inspector Lestrade himself will come to this briefing? He asks in a voice full of admiration. This is my first murder case. You can always hope, answers Wiggins. His behavior is somewhat quite unpredictable. Okay. So no use to us there, but I will circle this to show that we've been to those places. Let's try Millbank Prison, 23 Southwest. 23 Southwest is not on our clue list. Isn't it interesting that we're told by that guy, we're going to make good use of this information you've given us, but we don't know how to. Just checking that I got the address, 23 Southwest, right? 23 Southwest. And clue 23 Southwest is not there. Okay. Well, we've got no further way to track down O'Brady. We've gone to criminal records. We haven't gone to land records. Shall we go to the land records while we're there? Yeah, let's do it. I'm not sure why, but let's, for completionists, so we don't forget, since we're in the building. It says, Mr. Henry Thacker has not bought or sold any property or buildings in London. The house he now occupies at number 4 Gray's Inn Road was left to him by his father, who died in 1883. Let's just note that his father, Thacker's father, died in 1883 in case it comes up. Well, we can always go to Holmes to get some general hints, but I think we should, well, we've been playing for an hour and a half. Let's take a break. It's 2 a.m. We'll take a 5-minute break. Think about where you guys want to go next, what leads you want to follow. And I'll see you in 5 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We're on our third day, third real-time day, third session, playing Adventures by Gaslight. We're still on the first day of the case, the first of two, in London. And I think we need to start by saying it's time for all of us, me behind the camera, me in front of the camera, you behind the camera. It's time for us to all acknowledge that we are not going to be out of London today. This is not going to be our last day in London. We're going to be here again tomorrow on Thursday. Wait, is today Tuesday or Wednesday? Wednesday or Thursday? Today's Wednesday, I believe. Maybe I wonder if I said Tuesday at the start of the thing. Anyway, we're going to be here on Thursday, December 23rd in London. Because even if we play for another 4 hours, I don't see how we finish London. All right, let's look at what we've got here. Jonathan said, "You've actually won me over pretty well that she is more or less innocent and blackmail victim. But just for argument, when we wondered why she would marry him if he was a spy years ago, maybe it was to gain access to the dad's old house. Maybe some important documents." Yeah, I don't know about documents, but it is plausible that she was planted as a sleeper spy because the father was a spy. I mean, if you're involved in this kind of deep, serious sleeper cell spycraft, it's not a terrible idea to marry people off to the families involved in spy work, assuming they're going to keep doing it. So it's not crazy. It's certainly not crazy. And I'll tell you, though, something else did occur to me that makes things a little weird. When we were discussing whether she did the wig swap and have Anne sit in front of the window pretending to be reading, I was saying, well, it's not an alibi, but it's because she doesn't want to be seen. So she's sneaking out of the house pretending she's Annie so that she's not followed by, like, my scenario was husband calls up and says, I need you to sneak out of the house, bring me this thing. Don't let anyone see you, so dress up, pretend you're someone else. But part of the dilemma there is that she was followed. The butler did follow her. Now, whether the butler knew he was following Miss Thacker or thought he was following Annie, that sort of cuts against this. Like, what are there two? There's someone else staking out the house that she did successfully deceive, but not the butler. So that's throwing me off a little bit. Like, the fact that she was followed, does that mean it was all for nothing that she dressed up as the other woman? Or did she fool someone else? And it's just coincidence that the butler was following Annie. And why would the butler be following Annie? I was also thinking before about if she is being blackmailed or whatever, who is doing it? But if we think if the butler is bad, it's the butler. Yeah, so I don't know. It's also a little weird she didn't just send Annie. But maybe Annie's not allowed to see the workshop. Yeah, it is a little weird that she didn't send Annie since she trusts Annie. Yeah. I'd still like to know on what basis they were arrested in Dresde or whatever. Okay, I think we should continue on this, go to the London Times. It feels like the Times has been mentioned a bunch of times, unintended, and it's worth going to. I will say this before we continue, now that we're back from break, because it's now clear we are not going to finish with London tonight. There's just no way. We have stuff to talk about and lots more places to go. And we're going to hit a point that we'll hit in Gumshoe where there are going to be some clue points that we don't understand the significance of. We're going to have to spend a little time figuring that out. But my point is this. You guys in the chat should let me know if you want to end earlier than 6 a.m. or so in 4 hours, or if we should stay for the full session. We're not going to finish it tonight, so we can stop when we want. Obviously, we'll play our normal at least 6 hours, but we could go to 6 a.m. for another 4 hours, or if it was too long yesterday, then you can tell me and we can stop an hour early or whatever. Okay, let's go to the London Times. Don't forget, we can always go to Sherlock Holmes, which is like asking for a hint. Let's start with the London Times, though. Let's see if he's got any information on this case for us. EC30. Can you imagine trying to do this case without this list to keep track of stuff? It would be just that much harder. All right, so 30 EC, let's put our mark on it. There's the Times. Building is labeled. .30 EC is a clue 84. All right, let's see what we got. All right. We can go to the advertising office where we might find information about some of the ads put in the newspapers, or Henry Ellis, the person who's the gossip. Let's see. Let's see how Henry Ellis is described. Henry Ellis is a journalist at London Times, source of information on current events and especially on foreign affairs. Okay, well, we obviously want to go to both of those places. So let us just keep proper notes of this. 30 EC times, and we've got advertising, just 143, and then Henry Ellis, which is 31, and the times is number 84, so we can find it again. All right, let's start with Henry Ellis, who we came to see. We finally find Henry Ellis behind a desk covered with old newspapers. This is the first time you've been to the Times archive, says... Oh, it's hard to read at the right voice if you don't read ahead. This is the first time we've been to the Times archive, says Wiggins. Are they open to the public? Normally, no. You know, the old newspapers are more fragile than you imagine, but if they were damaged, it would be an irreparable loss. But I suppose you have other questions besides that one to ask me. Actually, yes. Do you know Mr. Henry Thacker? If I understand you correctly, I wager you are interested in the disappearance of some porcelain birds. I would have thought that Holmes would have you investigating the death of the man at the Bloody Tower. From a certain point of view, this murder has an aspect of far-fetchedness, of the kind which usually attracts Holmes. But to answer your question, I will say that I do not know Mr. Thacker personally. I do remember his father, as many people undoubtedly do. His services were most valuable to the Crown. His son, from what I hear, is an engineer without rival. I believe he married a young Frenchwoman a few years ago, an actress if I'm not mistaken. I can try to find the exact date of the wedding in the archives if you want, offers Henry Ellis amiably. I don't think that'll be necessary, says Wiggins. If you should discover the name of the Tower murder victim, please let me know. That's a promise. Okay, I think I know the name, and I think maybe we go check that next. Erin says, I'm a bit lost, can't decide what to follow. It's 8 a.m. for me, and my day will start in about an hour, so can't stay here that long, but don't mind me, okay? Advertising, 143. The office is a busy place, one which we have visited before upon errands for Holmes. We approach a long, tall counter, where we are soon waited upon by a youthful clerk. You have an advertisement to place, sir, he asks Wiggins politely. Actually, no, answers Wiggins. I was hoping someone might remember the person who placed this item, he says, pointing to the cryptic message in today's agony column. I'm sorry, sir, but it is our policy not to give out such information. Wiggins is prepared for this answer, but persists. We appreciate and understand, but we are working with Mr. Sherlock Holmes in Scotland Yard on an investigation, and this is very important. The young man is visibly impressed and unsure of the best course of action. Well, I happen to have taken that order myself, and I suppose I can tell you what I know, although I doubt that it will help you much. What can you tell me about the person? He was a common sort, 40-ish, graying hair, a bit surprised that it was the Times he was using. I'd have thought he'd choose the Standard or the Gazette, if you know what I mean. Do you know his name? No, sir, he paid his money and that was that. Thank you very much for your help. I do hope that it has been of use, but I would be obliged if you not tell anyone that I told you. Of course, we understand. 40 years old, graying hair, in the agony column. Today's agony column. Why did we not notice a cryptic message in the agony column? And what's the agony column? I wonder if they're talking about the personal column and this weird piano. Yeah, that must be it. Can someone search for agony column? Search if the agonies is the personals or is the agony the letter to the editors? Because there's no cryptic stuff in the letter to the editor. I think it must mean the personals. CBFCH. Yeah, it's got to be this. And then, in fact, that's the weird one that we find the other old newspaper about. Any lady having a piano, a disused piano, might make a gift of it. ALH Library, 21 Clapman Road. We probably want to follow that. A column in a newspaper or magazine offering advice on personal problems. Personal. It is the personal section. Yeah, okay. Well, I suppose it could be this one too. To all concerned, and he cast down the pieces of silver and went and hanged himself. Matthew 27:5. I will take vengeance on my adversaries and requite those who hate me. Here's another French tour place. That might be a place to find where that Attard guy went. It was a little weird that the game assumed we would know which one it's talking about, but this is the cryptic code one. 413-253-244-310-263-261 328-375-142-138-225 with an asterisk at that one. Nothing jumps out at me. I don't think it's something. Jonathan says, I don't think it's the code, but if Bible could be chapter verse. Or does that equation have three variables? The equation does have three variables, x, y, and n. It's an interesting point that these are all three numbers. We could plug them in and get a number out of that. It's an interesting point. Like if we plug the asterisk one in, 263, and we said that that was x, y, and n, we could get a number. Need a calculator to do it, though. Well, we wouldn't need a calculator, but we've got this weird 2.3. Until we've got a number that we need use of, I don't think it's worth going through all the trouble of it. But that's an interesting observation, Jonathan, that these codes here are all 3 digits, and we do have 3 variables in our formula. Very interesting. We've got one that's asterisk. Early discussion of genuine sale, old piano to widowing company. Weird. Shall we see if we can't find this lady having disused piano. ALH Library, 21 Clapham Road. Is that saying that we should find a library? Libraries. There's no 21 library. We could try to find Clapham Road. I suggest we wait on this. This is like a side mission. It doesn't seem central to us at this point, to me at least. So I think maybe we wait. So we've done London Times. Let's go to the library and let's just finish up this thing. Agony, Michael says, Agony column, a newspaper column of personal advertisements related especially to missing relatives or friends. Interesting. Okay. So it's definitely one of those two, probably that weird cryptic one. All right, let's try the London Library. Mr. Lomax. Let's see how he's described. Lomax is described as librarian at the London Library to be consulted for all encyclopedic research. So maybe we can hear about the airplanes, the birds, the France, the father. Okay, 5 Southwest. 5 Southwest. Let's make our mark. There's the library right there. Okay. 5 Southwest brings us to 18. Okay, it's a long item, and there's some information about porcelain here. Maybe we're going to get a clue. As we enter the London Library, or just thematic stuff, Jonathan says, what about following up that Thackeray book that Annie owned? Yeah, let's try that. As we enter the London Library, we find Lomax deeply absorbed in a letter which seems to fascinate him, and we dare not interrupt his reading. As he finishes, he looks up and notices us. Pardon me, he says, I didn't see you come in. I have just received a letter from one of my French correspondents, Mr. Verne, member of the Town Council of Amiens. I didn't know you were so interested in French politics, Lomax, says Wiggins. He's not only a municipal councilman, answers Lomax, he is also a well-known author in his country, and I think he will soon become famous worldwide. He's talking about Jules Verne with the Leagues Under the Sea book. 21,000 Leagues Under the Sea, what's it called? Someone can post us the official name of the Jules Verne book, or was it a different book he wrote? And what genre of literature does he write? Asks Wiggins, almost looking to further his education. Novels, mostly, answers Lomax. He is writing to tell me about his latest work, A Family Without a Name, which was published yesterday. He is going to spend a few days in Paris with his editor, even though he is not as enthusiastic about the capital as he used to be. I have never heard of him, says Simpson. Has he written many books? Yes, numerous novels which he has grouped together in a series he calls Extraordinary Voyages. But he is also a well-known playwright. His last play, written 2 years ago in collaboration with William Busnock and George Morans, was quite a success. Was one of the plays that they went to by George Morans? I'm just going to write down George Morans play, maybe not. We can't help but admire our friend Lomax's cultural background. But I doubt that you have come here simply to discuss the literature on the continent, says Lomax with a big smile. I'm willing to bet you're on a new case. You are right, says Wiggins, giving Lomax a brief summary of our investigation. If I understand correctly, says Lomax, you are seeking information on porcelain birds, as well as information on the scientific research Henry Thacker is conducting. Yes, that is quite right, agrees Wiggins. Concerning Thacker's research, I do not have much to offer you. You'd be better off, I think, going to the University of London to find the information you need, which we did and found. 20,000 Leagues Under the Seas is the Jules Verne book. And concerning the porcelain, asks Wiggins, I think I have what you want. Lomax retrieves a large volume bound in green leather from the uppermost shelf of the numerous bookshelves lining the room, and then comes back quickly towards us. We have numerous books on the subject, but this material should answer a lot of your questions. Okay, whole thing on porcelain. I'll read this quickly. You can read along with me. Porcelain is a ceramic ware having a translucent body, and when glazed, a translucent glaze also. It is of two basic types, hard paste and soft paste. Hard paste, or natural porcelain, is essentially a high-fired mixture of the fusible and non-fusible silicates of alumina, called by the Chinese pétance and kaolin, and in English China stone and China clay. Soft paste porcelain was originally an attempted imitation of the hard porcelain brought from China and Japan. Sand, niter, soda, gypsum, salt, and other ingredients enter into it, and in order to make it plastic, glue or some other similar material is added. The artificial porcelains made from the 1670s by Edme Poirot and his son Louis near Rouen, and those manufactured at St. Cloud, were fired at low temperature and made translucent with the aid of a previously fired glassy mixture or frit. They remain the characteristic porcelains of France through most of the 18th century. Somewhat similar compositions were widely used in England, Italy, and Spain during the same period. The beauty of material characteristic of the French soft pastes was achieved in the highest degree in the production of the Royal Factory at Vincennes, which was removed to Sèvres between Paris and Versailles in 1756. Many artists contributed to the development of this period, including Jean-Jacques Bachelet, the enameler Coutu, the sculptors Falconet and Jarroux in the earlier period, and Pajou and Bozeau in the latter, and the painter Boucher. The English soft paste porcelains date back to the middle of the 18th century. No certain English porcelain is known of earlier date than the so-called goat and bee jugs from Chelsea, dated 1745, although the Bow Factory may have been in existence for a year or two earlier. The Chelsea china made under the management of Nicholas Spearmont from 1750 to 58 is the finest ever made in England. Like those of Chelsea, the productions of the Bow Factory were largely inspired by Mason, but they do not match the Chelsea delicacy of modeling, although they do boast a beautiful ivory-toned material. The period of the Napoleonic Wars marks a definite break with the older traditions of craftsmanship. European civilization emerged impoverished and found the Industrial Revolution complete. In the more pretentious wares, the Empire style was a pompous and frigid continuation of the neoclassical. Many of the old factories, including Maison and Vienna, have been content to reproduce their former inventions. In England, the porcelain made by the Spodes and their successors Copeland's or Stoke-on-Trent by Mintons of the same place, and at Coalport and Swinton was often very credible technically, but artistically of little account. Thank you, says Wiggins, returning the book to Lomax. I don't quite know if our investigation has progressed any, but at least we are now well versed on the composition and history of porcelain. Okay, I'm just going to write down porcelain details at number 18 in case we have to go back there, but just some flavor, some background history of porcelain. I'm going to write down that at Southwest London we learned about porcelain. 5 Southwest. Did we already mark where that was? I haven't been to too many places in Southwest. Yes, we did. This game is just insanity, what it is willing to provide. Did they license that history, or did someone write that up from scratch? Did someone learn about the history of porcelain and write that up? Or did they lift it from an encyclopedia and just think, it's 86. Who's going to catch us? Who's going to care? All right. Jonathan says, what about following up the Thackeray book that Annie owned? Okay, let's do that. So when we toured the house of the crime, we noticed a book by Thackeray. It was Vanity Fair was the name of the book. And then when we were reading this newspaper, we came across someone looking for books by Thackeray. Let's see. Here we go. If this should meet the eye of anyone possessing for sale or otherwise original manuscripts of literary interest, such as letters, Samuel Johnson, Oliver Goldsmith, Burns, Garrick, Byron, George Eliot, Thackeray, etc., send the details may be sent to Mr. Davy, the archivist, Office 37, Great Russell Street, opposite the British Museum, WC. So, where is our British Museum in WC? It should be... I'm going to need my glasses for this. There's the British Museum, 38. And it's opposite that. Office 37. So right there. Okay, so 37WC is what we want. Let's see if it's in our clue list. 37WC is not on our list. It's not relevant for us. Just a little red herring. Okay? So we can put an X through this. I'll tell you who I'd like to look up. I'd like to, maybe we can wrap up today that murdered guy, if I'm right about it being Peter Rucastle. So let us try to find Peter Rucastle. Either at his home, where we're going to find he never came home. Okay, there's no entry for Rucastle. Can someone check in the old directory? RUCASTLE to make sure it's not just missing from the new directory. Now, if we, this is nice. Now we've got to do some real detective work, assuming it's not in the old directory. Jonathan says, here's something I want to note, but I don't think proves much. Miss Thacker was said, I thought, to only go to serious plays. The play she sent Annie to was a comedy. That's interesting. Do you remember what other plays where she said about the serious plays? That could be why she sent her, because she's not doesn't care for serious plays. But we should check some of those other plays soon. But help me find this old vet. So we know he was a vet. If we can't find his house, assuming Rucastle isn't in the directory, the old directory, let's think about where we would find him. He was kicked out of the place up here. If my theory is true, he had to make his way down here. We don't know the time. And we know the cab logs stop at 8 p.m. But it's possible he got in a cab here. So let's check that. And then maybe we just check some pubs on the way. And then we might be able to find him in some old veteran military office records. Let's see if we see any cabs picking him up. So Porky's specific address is EC52, which we've got. Let's see what we've got up here. Hall Street, Goswell Road, St. John, Hall Street, City Road, Goswell Road. All right, it would have been in the evening. We're looking for like a 53, 54. Don't see anything that would look like where he would get on. 55 Walnut Tree Walk, that's not nearby there, is there? St. John's Street, Wharton, don't see it. Alright, so that's that theory. What about someone arriving at London Tower? Probably not, because that's not the right hour, but let's see. George Street, Tower Street, Lower Thames. The arrival. Tower Street, Lower Thames. No. Okay, so we don't have him in a cab. What about the pubs in the EC area, since they're both in this EC neighborhood? Let's look for pubs and inns and stuff in EC. All right, I'm gonna put this so we can look. And maybe boarding houses, would he have lived? As a last resort, we might try boarding houses. Inns, okay. 18 EC, Bishop's Finger. 88 EC, Black Crown. 87 EC, Britannia. That seems like something he would want to care about. No. Raven and Rat, that's the one we were just at. Ye Old Cheshire Cheese, 34 EC. EC we've already been to. That was the mystery person. I have listed here mystery meter. What was that? Let's reread that. I don't remember what that was. I've got mystery meter. What does that mean? Oh, that was Mr. Attard. That's where they met Mr. Attard. Well, Royal Mint, Customs House, Bank, Stock Exchange, Liverpool Street Station. Okay, well that was inns. 33 EC. What about public houses? There's lots of those. But what about in EC? 97 EC, Wine House. Jamaican Wine House, 97 EC is here. And that is on our list. but Prince Louise, 90 EC. Well, this is a little weird because it is on our list here. Jamaican Winehouse, 97 EC. Winehouse. And it is on the way, but I don't know if it feels a little unfair to go to that. Like, we have no reason to go to that other than checking out the public houses. Let's see if there's a military. I'm not opposed to going there. Is there another military or veteran? Let me look at some of these other boarding houses. 7 EC, is that a place? Yes. 7 EC is also a place. Where's 7 EC? I guess I should mark these because these are kind of interesting. So 97 here was a pub. And then there's a boarding house in this neighborhood at 7 EC, Mrs. Hagwood's. Where is that boarding house located? Here. So imagine he lives here. He goes to drink. He gets kicked out, comes home, goes to drink here, and then goes and kills himself here. Would he have gone here? Spitalfields Market. It actually is on our list. I don't know. It feels a little cheating to mark it. I mean, it's weird. I mean, I'm seeing it here, so I see that it's relevant. I don't know how we would make that leap other than it's just nearby. But I'm going to pretend I didn't see the 8. Any other way? Anyone have any idea? Jonathan says, I checked our notes. I have our society contact saying she went to Serious Place. Okay, good. The society ally, whatever his name is. I forget his name. Does anyone have any other idea where we would find this old vet? Government office, maybe. Government, colonial, foreign office, home office, India office, office of records, which we've already been to. Let me see if there's any other offices here that are in our list here. Government office, no. No. Colonial office, foreign office, no. Home office, no. They're all in the same neighborhood. House of Parliament, printing office, war office, no. He might be a military doctor that he would go to. Can you can someone look in the old directory that's organized alphabetically and look up veteran? See if there's a veteran club or something. Veteran services, veteran records, veteran hospital. He's all scarred up, so he might be in the hospital. What's the EC hospital? St. Bartholomew's, 38 EC. I feel like we've been there already. Have we not? Yes, we did. That's where the medical examiner is. Inns of the court. I don't know what an inn of the court is. There's more newspapers, but the Times is the one that was mentioned that we already went to. Prison, public houses. Public houses, is that where we found our 71 EC? No. 27 EC. I'm looking for more bars in our neighborhood. Scotland Yard, Criminal Laboratory, Settlement House, Shoemaker Solicitor, Somerset. Oh, it's 17 WC. Stables, Towers, Synagogues, Steamship, which I think we might want to go to. All right, I don't see any other veteran stuff. Jonathan says 9SE, military prison. 9SE. 9SE is not on our cruise ship, so I guess that's a good guess though, because he was talking about treason, like he might have been in military prison. Military prison 9SE, but it's not on our list. All right, let's go to these two places, the bar and the boarding house, to see if we can't find Peter Rucastle, where he might have lived if he's traveling back and forth here. So 7EC. 7EC. Gonna circle. This is the boarding house. It's clue 35. He's a very nice young man, says Mrs. Hagwood, Mike Collier's landlady. Oh, Mike Collier lives here. He has good manners and always helps me if he can. He's very serious, never brings anyone home or goes out except to go to work or to take his fiancée on a walk, or when he's busy with his activities at the Salvation Army. He's generous, you know. And are you acquainted with his fiancée? This is Annie. Yes, she's a charming young lady, always smiling and so well-mannered. I think they are going... We thank Mrs. Hagwood for the 3 cups of tea she has given us, assuring her that her gingerbread cookies were absolutely delicious. And we take our leave before she can launch into the future agenda of Mike Collier and his fiancée. Okay, so we stumbled on a boarding house where Mike Collier lives, not our soldier. So we don't know where our soldier is. That was 7, right? I still want to check this pub nearby. But I think, while we're on Mike Collier, let's do the right thing. Let's go to Mike Collier's florist, which was one of our first clues ever. Jonathan is thinking just like me. Let's go to the flower shop. We never went there. Yeah, let's do that. 9WC, which we've had marked here blue for this whole game. Let's finally go to the flower shop. How crazy would it be if like that was like, if he's there and he tells us how they got arrested and all the details. 67 florist. Okay, let's read it together. We push the door open and are immediately transported into an enchanting garden, surrounded by green plants and multicolored flowers with delicate and magical fragrances. A small, frail lady with rose-colored cheeks and gray eyes, elegantly attired in a pale yellow dress, approaches us with a friendly smile. Can I help you to compose a bouquet or to choose a pretty plant? She asks Wiggins, who is contemplating the jasmine plant, the camellias, and other flowers. We know he just got married. Well, he stutters nervous every time a pretty young woman approaches him. Actually, we didn't quite come for that. He's visibly trying to regain his composure. In what way can I help you, gentlemen? Continues softly the young woman. We understood a certain Mike Collier works here, and we would like to see the owner of this shop. Well, I am Shirley Thomas, and I am the proprietor of this shop, which I run with my husband. Mike Collier is indeed one of our employees. Do you wish to see him? Is he here? Asked Wiggins, surprised. But of course. He told me when he arrived this morning that he had problems of a personal nature, but did not tell me anything more. I hope nothing serious has happened to him. No, we don't believe so, but would it be possible to keep our visit confidential? Of course, if you wish to, but I still don't quite understand why you are here. To be perfectly blunt, explains Wiggins, we would like to know your opinion of Mike Collier. Gentlemen, Mike is a well-behaved and serious young man. He is very loyal to us, and we consider him to be a model employee. He is, among other things, in charge of the purchases made at Covent Garden, and my husband has every confidence in him. In addition, he has a noble and courageous heart and devotes all his spare time to work at the Salvation Army shelter. Do you know if he has any family in London? No, if by that you mean parents, but he is engaged to be married to a charming young lady. Can you tell us where he lives? Yes, he rents a little room at Miss Hoggood's. One last question, if you permit, says Wiggins. Would you be able to tell us precisely what he did yesterday? He came to the store at 8:30, as he always does on Monday, because Covent Gardens is closed on that day. He worked in the greenhouse and in the back of the store, eating his midday meal on the premises, as he is in the habit of doing, and then he left the shop shortly after 5 o'clock, also as usual. We thank Mrs. Thomas for her hospitable cooperation, and we leave the flower shop. So, this is the flower shop at 9WC, and Mike Collier, I mean, we really don't think it's him. It's crazy to think that the person who came to us, but he works at he does purchasing at Covent Gardens. So we could follow up on that and check out Covent Gardens and see what he's doing there. He does purchases. But then she also gives us his timeline for Monday. And see, he left the shop and he leaves work at 5 p.m. But that's plenty of an alibi because we know he picks up Annie at 7 o'clock, right? So, I mean, it's like his only free time is between 5 and 7. It seems kind of pointless. And he wasn't arrested, so the cops haven't found anything fishy on him. All right, so now we did that. So now we're going to pop back over to this pub and hope to get a clue onto our vet. So 97 Southeast, 97 EC, sorry, is the wine house. I'm trying to remember if we're told that he got drunk on wine or beer at Shinwell's. I suppose if it's related, we'll find out. Okay, 97 EC, which is clue 8. The landlady tells us that no Peter Rucastle lives at this address. The description of him we give her does not ring any bells either. Now that is interesting. This is the person we're looking for, and let me just remind you that he's seen here, right? Here's London Tower. So when we get all the way here at this wine place, she knows who we're looking. We know who we're looking for. The game knows we're looking for Peter. That tells me we're on the right track. That tells me the game knows we're searching for this guy around here. But now, where are we going to find him? What other buildings are in EC, if this is indeed where he lives? We've got 2 hotels, 3 hotels, a charter house, whatever that is, Guildhall, Cathedral. St. Paul's Cathedral seems to have come up before. Bank, Stock Exchange, Lloyd's, Custom House, no. Bunch of stations. Spitalfields Market, Royal Mint, London Bridge Station, and another hotel. I'd be more inclined to think that he lives somewhere between the two, just because it's a walk. So it would make sense if he kind of lives, midway between them. Should we go back and read the description of him and see if we get any more clues as to where he might live? 52 EC is 86. It seems like we should find him by his vet status. Let's go back and read the description of the butler in jail. I think I might match description of the man who took the ad in our paper. That's a great question. Okay, let's do that. Let me just read this and then we'll do that. Okay. He's also telling us to find Perry Lexington. Okay. Throw him out like I did the general. You throw out a general, not a real one. He's an old veteran. Goes by the name of Peter Rucastle. He was here the other night. He drank a dozen pints, so he likes drinking beer. He defended England in the 4 corners of the earth. He became aggressive. I tossed him out. Do you know where he lives? No idea. You know these old soldiers don't really cause much trouble except to talk endlessly of their years of army life. So maybe a military pub, restaurant, whatever. Okay. Jonathan says, can we look at the description of the butler in jail? Yes, let's do that. Relook at the description. All right, the barrister was 73. All right. Nigel O'Brady is a man of about 40 with slightly graying hair. Yeah, okay. Jonathan made an interesting connection. He's scribbling in the newspaper at his mother's house. He's 40 with slightly graying hair. And the personal ad in the newspaper describes a 40-year-old man with salt and pepper hair. Graying hair. Okay, nice work. All right. This is a big break in the case. Good work, Jonathan. Shall I finish reading what it says and then we'll talk about it? I have nothing to say to you, he declares to us. He doesn't even bother to sit down, remains standing by the table. You've had some trouble with the law, I believe. Yes, that's why I have nothing to say to you. Do you know what you're being accused of? No. At what time did you leave your station yesterday? When Mrs. Thacker gave me the afternoon off. Does she often give you the afternoon off? Madame is free to do what she wishes. And what did you do with your free afternoon? I went for a walk. Where? Towards Hyde Park. And then I went by the Bar of Gold. At what time did you return home? O'Brady does not answer. Wiggins repeats his question, and the servant seems to have made up his mind not to say another word. So they probably arrested him as soon as they checked his past. So we may not have information on what he did. But okay, so Jonathan has connected the 3 dots. O'Brady, who's been following people, is seen at his mother's house on the day of the incident, scribbling on his newspapers. The newspaper advertisement desk describes a 40-year-old man with salt and pepper hair, graying hair, who came and filed the personal ad with cryptic information. CBFCH. Let's start a new notepad for this mysterious cryptic thing. CBFCH. Early discussion of the genuine sale, old piano to widow and company. Okay, can I point something out? Was it the Sipton woman, Cecilia Sipton, who works at the Salvation Army, who was a well-known widow to the tea company? I wonder if that's about the sale of old piano is code for this person. Let's look at the other newspaper point about the piano. Any lady having a disused piano might, by the gift of it, greatly benefit a hardworking family with 5 children who possess some talent, the mother not having the means to buy one. This doesn't seem like it might not be unrelated. It just might be throwing us off. Lots of pianos back in the Victorian days. But we might look in personals. Lost brooch. The fact that he was scribbling all regularly in newspapers makes us think that he might have left something in this newspaper as well. CBFCH, does that mean anything to anyone? And then the asterisk number is 2.6.3. We could put in those numbers into this formula. It's not that much work, but it's still should be x is 2, y is 6, n would be 3, presumably. That's 8 to the third equals. I don't know how that helps us, except if we could confirm it, I guess. But 8 to the third is a large number. 8 times 8 is 64. 64 times 8, 2, 3, 48, 51, 512. I believe that's what I get. So if x is 2, y is 6, and n is 3, we get the number 512. That doesn't really help us. But that butler is really looking bad. Why would the butler be placing a personal ad? Why would the butler be trying to communicate secretly? That's the question. But maybe we follow up with that widow and we'll get more information. But I want to find Peter Rucastle. I really want to kind of solve that little thing. What's at 39 EC that we've marked but not gone to? 39 EC is the tea company. Would you like to go to the tea company while we're here? Jonathan says, do we want to triple check by rereading the part about the ad taken out? I think it's the butler, but we have talked to a lot of men and give us a lot of descriptions. Sure, we can look at the tea. Boy, I mean, he does say 40 years old. Does it give us a height? I guess we can see the height. So the times is at 84. Advertising 143. Who put the cryptic message in today's agony column? Okay, we tell him we're working for Holmes and he coughs up the information. He was a common man, 40-ish, graying hair. That's all. But common-ish, that's another key that it's our butler. Okay, because I'm interested in EC, I think we're going to go to this tea house. And because we've got this ad that's talking about tea company and we're trying to find Sipton, I think we go to this tea house. 39 EC. Meanwhile, keep coming up with places you'd like to go. 39 EC is 62. Does everyone remember what we're tracking down here? We're tracking down Cecilia Sipton, who works at the Salvation Army closely with Miss Thacker and Annie Forster. And she was a widow of the Sipton, I guess. At the headquarters of the Sipton Tea Company, we are greeted by an employee who asks us who we are and what we want. We would like to meet Mr. Stillwater. Could you tell him that Henry Wiggins and his friends are here to see him? Donald Stillwater is the person that Cecilia is getting ready to marry. Please wait here, gentlemen. I'll see if he can receive you now. A few minutes later, the clerk returns and leads us to a door marked Director. Behind a large desk, his thick gold-rimmed glasses perched on the top of his large pointed nose, sits Donald Stillwater. Hello, my friends. Welcome. Come and sit down. He gestures towards the comfortable fawn-colored armchairs. I don't have much time to spare, but I suppose that you must need my help to have come all together like this. Is it the theft committed last night at Henry Thacker's that brings you here? Well, how did you know? Says Wiggins, surprised. I simply read the Times this morning like everyone else, says Donald Stillwater with a smile. Can you talk to us about Mr. Thacker? Says Wiggins. Henry is a brilliant man, very intelligent, and, if I may add, quite congenial. He's an engineer, as you well know, and he has a passion for new technology. I always appreciate his conversation, as well as his company, even if I do not always approve of his activities. You might know already, but he is very interested in horse racing. I personally think he would better employ his time and energy by joining the Salvation Army. I have often told him this. Oh, it's him still talking. Without succeeding in convincing him, unfortunately. Of course, Emily is a friend of Sissy's. That's Cecilia. That's the person we care about. A charming young woman. She helps Major Barbara in the battle for the glory of God against the forces of evil, against the works of Satan. Cecilia wants to invite Emily and Henry to our impending wedding. Do you know that Henry Thacker left his home rather suddenly yesterday and has not reappeared since? No, I didn't. Can you think of an explanation for this sudden departure? Sorry, no, none. The two servants, Annie Forster and Nigel O'Brady, were arrested this morning by Scotland Yard. Do you believe they could be involved in this theft? I don't know Miss Forster very well, but she actively participates at the side of her mistress in our battle against evil. I do not believe she is guilty. What you have just now revealed is quite disturbing, having been in this situation myself only a few months ago. Having been in that situation myself, I don't know Miss Forster. I don't believe she's guilty. Having been in that situation myself only a few months ago. What's that all about? Where are we? 39 EC Sipton T. This is Donald Stillwater. Is he in the newspaper? How long ago does he say? Having been in this situation only a few months ago. Maybe that's in our other paper. I wonder if Donald Stillwater is mentioned in that paper. Okay, and O'Brady? A sheep that strayed from the flock at one time, but I believe the good Major Barbara had helped him find the path to salvation. It is true that Satan does not easily abandon his prey, alas. I would, however, not want to say anything against him. Please understand me. Do you know Mary Flanagan, the Thacker's cook? No. Can you think of anything else you could tell us, Mr. Stillwater? No, nothing else, alas, but I notice with some pleasure that you leave no stone unturned in an effort to exhaust all possible clues, and I am sure that justice will triumph in the end, in this world or the next. It would be better for it to be this world. We thank you for answering our questions and for having received us on such short notice. In view of all your work, says Wiggins, I'm afraid, alas, that I have not been of much help, says Donald Stillwater as he escorts us to the door. Okay. He seems to suggest he was accused of something. I wonder if Cecilia is getting people in trouble. It's 39 WC or 39 EC. All right. Thoughts? This is weird. It makes note of his gold-rimmed glasses. The game also mentioned a man Kindle at the chess club wore gold-rimmed glasses. Yes, it's true. You might be diving into coincidences that drive men mad, though. Well, we can track down Cecilia. We had another place that was Cecilia's place. If we're interested in that, I really want to find Rewcastle, but maybe we'll stumble upon him as we go. And the Salvation Army people take care of indigents, so let's follow the Cecilia track and see if maybe she happens to know him. Okay, where was our other Cecilia track? Oh, there's Alfred Sipton. That was her ex-husband. Let's try going there. 100 Southwest. 100 Southwest, which is right here. We'll put that marker there. 92. So I believe we're going to the dead husband of Cecilia before he died. Whoa, that's a long clue. Bruce Nigel, the butler. I guess we're going to talk to Cecilia here. Bruce Nigel, the butler, welcomes us into the magnificent entrance hall of the Carlton House. Madame has asked me to escort you directly to her quarters upon your arrival. In a very dignified manner, he accompanies us to the first landing, where we find Miss Cecilia Sipton, a striking beauty, sitting on a divan in her drawing room. Divan, D-I-V-A-N. Someone want to tell us what that is? Erin says, I'm just following you guys at the moment, still a bit lost. Well, we're just... You'll catch up. We're talking to a woman that works at the Salvation Army with our Thacker people, the wife and the mistress and the governess. So we're just sort of roaming around, cherry picking places. Not really sure what we're looking for yet. Ah, greetings, gentlemen. Isn't this a troublesome affair? Poor Emily told me the news. She is devastated and distressed. I had a feeling you would come and see me. I have every confidence in your ability to help her out. This woman, Cecilia Sipton, is a mystery to us. We don't know why she's involved in any of this. What, she's a big shot at the Salvation Army? I don't know. Thank you, says Wiggins, blushing like a shy young man. Have you seen Mrs. Thacker recently? He asks. Yes, of course. As you know, Amelie is Parisian, and I frequently solicit her advice on the latest fashion. And we also discussed a modest upcoming production she is organizing under the auspices of our movement. She is a good and generous soul who has done a great deal for the poor and actively participates in our ongoing struggles against the forces of evil and against poverty. Has she seemed particularly anxious or distressed lately? To tell you the truth, yes. Ooh, it would be great if we could get some clue to why she's been distressed recently. Emily is occasionally sad and melancholic. I suppose it's only normal when one lives far away from one's family and country. Can you tell us anything about the relationship between Miss Thacker and her husband? Did they ever have any differences? Not that I'm aware of. Emily simply adores her husband. As for Henry, he is a brilliant, extremely intelligent man who is in love with his wife. Since Miss Thacker told you about the facts that led us here, you must know that the two servants have been arrested. Do you know them? Of course, I simply don't understand the attitude of Scotland Yard. I know Annie Forster quite well. She is a young woman who is devoted to her mistress. She would never do anything to harm Emily. She is also a generous soul who helps to alleviate the misery of the poor with the help of her fiancé. Do you know him? Yes, he works in a flower shop, and he is very well mannered. Mike Collier has a noble heart and is one of God's faithful soldiers. And Nigel O'Brady? His past has not always been exemplary, I'm afraid, but with her generous and good soul, Emily wanted to give him a new chance and asked her husband to take him into their service. I believe he has repaid that trust and been a satisfactory employee. Do you know the cook, Mary Flanagan? Not really. She had already been in Henry's service before his marriage to Emily. So more than 3 years. In fact, I think she was in the service of the elder Mr. Thacker, Henry's father, when he was still alive. That's interesting. I suppose you know that Mr. Thacker left his home yesterday in the middle of the day and that his wife has not had any news since then. Yes, Emily confided her worries to me. She does not know where to go or what to think. The question I'm about to ask you is rather delicate, says Wiggins. Do you think Mr. Thacker could possibly be leading a double life? My heavens, no, answers Cecilia Sipton. He consecrated his life to his work and to his wife. He does go to the races regularly, and Donald has reproached him, telling him he would be better utilize his time, but it wasn't what you would call a double life. Speaking of Donald, could you tell us the whereabouts of Mr. Stillwater? Donald is at the offices of the Sipton Tea Company. You may not be aware of the fact, but he has decided to take the reins of the company. He is very busy with his work. You know that the thieves that took Mrs. Thacker's porcelain bird, you know that thieves took her bird collection. Were you familiar with this collection? Of course. Emily was very proud of it. She had put it together piece by piece and was very partial to it, particularly to the ones from France, from the Limoges or Sèvres regions, maybe because they reminded her of her country. Now, gentlemen, I must take leave of you. I have so much to do in preparation for my marriage to Donald. Henry and Emily are invited to the ceremony, and I do hope that these painful events are but a distant memory for Emily by then. Not really relevant. Right? Nothing great there. We see the mention of the cook again. No one knows anything about her. We did learn that the cook has been worked for the father. The cook worked for the father. Does that make us trust her more or less? I just don't know. Jonathan says, that reminds me, let's go check up on Evans who bid on the bird. Okay, are you ready to do the birds? There were two, when we went to the gallery, there were two people that bid on the birds along with Miss Thacker. There was a bidding war. It was the Evans and Company, and then it was a Dame Edna something. So we could go visit those two. Sure, let's do that. Let's visit Evans and Company and the other woman that was involved in the bidding. I think we should visit Dame Agnes Smedley first. She was the other person. So we went to the gallery to find out about the last bird that she purchased. There were two people that got in a bidding war with her for that bird, for that red robin. Dame Agnes and the Evans and Company. So we're going to go to Dame Agnes first. She dropped out of the bidding earliest. 47 Northwest, which is there. Let me replace this one. Green. We don't have any high hopes of this visit. Where did I just take this from? That was a 100. Southwest 100. Where's 100? Why can I not see it now? Oh, there it is. Okay. So we don't have much hope of this yielding fruit, this bird bidding. It seems more and more like the details of these birds might not be of importance at all. But as good detectives, we must follow up the leads. 47 Northwest, 128. Let's see what she says about what she remembers about the buying of these birds. The butler has us enter the library at the Smedley residence. We wait patiently, admiring the numerous porcelain statuettes sitting on various pieces of furniture. We notice in particular the reproductions of Greek and Roman statues, admiring the exquisite rendition of the The one of Dorifor and Polyset. After a few minutes, Dame Agnes enters the room with a majestic air. "You asked to speak to me, gentlemen," she asks as she invites us to be seated with a sweep of her hand. "Yes," answers Wiggins in his most suave voice, "and we thank you for having been so kind to receive us on such short notice. We are investigating a theft committed last night at the residence of Henry Thacker, and we were told you might know his wife." "But of course," explains Dame Agnes, "we are not quite in the same social circle, and we do not socialize on a regular basis. But I do know Emily Thacker is a charming young woman." "Where did you meet her?" asks Wiggins. "At the Bonham Gallery. It is a place where one finds delicious and delightful things. I go there regularly." "Ah, perfect," interrupts Wiggins. "Do you remember a sale that took place not long ago, which Miss Thacker attended, as well as the proprietor of the Evanson Gallery?" "Oh, yes, I remember it quite well," says Dame Agnes. "All three of us were interested in a small porcelain bird, a robin, I believe." "Can you describe how the sale of this bird went?" asks Wiggins. "Yes, certainly. We all bid several times at first. I must say the starting bid was reasonable. Then the price began to rise, and I dropped out. You see, it wasn't the type of object I usually collect. As you can see for yourselves, I prefer the reproductions of well-known statues." "Did the bidding continue?" asked Wiggins. "Mr. Evanson made a few more offers, then also dropped out of the bidding. I think he was slightly taken in by Mrs. Thacker's charm and let her win out of a sense of gallantry." "Did you notice anything out of the ordinary that caught your attention that day?" "No, the sale seemed to go like all the others." We thank Dame Agnes for having answered our questions, and we take our leave. So, totally harmless. It looks like there's nothing important about those birds. Total red herring. Another coincidence, Sipton also had a butler named Nigel. That is a bit of a coincidence. Let's go to Evans and Company Gallery now, 22 Northwest. This one here. Well, we are making some real progress cleaning up our clues on the board. That's for sure. 22 Northwest is clue 34. He's just going to tell us how he was infatuated with the wife. We enter a gift store, Evanson and Company, and we look around for a few moments, waiting for a salesperson to offer assistance. We notice several pretty ceramic statuettes, miniature reproductions of masterpieces from antiquity, and elegant hand-blown glass birds. An employee who has just finished selling a Greek statuette approaches us. "Have you made your choice, gentlemen, or can I help you in any way?" "We have just received an Acis and Galti surprised by Polypheme, which is approximately 40 inches high. It is modern, of course, but—" "Thank you," interrupts Wiggins. "Thank you for asking, but we're not here to buy anything." "In that case, how can I help you?" asks the salesman, obviously disappointed, but still very cordial. "We are conducting an investigation, and we would like to meet Mr. Evanson," declares Wiggins, trying his best to sound official. "Mr. Evanson is not in the store at the moment. His office is on the first floor. I can show you the way, but I'm not sure he will be able to receive you." We follow the man down a hallway at the back of the store, and then up a marble staircase. The salesman discreetly knocks on a double door, which opens a few moments later. "Mr. Evanson, these gentlemen are conducting an investigation and would like to speak to you." "Please come in, gentlemen, and have a seat," says the white-haired man who greets us. He is dressed in a somber suit which enhances his appearance of natural dignity. We enter a tastefully furnished large office. A splendid oriental carpet is spread in front of the table. To our right stands a display case full of knickknacks, including, we notice, several porcelain birds. A bookshelf occupies the left wall. The majority of the books seem to be on the history of art. What can I do for you? Asks Mr. Evanson. We are working for Sherlock Holmes, and we are investigating a theft committed last night at the home of Mr. Thacker. A collection of porcelain birds has disappeared. We believe that you recently attended an auction at the Bonham Gallery and that Mrs. Thacker was also there. Yes, that is correct. That was several weeks ago. Can you describe how the sale went? Oh, it's very simple. You may have noticed that I am interested in knickknacks and that I own a few hand-painted porcelain birds. On that particular day, a gorgeous robin was up for sale, and I would have liked to acquire it. Unfortunately for me, Mrs. Thacker seemed to be equally enthralled by the robin. We bid against each other, and then I finally let her finish the bidding. Could you tell us what made you drop out of the bidding? Gentlemen, it was not the price of the bird, let me assure you. But you see, I admired the tenacity of this young woman. She was so charming that I wanted to please her. The human soul is sometimes weak, isn't that what they say? I can't see what else I can tell you about the matter. Thank you, sir. You have been kind in receiving us. Porcelain birds are nothing. Then there is Jonathan Small, the counterfeiter. Yes, so let me explain that for anyone who, Aaron in particular, who might not have been here for that. When we went to the Bonham Gallery to ask about the bird auction of the robin, in addition to telling us about these two people who we just visited to ask about their bidding on the bird, the proprietor of the gallery was very upset about a counterfeiter who had been trying to sell him fake stuff. And he thought we were there about that. And that was Jonathan Small. Jonathan Small, I wonder if that's our location. Actually, this doesn't belong here. All right, let's find where Jonathan Small is. Jonathan Small. Jonathan Small. Jonathan Small. Jonathan Small. Jonathan Small is 15 Southeast. So we're going to stop by Jonathan Small's house and see what he has to say for himself. He's right down there. Let's see if this counterfeiter can tell us anything about the birds that we don't know. I don't think he is, but 15 Southeast 66. The landlady advises us to go to the J. Small and Company ceramic factory. That's interesting. I think it's just sending us on a wild goose chase. Okay, J. Small and Company ceramic factory. Do we have a factory section here? Forest. Well, let's look up if we can find. Small Jonathan. That's all that's there. Factories. Are there factories in the old directory? There's no section on factories. There's no section on ceramics. What about markets? There's Covent Garden. I'm going to mark, since I have it open here, Covent Garden is 28WC, in case we want to follow up on that. That's where Mike works, or was a purchaser. Where are we going to find the ceramics? Really made a point of it. Told us to go there. So it's got to be available. J. Small Ceramics Factory. It's not under auction houses. It's not under department stores. It's not under jewelers. That's odd. Duke of Zeal says, quick question, sorry to bother you. I have PDF scans of this case and intend to play it one day. Do you know if the amount of leads you follow in this case are counted? There's no counting and score in this game. You are not penalized for how many leads you follow. You're not even told to keep track. Let me open up, if I can find it, the old directory, unless, Jonathan, you're checking, and see if we can't find J. Smalls. There, I see it. I see it in the old directory. Can you see it right here, J. Small, up at the top right? So I don't know. It's under J. Let's see if it's in the new directory. J. Small. It actually is in the new directory. Sorry, I just overlooked it because it's under J and up top. J. Small. Okay, 32 Southeast. 32 Southeast. Okay, so it is in the new one. Okay, let's go visit this counterfeiter. 32 Southeast. It's 116. We really think we're going up dead ends here, but we're going to do it anyway. We arrive at the ceramics factory of J. Small and Company and ask to see the owner. A worker directs us toward a small, tense woman who speaks to us with authority. What can I do for you, gentlemen? She asks us. We would like to see Mr. Small, the proprietor of this establishment, says Wiggins. Follow me, please, says the woman in a brusque tone. She leads us into a small office decorated with numerous statuettes, reproductions of masterpieces from around the world. I am Aggie Small, says the woman, closing the door behind us. If you want to see my husband, this is not the place to come. You have a much better chance of finding him across the street at the Red Boar with his entourage of lazy friends. You see, I'm the one who runs this factory, and I can count on that good-for-nothing for anything. What can I do for you? Although surprised by the tenor of the relationship between Aggie Small and her husband, Wiggins explains the purpose of our visit, taking all possible precautions to avoid any misunderstanding. What has happened, Mrs. Small, is that a collection of porcelain objects has been stolen. These porcelain pieces are representations of birds of all kinds, about 4 inches high, hand-painted, and sitting on little porcelain stands. These objects are worth quite a bit of money, and we were wondering if by chance you make such objects. No, we don't make anything like that. This is a ceramics factory, not a porcelain factory. In addition, we specialize in reproductions of famous masterpieces. As a matter of fact, you can see one of our creations behind you, the Venus de Milo, which my husband unfortunately refuses to sell. She sighs with exasperation and anger. Have you by any chance seen such objects as I have described, Mrs. Small? I've seen them before in certain stores, of course, but not here, I can assure you. Would you happen to remember precisely where you saw them? No, not really, but you may be able to find some by looking in art galleries or antique stores. We are about to thank Miss Small for her help when she adds, Now that I think about it, I remember seeing something like that at the Snellgrove store. They may have what you're looking for. Where's the store located? Asked Wiggins. I don't quite remember the exact address, but I know it's on the corner of Crawford Street and Gloucester Place. Thank you. You have been most helpful. You are welcome. Good day, gentlemen. I feel like we're just being led around. But let's write it down anyway. J Small Ceramics, 32 Southeast, which was number 116. And she tells us husband at the Red Boar across the street, right? And then she says, check out Snellgrove store. Crawford and Gloucester. Snellgrove. Snellgrove. Was Snellgrove the woman who was bidding for it? No, that was Dame Agnes Smedley. Snellgrove, Smedley. Okay, let's put a mark on that board. I think it's time probably for us to take a break here. I'm going to put a mark at 32 Southeast. There. And then let's put a mark so we don't forget at the Red Boar and find where Snellgroves is. So Red Boar Inn is at 34 Southeast. 34 Southeast. And Snellgroves, huh? Snellgrove. There's a person who lives at 43 Northwest. Snellgrove. I don't know if that's the same. Department store. Snellgrove. Marshall and Snellgrove, 33 Northwest. That's pretty cool that the store is at 33 Northwest, and then probably the owner of the store lives nearby. All right, let's put markers on those locations and then take a little break here. So 43 Northwest is the store. In a good neighborhood. There. Okay. And then the bar where the husband's at, which really, this seems like red herring stuff to me. 34 Southeast. 34. Do you guys agree with me that this all seems like the birds are less red herring? Jonathan says, well, we want to be completionists, don't we? Yes, we do. I'd almost rather we not just clean up the busy work as our final things in London. So let's get it out of the way now. Okay, I like it. I like your attitude. Let's take a little break and we'll come back in 5 minutes and continue with the busy work. That's part of being a detective. You got to do the busy work. You got to do the shoe leather. All right. See you in 5 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We are still in London, Adventures by Gaslight. As we were going to break there, Jonathan displayed the attitude that is exactly what you want in a good detective and a good partner playing these games. He said, we're going to be completionists. We're going to have to go to all these places eventually. We might as well do them now so that our finale can be more interesting. And he says here in the chat, this is starting to feel like if this was a movie, it'd start with us being well-regarded PI with seemingly simple case, then hard cut to us years later, obsessed and living out of our cars. Yeah, we're kind of, we've gone down the rabbit hole with the birds now and the secret codes. I always had a thought on break about the secret codes, like there's 3 numbers. Were they combinations to the safe? But they're all too small numbers for that. All right, let's finish tracking down this lead. Talk to the ceramics guy at the bar. And then go to the shop where they have ceramics. I wouldn't be surprised if we found that those ceramics were stolen and that's how they got arrested for delivering them. I still think it's a completely red herring though. Okay, so let's go talk to the lazy husband. This is total wild goose chase. It's just sending us around for the fun of us obsessing about the birds. It's sort of penalizing us for that. That's okay. We're going to be doing these anyway, as Jonathan says. We might as well do them now. 34 Southeast. The red 4. 139. I mean, if we're in it to talk to people and have fun, then we have to enjoy this. Jonathan says, wait, I just had a big idea. We use the asterisk numbers to a number out of the equation. That number is the offset cipher. Cipher the cryptic string of letters at beginning of add. I just had a big idea. We use the asterisk numbers to a number out of the equation. That number is an offset cipher. Cipher the cryptic string of letters at the beginning of the add. So I think what Jonathan is saying is the CBFCH is a cipher, an offset cipher, Caesar cipher type thing. So you're saying we would find some number and go like C plus 1 is D, and then B plus 3 would be F, etc., like that. Result of the equation is an offset key. I don't think that's going to work. When I put in 263, I got 263 for X, Y, and N. I got 512. And then what would all this mean? But, oh, also, don't forget, the postcard with this equation is part of the March 5th newspaper, which doesn't have the code. The May 21st newspaper is the one with the code. It's not to say that the postcard couldn't be related to May 21st, but it seems like it might be a little bit of a stretch. But it is an interesting idea that you could decode the CBFCH with something. It might be worth trying to do some Caesar cipher on CBFH to see if it makes sense. B, C, D, E. So if we did a +3, that would be an E if we wanted a vowel. C, D, E, F, F, E, I. Let's just try F, E, and if I add 3 to F, that's I, and add 3 to C again, we get F, and add 3 to H, it's K. Thief K. No. I don't know. We're going to have to come back to it. Right now, though, we don't know how to... We don't have a place to put in any number. So, like, even if we get something out of it... Although, Jonathan is actually... If we have a number, we don't know what to do with it. But if we could decode what CBFCH meant, that might help us know something. But right now, we don't. All right, let's go to 34 Northwest. No, not Northwest. 34 Southeast. We're going to now to go to the Red Boar 139. We enter the Red Boar where we are greeted by the proprietor. We order a round of beers and ask him if he knows Jonathan Small. Wiggins pays for our beers and leaves a generous tip to loosen the man's tongue. Johnny? Of course I know old Johnny. What a guy. Always game for a joke. Have you seen him lately? Asked Wiggins. Aye, that's for sure, but I don't remember exactly when. He likes to get away from his old lady. You mean Mrs. Small? That's her. What a woman. Always after him, trying to get him to work in that darn factory. She wants him to be respectable. She says, poor Johnny, she's going to kill the poor guy the way she treats him. Johnny is then not respectable, you say? Ah, well, that gentleman, I don't know about that. That's none of my affair. He's a customer, that's all. I have work to do, and I can't spend my time talking about things I don't know about. He takes a cloth and begins to polish the counter. It's obvious the conversation is over, so we hurriedly finish our beers and leave the pub. So, totally... Wild Goose Chase continues. And we might as well finish up the Wild Goose Chase by checking out the store at 43 Northwest, if it's an entry, which I guess we thought it was. 43 Northwest, the Snellgrove store. Even if we find these birds and they've been hawked at a pawn shop and sold, it's not going to be a huge deal of the case unless we can find out who stole it. Because, well, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's go to 43 Northwest. So 43 Northwest has two answers. One is for Dr. Moragar. He must be on the same block. But that's the doctor we've already visited, right? Dr. Agar's servant informs you that he's at his office. Yeah, okay. Or Mr. and Mrs. Snellgrove, 45. Entering Mr. and Mrs. Martin Snellgrove's store, one of the oldest pawn shops in the United Kingdom, we have to make a path through all the heteroclitic and incongruous eccentric objects encumbering the store, trying to keep from knocking them over and breaking them. When we finally reach an area where we can turn around, we notice the furniture is stacked any which way, linen and lace is piled on chairs, china is lying on tables, old harnesses are hung on the wall next to all sorts of arms, guns, sabers, swords, and knives, vestiges from some earlier glorious combat. In a display case, we see numerous pieces of jewelry. Some appear to be, to our untrained eyes, quite valuable, but others seem to be mere baubles and trifles of questionable worth, with such things as old dentures among them. In a corner we see, to our great surprise, several stuffed animals which remind us of Bilbo Underhill's shop. May I help you, gentlemen? We give a start when a small man with a round face, little glasses perched on his forehead, and bright red hair suddenly appears before us. Mr. Snellgrove? Asks Wiggins. Yes, I am Mr. Snellgrove, Mr. Martin Snellgrove. Do you have anything to sell, gentlemen, or is there something I can show you? To tell the truth, we did not come to buy or sell anything, says Wiggins, a little ill at ease in all this balderdash and rubbish. We came to see if you have porcelain birds, small hand-painted birds. I have had that sort of thing in the past, but I don't at the moment. Actually, it's been a long time since anyone has proposed to sell me any such items. However, I have a magnificent mustache cup in Limoges porcelain. What a splendor! Wait a moment and I shall fetch it for you. It is carefully put away in a sideboard cabinet. I'm sorry, Mr. Snellgrove, but we're interested only in the birds. Oh, well, answers the small man, looking sad and disappointed. We take our leave and make our way out of the store as carefully as we had come in. Okay, well, it's just as Jonathan said. We are getting this stuff out of the way. It's just going to tell us that this birds are not that important, it seems. I think Jonathan is working on the code breaking, but be my guest, especially while we're just treading water. Okay, so here is the exciting part, though. Our board is now clear of all marks, of all places we have been wanting to go. And boy, is it filled with places we've gone. Now, you see one place that we've got a yellow marker here. I just want to remind us what that was. There was someone there that we didn't understand who it was. 22WC is location 10. And my memory is there were two places to go. Cox Bank or Clifford Doolittle. Who is Clifford Doolittle? Who is Clifford Doolittle? Does anyone remember running into a Clifford Doolittle somewhere? I sure don't. All right. Well, that's all we have for those places, but that is definitely not the end of the places. We're not at a loss now. There's a big list of questions of places I wanted to investigate. So let's get that little list out and see what I've got here. Porky's told us to go to Perry Lexington, who would surely know about the birds. So we've got a bunch of stuff that I want to check out. I want to check out Perry Lexington, who's supposed to know about the bird. He also suggested we talk to the O'Neills, who might know about birds. I wanted to... We could try to locate the police officer who took the statement at the Thackers. I want to try to find this cook because I'm very suspicious. I thought maybe we would check orphanages to find her. I thought we should check the French embassy. If there's an Australian embassy of some sort, I thought we could go there, find out if we could find more about Amy. We could try to find out where Mr. Attard went by looking at travel agencies or shipyards, shipping or travel, travel by boat places. We could check out more of the performance theaters to see about the plays. Jonathan had an old theory about maybe they went to the wrong play, which I got curious about. And then I really want us to try to find that old vet and think about where we could get information about him. I don't think we investigated all the public houses and bars, so there's that too. Of those I gave you, does anyone have one of those that sounds most interesting? Feels like Erin might be burned out by this overload. Well, if you guys don't have anything, I think the ones that are the most promising, that are the least just running down leads, are the ones that Porky told us. He gave us Perry Lexington, the ex-con, at the corner of High and Long Lane. So let's try that. Can you help me find Perry Lexington, corner of... Let's see if he's in the thing. If he's not, we need to find High and Long Lane. Let's see if he's under Lexington. I have a Mrs. Lexington at 36 Southeast. That's going to be it. 36 Southeast Lexington, or at least there's someone in the directory at 36 Southeast. All right, so this is what Porky, the underworld person, told us to go do. He said, go to 36. He said, go find Perry Lexington. Okay, so let's find Perry Lexington. 36 Southeast in this bad part of town. Right there. Is that at the corner of... It doesn't look like it's at the corner of where he told us. Maybe that's just going to be someone telling us we're at the wrong house. Let's see. Let's go to that clue and see. We ring the doorbell at the house at the corner of Brad Street and Cornwall Road. After waiting a few moments, the door is open and we are greeted by a woman of about 60 years. She is dressed in black and has about her a sorrowful air. Yes, gentlemen, what can I do for you? We are looking for a certain Mr. Perry Lexington. Would you happen to know where we could find him? I'm sorry, sir, but you are undoubtedly mistaken in coming to this address. I am a widow. My husband Francis passed away a few months ago. We have no other family in London. And you've never heard the name Perry Lexington? Insists Wiggins. No, gentlemen, I regret I cannot help you. There's nothing else I can think to tell you. We apologize for disturbing her and take our leave. Well, the guy, Porky, did tell us where to go, and we went somewhere else. But we checked off another box. All right, so let's see. Let's see if we can find the address he gave us. Corner of High and Long Lane. All right, High and Long Lane. High and Long Lane. Where are we going to find that? We've got no other information. Long Lane. It's the first time we've been told an address. Ex-con would suggest it might be in this bad neighborhood, right? See if we can find Long Lane. Jonathan is suspicious of Donald Stillwater. I don't blame you. He seemed a little fakey. High and Long Lane. The corner of High Street and Long Lane. Okay. There's Long Lane. I found Long Lane. Okay, here's Long Lane. And there's Borough High Street. Do you think that's the High Street? Must be. So probably we're looking at one of these buildings here. 7 or 80. Or maybe even 81. Probably 7 or 80. Southeast. Let's see what we got that matches. We got a 7 southeast. That's probably it. That's it. Okay, 7 southeast. We're gonna mark as Peter Lexington, probably. Notice we found him because he's in the bad neighborhood as an ex-con. Okay, so 7 we said it was. Well, let's put a little mark. I gotta say, when I looked at this book, I thought, there's not that much in there. But, like, feels like we've covered half this map with stickers. All right, 7 Southeast, Peter Lexington. Clue 41. All right, this guy, Porky said, was going to be able to help us. Let's see if he's right. A woman of uncertain age, her hair slightly gray, simply but tastefully dressed, opens the door. Mrs. Lexington? Inquires Wiggins. What can I do for you? We would like to see Mr. Perry Lexington. Please come in, she says, ushering us into a modest dining room where order and cleanliness reign. I will go and fetch him. A few moments later, a man with white hair, dressed in a long apron made of dark blue canvas and wearing wooden clogs, enters. His hands are scarred and scratched, and we notice traces of dirt under his fingernails. Gentlemen, my wife came and told me you wanted to see me. What can I do for you? We brief him on the facts that have brought us to him. Gentlemen, I believe all this gardening has made me hungry and thirsty. Jenny, he calls. Jenny Lexington appears with a teapot and a plate of very appetizing-looking biscuits, which she places in front of us. Eat and drink up, gentlemen, says Lexington to us. You will soon see that my Jenny is a remarkable pastry cook. After drinking 2 cups of tea and doing justice to his wife's delicious biscuits, Harry Lexington suddenly remembers the subject of our visit. You mentioned porcelain birds. Yes, sir, hand-painted ones on small stands. Well, I don't know about such things. You see, I, as they say, retired from the business quite a long quite a long time ago now. I rarely leave my garden, my greenhouse. I've lost touch with everybody. There's so much to do in the garden. For example, at this moment I am pruning the rose bushes, and I have all my flowers to replant. Nature is beautiful, but she is demanding, like a woman, and she doesn't leave me much time for... Uh, but the porcelain birds, sir, interrupts Wiggins. Ah, yes, the birds. Well, I don't know anything about them, but I'll tell you this much. It's not easy merchandise to sell. If you want Perry Lexington's opinion, if I were in the business, I wouldn't want them to be my responsibility. We hurriedly take our leave before our friend gets another chance to launch into a lecture on gardening and the pruning of rose bushes. All right, Perry Lexington, who is supposed to be this big shot information, who's retired from the business, knew nothing, but he seemed to be saying, look, no one's going to want to steal these birds. They'll never be able to sell them. And it's a good point. Like, they're going to be very recognizable. How would you pawn them? When you tried to auction them off, people would know, hey, that was the bird that was stolen. All right. Let's see what other places I wanted to check out. Okay, the O'Neills was the other people that Porky was sending us to. Let's see if we've got entry for the O'Neills. I don't know if that's a shop or a person. Two people actually recommended that we go to the O'Neills. Let's see. O'Neill, Carol and Philip. Carol O'Neill is 14 Northwest. Is that an entry? Yes. Okay. Carol O'Neill. And then Philip O'Neill is at 9WC. Is that an entry? That's the florist. Interesting. Jonathan says, I think Aaron said it, but it is weird that we still don't understand why Annie was arrested. It's very true. I will just point out that it is weird that we don't know, but Lestrade gives us an explicit information. In fact, he gives us one piece of information to tell us why he thinks Annie was guilty. He says, 1834 Dresda. Dresde. And he says, 1835, the date doesn't matter. He's the cab driver who? If we tried looking up Dresda? Is there a Dresda in the directory? No, there isn't. Dresda seemed to refer to a date, and I don't understand that. But he seems to be saying there's a cab driver who's responsible. Let's go to this first O'Neill, and then we'll see if there's any reason to be suspicious of his brother who owns the flower shop. Yeah, this is just red herrings, but let's see. 14 Northwest. It's fun to go to the different neighborhoods. They have different personalities. Okay, so 14 Northwest is a gallery of some sort. Oh, Bagatelle Card Club. It's actually a card club. Okay. So 14 Northwest is clue 83. Let's see what they have to say. So Porky sent us here. Okay, here we go. At the home of the O'Neills, we are met at the door by Mary, the gracious wife of Barry, who invites us to enter and ushers us into the parlor with her usual hospitality. "What can I do for you?" she asks politely. "We've come to see Barry," says Wiggins. "Is he in?" "Yes, you will find him in our room on the first floor. You see, he is resting because he has not completely recovered from his accident. He is very courageous, but he has suffered greatly and his recovery has been difficult. And I think he misses his travels. However, Dr. Ainstreet thinks that he is now well along the road to recovery." Okay, I don't know who this Ainstreet is. Doesn't Probably not relevant for us, but I'll just write it down. We leave the parlor with Mary, who accompanies us only as far as the stairs. Ours is the room at the top, the first door on the left. We have hardly started up the stairs when Mabido appears above us, makes a perilous leap, and lands just in front of our noses. He brandishes a blowpipe and dances as if he were possessed. "Moku niha sawaba sakawamo wami kaso." He suddenly becomes still and stares intently, ready to leap at any moment. This must be someone we have some history with. He lets us pass, and we slowly climb the stairs, followed by the small dark man, barefooted and bare-chested. We knock at the door on the left, and a voice invites us to enter. We find Barry stretched out on his bed, a blanket spread over his legs, and 2 canes leaning against the nightstand. "Baku sube wa kananoka," he cries to Mahudo, who has followed us into the room. The small man crouches in the corner. "Mr. O'Neill, we will not keep you long," says Wiggins. "We understand you're still suffering from your injuries, but we were hoping you might spare us a moment." It's possible that in our old newspaper from March we read about his injuries. I don't know. "Gladly, I will be happy to help if I can." "A burglary was committed last night at the home of Mr. Henry Thacker. A collection of hand-painted porcelain birds was stolen. The pieces are quite valuable. Would you happen to know of anyone who might have committed such a crime?" "Did you happen to notice anything unusual in the style of the burglary?" "No, a window was broken. That's about all we know." "To tell the truth, I don't think there are many porcelain thieves because it is a difficult merchandise to sell." While Barry reflects on the problem, Wiggins helps him to readjust his pillows, which have slipped down. "The only person who comes to mind is Jonathan Small. He was acquitted of all the charges in the DeVries diamond affair, but he and his mates are capable of pulling something like that off. Besides, he now owns a small ceramics factory and he employs some dubious characters." "Would you happen to know where we might find him, Barry?" "His type usually spends a lot of time in taverns. I hear it's Small's main preoccupation." "Have you heard from your brother Thomas?" asks Wiggins. "Tommy? It's been a year since I've seen him. I think he's on the continent. He always liked living there. He always found Paris an attraction, especially now during the exposition. Thank you for so freely answering our questions, especially considering your obvious discomfort. Good day." We leave the bedroom and head back down the stairs as fast as possible, escorted by Mabudo, making his strange cries and waving his blowpipe. Okay, the doctor's not important for us. That was the O'Neills at 14 Northwest. O'Neill. And there was an interesting mention of his brother in Paris, Tommy O'Neill. Maybe we'll run into him in Paris, but not relevant for us now. And 67 was the forest. Yeah, okay. Well, we're getting more confirmation. Everyone in the underworld is telling us no one is going to steal these birds. No one will be able to sell them. So, let's go to Covent Garden, where Mike Collier is the purchasing agent, just because it's the only thing on my list here that's marked as a known location that we haven't been to. This gets into the category of just clearing off loose ends. So 28WC. 28WC, Covent Gardens. Gonna be a special location. 28 Covent Gardens. They're just gonna tell us that Mike Collier is a good known person. Nothing wrong with him, nothing funny. Hopefully it's short. Okay, it's not so short. We arrive at Covent Gardens after having crossed a labyrinth of small, miserable streets lined with sordid little buildings. Suddenly, the large market hall looms before us, covered by a dome like a pointed hat. This is going to be a real place that it's describing to us, so we're getting a picture of this cool place in London. The inside court is packed with carts and wicker baskets, filled with fruits and vegetables, in between which the dense crowd cries out and barters. It won't be easy to find someone who can help us, says Wiggins. We enter the main building, and the first stand we come to is covered with clean white geese. Overhead, a sign proclaims in large letters the name of the proprietor, Breckenridge. I think we'd better make inquiries, says Wiggins, approaching the poultry merchant, a man with a pointed face framed by well-groomed side whiskers. He looks to be about 50 years old. He's bald. He wears a large white apron tied around his waist. He's absorbed in reading a newspaper and doesn't notice us at first. Excuse me, begins Wiggins. Sir, would you like to buy a goose now, would you? They are the best on the market. Wiggins suddenly looks at the goose merchant intently, thoughtfully, and says to him, Didn't I see you in the company of Miss Thacker yesterday? Well, I've never heard that name. I must have you confused with someone else. Please forgive me. Could you tell us where to find the nearest flower merchant? That's not difficult. You go to the end of the alley, you turn right, and then, well, wait, here comes someone who can take you there. He waves his arm out and calls, Miss Doolittle, Miss Doolittle. All right, well, we found the Doolittle person that we can check up on. That's nice to know. So Covent Garden has already proven to be interesting. Surprisingly. A charming young woman. Should we comment on this? What is this thing where we say, haven't I seen you in the company of Mr. Thacker the other day? Mr. Thacker. Oh, I've never heard that name. I think this is just a ruse he's using to break the ice with this guy. Like a little trick to see if he happens to know him. But I'm not sure. A charming young woman holding in her hand a wicker basket full of red roses approaches us. Yeah, what you want? Could you accompany these gentlemen to the flower stand? Yeah, I don't think he wanted to buy me April showers. Why don't you ever buy none from me, Mr. Breckenridge? She turns to Wiggins and continues with hardly a pause. I'm going to write down Breckenridge, just in case Wiggins wasn't joking. Hopefully he'll clear that up to us. Breckenridge, okay. She turns to Wiggins and continues with hardly a pause. Maybe you'd like to buy me flowers. I'd hate to make the trip for nothing. We don't know whether it is her charm or her Cockney accent which goes straight to Wiggins' heart, but in any case, he buys the entire contents of the girl's basket. Thank ye, good sir. Let's be off. I can't be late going home, and I have to buy more showers for tonight. Miss Doolittle escorts us through the maze of baskets and stalls. How are you, Eliza? Cries out a vegetable merchant working behind a mountain of potatoes. Yeah, these here gents bought me all out, and I'm gonna refill me casket for tonight. And here you go, she says to us. We find ourselves surrounded by an ocean of flowers of every conceivable color, yellow, red, white, pink, violet, all the shades in between. Waiting in buckets of water before being whisked away to decorate the most elegant tables and drawing rooms of the London upper class. You seem to know this area well, says Wiggins. Aye, sir, I know everybody. I've been coming here 3 times a week for a long time. Why 3 times a week, asks Wiggins. Why? Because the market is only open on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. Where'd you go to school if you don't know that? Do you know a Mike Collier? Mike? Yeah, of course. He's also here when the market's open. He works for Mile. Why do you ask about Mike? Wiggins decided it would be useless to try to explain the situation to her. Can you tell us about him, he asks. Well, there's not much to say. He's nice with everybody. And you can tell he's an honest chap, not just pretending like some people. We thank the flower girl for her help and soon leave the market. There's one thing I don't quite understand, says Simpson. Why did you ask the goose merchant about Henry Thacker? Wiggins turns to look at him, a smile on his face, still holding in his hand his bouquet of roses. When you see a man with the side whiskers trimmed in that fashion reading the racing forms, it's not difficult to conclude that he is interested in horse racing. Aaron says, I'm burned out, but I'm thinking about loose ends. Might not be related to anything, but do we have anyone we know who has a beard? Is that Sipton tea message there was a beard tonic shampoo? Yeah, I am thinking that our guy, Mr. Thacker, has a beard, and that's just further proof that that package was for him. But I can't remember. I don't recall any description of Mr. Thacker, although this here maybe is suggesting that he had whiskers trimmed, but I wouldn't be surprised if we just overlooked a description of Mr. Thacker somewhere, and maybe when we go to the other theaters, they will say that. But something jumped out at me just now. We're told Covent Garden is only open on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. Did Mike at the flower shop say he was working on Monday at the Covent Garden? Let's just verify that. I'm probably misremembering. But let's see. The market's only open on Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, market open. Okay, now let's go to the flower shop again. The flower shop is 67. So we come in. We understand Mike Collier works here. Okay. He told me when he arrived that he has personal problems. We would like to know your opinion. He's well behaved. He's in charge of purchases made at Covent Gardens. We have every confidence in him. Okay. He rents a room at Miss Hagwood's. We visited that there. Okay, here we go. One last question, if you permit, says Wiggins. Would you be able to tell us precisely what he did yesterday? Yesterday is Monday, the time of the crime. He came to the store at 8:30, as he always does on Monday, because Covent Garden is closed on the day. Okay, and that's what Aaron was saying. There was something like that, but it said it was closed on Monday, so he didn't go there. Okay, good. I thought I caught him in a lie, but I didn't. Okay, Aaron, you're right. You remembered exactly what we read. All right. So what we're working through our list here. We went to the O'Neills. We went to Perry Lexington. We're still not sure how to find Peter Rucastle. We could try to find the police officer, Richard Lane, who arrested them, who came to the Thacker house. It's not uncommon to go visit the police officers in their house in this game, I have found. Richard Lane is at 8 Northwest. 8 Northwest is an entry. So let's go there now. So let me fill you in on what this is. When we go to the police station at Lambeth, the first the Bow police station, I believe. I believe it was the Bow police station, but I'm not sure now. I'm going to mark this and then I'll go follow up and explain. Okay, so one of the police reports we read, either the one that first were on the scene, 136, see if that was the one. Yes, okay. So the first place on the scene at the Bow police station, the person who takes the report about the robbery has signed the report, Richard Lane. So I just looked up his home. Oh, Jonathan says, who was Doolittle? We missed that. I missed that. Doolittle is the woman, but we came across that name before. So good. Thank you for reminding me. We're going to go check that out right after we talk to the police officer, if he's home. And we're going to find out why there's information about Doolittle. That's probably where they live. If you look up Doolittle, we'll find her house, probably. All right, let's go to 8 Northwest. We're clearing up loose ends. 28. Let's see if the police officer has extra information to give us, or if he's even home. Oh, he is home. Oh, these are my favorite clues, where we talk to the police officer off duty and he fills us in on some gossip. Here we go. Yes, I wrote the report after conducting a preliminary investigation, says Richard Lane as he invites us to sit down in his small drawing room. It's kind of cool that we're talking to the police officer who wrote the report on the burglary, right? Maybe he's going to tell us a little bit of stuff that he didn't put in his report, like the wife acting fishy or nervous. I doubt I can tell you much more, but I will be glad to tell you everything I know. The police officer sits down in front of us and lights a cigarette before speaking. Well, last night I was on duty at the police station at 9:47. I noticed the time as required. I received a telephone call from Mrs. Thacker, residing at 4 Gray's Inn Road. To tell you the truth, I was surprised, as very few individuals have a telephone. But I must admit it quite practical, especially during weather like we've been having. Okay, little clue here. She's got a telephone in her house. She could have received a call threatening her, blackmailing, or from the workshop saying you got to bring me something. Back to your question. This woman told me a theft had just taken place in her home. She had been sleeping. She was wakened by a noise. She had gone downstairs. She found a broken window. I told her not to worry, that I would arrive shortly with Charlie Jones, the man you saw at Bow Street. All right, let's write down Richard Lane and his partner, Charlie Jones, who we hadn't heard of before now. We arrived. It was just after 10 o'clock. Mrs. Thacker told us that her collection of porcelain birds had been stolen from their display case in the drawing room, where the window was broken. Charlie and I went immediately to the small garden in the back, right under the window, but we didn't see anything. In a garden, no footprints? Aaron says 9.47. I don't know what that means. Aaron says, any recent theories? The porcelains are out of the way, I think. The spy theory is what we were leaning on, right? Yes. But I don't have many theories other than what we arrived with. The one big thing that's happened is we found the butlers writing these codes in the newspaper. Okay, let's continue. There's nothing in the garden outside the window, clearly a fake break-in. We then asked to see the entire house, including all 3 floors. We also asked about her valuables, if there were jewelry or a safe or anything precious in the house. She showed us her husband's office. The room was in great disorder. The drawers were overturned, papers were scattered everywhere, but the safe was intact. She verified the contents and said there didn't seem to be anything missing. I still find that very suspicious. How does she know what's in the safe? It seems like it's her husband's safe. And his papers. How would she know what if there's some papers missing? Oh, 9:47 is the time of the call. Yes. Okay. They're talking about the safe. In any case, it didn't seem to contain anything of great value. As for her jewels, they were kept in a room where she slept. Charlie and we insisted on verifying to make sure they were safe. The jewelry was intact in a small black wooden casket. As I mentioned earlier, we searched the entire house, but we didn't find anything else. Well, then we had her explain once again what happened. She stated she had been sleeping and that she heard a noise. She went downstairs, found the window had been broken, and birds had flown away. I didn't tell her it was normal for birds to fly out the window because I didn't think it would make her laugh. At that moment, it must have been about 11, the woman's servant came home. Oh, we're about to find out why they suspected Annie. At that moment, it must have been about 11, the woman's servant came home. We asked her where she had been. She answered that she was coming home from the Elephant and Castle Theater. I have even mentioned the name of the play in my report, I believe. A quarter of an hour later, the other servant returned home. He is a rather contemptuous man. We asked him where he had been that evening. He said he had been at the Bar of Gold. After that, we asked Miss Thacker if we had met everybody. She answered that the cook had been gone to Chester for several days. She also said her husband had left during the day and that he had not come home yet, but that she was worried. Charlie and I told her that she shouldn't worry, but that he was sure to come home soon. Then we returned to police headquarters to write up the report. Thank you for your detailed account, says Wiggins. Do you think those porcelain birds are worth a lot of money? Asks Richard Lane. I think they must have some value, yes, answers Wiggins. Ah, well, I prefer decorated beer mugs, says the policeman. At least you can drink out of them. So he gave us the name of his partner, which we might talk to, get his recollection. The only weird thing is he's saying he asked her again about what happened. The window's open and the birds had flown away. Aaron says, is the glass breaking enough to wake someone who takes sleeping pills? No, but they had to have rummaged through the entire house. Remember, they turned everything upside down. So that may have been the noise she heard. Jonathan says, the main thing I don't understand at this point is the break-in. If Mrs. Thacker faked it, why? I agree with you. Why fake it? Why fake it? Well, here's the thing to remember. She didn't go up to sleep. We know at 7:30 she got in a hansom cab to do this drop-off. So the sleeping is a lie. When does she come home from the hansom cab? She takes it at 7:30. She comes back at 8 p.m. She gets on the thing. So she doesn't arrive home till 8:20. So can I point out, it's possible that she came home, saw the break-in, but couldn't admit that she had been on this delivery to this guy, Mr. Attard. So she lied about being asleep. But then why does she not call until 9:40? We know she's home. She's home by 8 p.m. Surely she doesn't go to sleep. Yeah, I don't know. The main thing I understand at this point is the break-in. If Miss Thacker faked it, why? Was it the butler? Was the break-in actually for abducting Mr. Thacker, but as they didn't find him, they faked it as a burglary? It's very hard to know. Like, were they searching for the records and just stole the birds to make it? Okay, so this is an interesting point. This is kind of important. The broken window. We're also told the garden door was locked. I wonder, like, you could imagine that the butler broke in. That the butler can already get in. What if there really was the butler searching for information? Turned the place upside down. Took the birds to make it look like a robbery. Broke the window to make it look like it was an intruder. So it wouldn't look like someone who had keys stole it. That's possible. The butler doesn't really have an alibi. But then it will be the second time when someone did something that had no effect. Like the butler made it look like an intruder by breaking the window, but then they arrested the butler anyway. Aaron says, another question, is there one person or more than one person breaking in? We really don't know. We don't know if it's a break-in. We don't know how much of it is staged. I'm still suspicious of the cook and her weird birth certificate. So we just talked to that guy. I'll mark his thing with green. Very strange. Very strange. I want to see if the partner who he mentioned by name is in the directory. Jones, Charlie is his name. Not really. We've got a Jones, an inspector, Peter, inspector, Charlie Jones. Don't see him in here. Jones, inspector, 32 Southeast, 3WC. Surely not. All right, I don't think his partner is important. Okay, we don't have that many more clues. To be honest, I want you to look at this, actually. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 clues left for London in total. We've completely gone to every place in the southeast. We've gone to almost every place in EC. We've almost looked at every clue. Not that many left. All right, let me look at this list here. Flanagan we couldn't find. She's from Chester. Travel agency. Let's I think it's time to go to Sherlock Holmes. See if he has any information for us. Northwest 42. Oh, he's not available. All right, no Sherlock Holmes for us. Interesting. The head chemist is available. Criminology, we don't really have a reason to go to him. Criminologist, he analyzes all items and substances discovered during the course of investigations. All right, since he's our last ally, let's go to him. Southwest 22. Criminologist. Southwest 22. All right, let's see what the criminologist has for us. Maybe he can do some evidence of the dead persons. Southwest 134. We find Murray sitting in front of tables covered with chemical instruments and reports. His hair ruffled, his glasses perched on the end of his nose. He is holding a small flask containing a brownish liquid from which he pours several drops into a test tube filled with steaming water. "Greetings, young detectives," he exclaims, noticing us suddenly. "Sleuthing again for Sherlock Holmes, I imagine. And you, Doctor," we're saying. "And you, Doctor, are you still absorbed in some intricate research?" "No, my friends, I am merely making some tea. What you see here is an extract that I've created to perfection. A few more drops in the steaming water and voila, no need to wait. Practical, don't you think?" He's invented instant tea. He holds out the test tube now filled with an amber liquid. "Would you like to taste?" No, thank you. We did not come to have tea, but to ask you a few questions." "Ah, Wagons, I'm willing to bet I know what brings you here. It is surely the corpse at the foot of the bloody tower." He takes a taste of his concoction from the test tube and murmurs, "Excellent Darjeeling tea. I'll have to try Earl Grey next." "Exactly," answers Wiggins. "Ah, you are in agreement with me, Watkins. You think I should try to make Earl Grey next?" "No, Doctor, I was telling you we have indeed come in regard to the corpse found at the foot of the bloody tower." "Very good, Wilkins," says Murray, putting the test tube back onto its wooden stand. It's Wiggins, sir. Do you have something interesting for us?" "Well, Wagons, not very much, to tell you the truth, unless you're interested in the weapon that was used to commit the crime. It takes out a large arrow. Well, what a well-made crossbow quarrel. And iron with 4 blades, no less. A magnificent specimen. He pretends to take aim at each of us in turn with his imaginary weapon. An authentic piece, I am certain, and particularly efficient, as you can see." "And the clothes?" asks Wiggins. Murray puts the quarrel down next to the test tube and goes to the back of his laboratory. He returns a few moments later carrying a cardboard box. "Here it is," he says, "number 986. He takes a pair of pants out of the box and a dark brown vest, a plaid shirt, and a pair of brown high-topped shoes. "I also have socks and undergarments," he adds, "but I don't think you will learn much from this assortment." We spend a few minutes examining the clothes Murray has laid on the table. "They are quite worn, as you can see. In addition, you will notice they are not very clean. The shirt has a hole in it where the quarrel entered. Blood stains are visible around the hole. As for the shoes, continues Murray, judging by the wear and tear on the soles, our man had been wearing them for a long time." "Were any papers or money found in his possession?" asks Wiggins. "No wigs, no money. He had an old Roman coin in his pocket. As for papers, he didn't have any on him. I also found this package of cigarettes in his pocket." "Confound it!" exclaims Wiggins. "Confound it!" exclaims Wiggins. "Our victim was a man of means. These are French cigarettes," he says, closely examining the half-full pack. "Look," says Wiggins, showing us a few words scribbled on the inside of the cigarette box. "How bizarre," says Wiggins, putting the box back down. "Yes, bizarre," repeats Murray pensively. "Thank you, Dr. Murray," says Wiggins once again, examining the personal belongings of the dead man as we leave. "You are welcome, Wilkins. Say, do you think I should try it with coffee next?" All right. Can you make sense of that? You guys try to make sense of that while I make some notes here. So we went to H.R. Murray, the chemist, criminologist who can't get our name right ever. And gave us a couple of things. The dead man was wearing, let's see, pants, dark brown vest, plaid shirt, brown high top shoes. Who wears high top shoes? We might try to go to any shoemaker. But they're all worn, right? Well worn, so they weren't bought new. So the shoemaker's not going to help us. High top shoe. Clothing is worn, quite well worn. And not clean. Shirt has a hole where the quarrel entered. Bloodstains are visible around the hole. Okay, that is a clue that tells us he was shot while wearing these clothing. They weren't dressed on him afterwards. Wear and tear on the soles. Our man had been wearing them for a long time, okay? No money. He has an old Roman coin. An old Roman coin. There's nothing about the ceremony at the tower that involves Roman coin. Is there? George and Vulture. Interesting. Received document, George and Vulture. That's it. Received document, George and Vulture. Transmit, CA. And this says, does that say transmit? Transmit, CA. Is that a time? Old Roman coin. And then he has French cigarettes. Half full, whatever that means. With words. And I think the words say receive document. And as Jonathan says, George and Vulture. And then, does that look like it says TRAUSM? This is clue number 134. I don't see any N though, so not transmit. Trousum? Trism? What is this? It looks like CL dot. What is this letter? Some capital letter. Don't know what that letter is. I'm not very good at script. If it's USM, it could stand for United States Military. Sarah, what is it? You can get out yourself. Come on. Can it be a signature? Interesting. Interesting idea. CL. Does that look like that would be a CL? That's this last CL dot. He is using. Yeah, I was just going to talk about the dots. George and Vulture both abbreviated with dots, but RecDoc doesn't have dots. Does that mean they're not abbreviated? Does it not say doc? Does it say RecDo? But George and Vulture was where the exchange happened, right? Okay. Here's the Georgian Vulture is where the exchange happened with Attard. Do we see Attard's signature or CA? Transmitted CA? Is this Attard? Is Attard's first initial with C? The thing is, transmit makes sense, but I don't see an N there. Aaron says it says CL clear. CL for clear. Morse code abbreviation. What would that mean though? This is it James Moriarty? Is that a J? How do you do an uppercase J? What is this letter? We should know what this is. It's going up and this way. What is that letter? What is that letter? We should know script. Let me see. Yeah, that's an S. That's an uppercase S. This is an uppercase S. Let's go look properly. I'm pretty sure that's an uppercase S. So can you see that it's an uppercase S? It's not the best illustration. I saw a better one earlier, but I believe that it's an uppercase S. Everything wants to sell us to us. That's not very helpful. I saw one. It looked pretty clear to me that it was an uppercase S. Oh my God, everything is just about selling stuff, even if you look for a script. Okay, I think it's an S. SM. Is that an M? CL dot CLS something. And CA, sorry, let's go back. CA is definitely two initials, right? In fact, it looks like there's a little dot in the C, as if he's telling us that it's separate words, like he's separating words and dots. CA is going to be someone's name, maybe Attard. And then CL is one word, CL abbreviated. And then these letters aren't connected. This is the capital S and a capital M? SM. CA and SM. What is Moriarty's? Cursive teachers, look away, we failed you, yeah. What is Moriarty's first name? Is it CL or capital? Yeah, that's a good question. It's a very good question. Yikes. Is it really not Peter Newcastle, the old vet? I was so sure it was him. It still could be him, but received document, George and Vulture. Feels like we should be able to know what this word is, and I don't see an N. Like transmit makes sense, but what does it really say? TRAUSM. I mean, that is a U. That is a U. Or a V. Sure looks like a U to me. James Moriarty, so not SM. What are the initials of people we know? What's the butler's name? Oh, Brady. That's not helpful. We know Attard picked it up. Okay, let's assume that CA is the first, so that C is the first initial of Attard's name. In fact, can we look up in the directory Attard? Will it give us his first name? What's his first initial? Let's see. Attard Charles. Okay. Sometimes, even after a long day of detective work, we still got it. Charles Attard. That's our Mr. Attard who got out of town. Okay. Charles Attard. Maybe we don't need to know what this word says exactly, because we're assuming it's something to do with transferred, transmit. I don't know why it's a TRAUSM. It's all one word, but maybe it's not important if we think we understand these first two sentences. One thing that's a little, looks like it looks like you think you see an N there, Aaron? Could it be French? That's an interesting idea. Could it be a French word? TRAUSM. That's a very clever idea. Let's see if French translates. TRAUSM. French to English. Trousum. Is that a word? Trousum? Maybe it's a word we don't know. Let's try. Truism. No. Here's Google doing its thing. This is the life we live in. You can never search what you want. You search for the spell corrected version. All right. Maybe it's not important. French cigarette smoking man could be a French spy. Yes, absolutely. Now, here's something I don't quite understand. We know that this is not a tard, right? Or do we? No, I mean, he's writing Charles Attard, and Charles Attard left town. Left his umbrella. We do know that this isn't Charles Attard, right? I mean, why would he write his own name, CA or whatever? So, like, why does this person have something that says receive doc? Is he recording what happened? Is he recording? Aaron says the writing could be French. Yeah, it is. It's completely possible that we're looking at French writing. I'm assuming French write cursive the same way we do. I wonder if this last part is a clue about where he's going. We know he got on a voyage. Could SM refer to the boat he's taking or the place he's going? SM. It's not Paris. Is it possible the travel agent he went with. We did want to look that up to see if we could see where he was going. Let me just see. And I did want to go to the French Embassy. Let me make a note. French Embassy is 59 Southwest. 59 Southwest is a place we can go. Where else are places? Docks. Let's see. Docks. We've got a Shadwell New Basin, NB. Not very promising. Stations. Let's see. Stations. Aldersgate Street. Aldergate. Liverpool Street. I'm looking for an S. South Bromley. Shadwell. Steppy. That's it. Steamship companies. Okay, let's see. Aberdeen Navigation. Blogs Inc. Transatlantic, Canard Wine, Dominion Wine, Jardine and Matheson, that's where we checked for our girl. Liverpool, London Steam, Thames Steamboat, West Indies, no S's. SM, piano, secret code word, no. BFCH, CBFCH, don't see any of that. Record document, Georgian Vulture, transmit to, we know CA is going to be Charles Altered, at Attard, Charles Attard. Do we know this can't be Charles Attard? I don't think it is. I think we believe when they said he left town. SM. SM. Let's go to the French embassy. We can come back to this. Charles Attard. This is fascinating. It's absolutely fascinating. Let's go to the French embassy and see what they have. Let's also keep this handwriting style in our minds and check it against any handwriting we might come across. Yes. I'll scan this and make it available for us on a printout so we don't have to keep coming back to this page for next time. Okay, let me make a note about the criminologist. We went to SW22. We marked that. Okay, so the French embassy is at 59 Southwest. So let's go there. Here's 59 Southwest, near the workshop. You have to admit, it's a weird situation where he's got these old clothing, and yet he's got this French spy cigarettes. Rue Castle. Is Rue Castle a French name? I still am holding out hope that it's the old vet saying that he betrayed his country for some reason. What was the Roman coin significant? We don't. What? Why does he have a Roman coin? Was that to show? Was that the thing he was using to, like, meet up, like look for the person with the gold coin? Okay, 59 Southwest is the French embassy. 89. Let's look at that. Maybe we can get a little break in the case. At the French embassy, we asked to meet with the vice consul, Paul Zobar. We are ushered into a large office with garnet-colored curtains. The walls are covered with shelves containing books and reports. A thick-set man of medium height, dressed in elegant clothes, offers us comfortable chairs placed in front of his desk. "It's good to see you again. What can I do for you, gentlemen?" he asks us in a friendly manner. He has a slight French accent, which we notice right away. "We are investigating a burglary committed at the house of Mr. Thacker, who is married to a young French woman of French origin. We would like to obtain some information on this young woman, and we thought you might be able to help us." Paul Zobar thinks for a moment before replying. "That is a rather delicate request, for our files are strictly confidential. However, in view of our past relations," I can't keep a French accent, "and in appreciation for the help in the past concerning my daughter Annette, I will make an exception, providing, of course, you will avoid any indiscretions. We observe with pleasure that the Anglophobic sentiment we had encountered last year has been replaced with a kind of neutral benevolence." They're referring to previous expansion cases. What was the name again? That's a German accent, okay. Thacker, Miss Emily Thacker. "Please wait a moment," he says, getting up from his chair. He leaves his office and returns shortly carrying a thick file. "I think this register will provide the information you desire." Mr. Wiggins, he methodically turns the pages. "Here we are. Miss Amelia Thacker. Her maiden name is Desmoulins. Amelie Lisa Marie Desmoulins. Born on the 4th of April, 1858 in Paris. Daughter of Camille Alphonse Honoré Desmoulins and his wife Ernestine Jean-Amélie Lebige. Address 46 Rue de Babylone, Paris, 7th, 8th. She married Henry James Thacker on March 26, 1886 in London, and her current address is 4 Grey Inns Road, London, WC. This is all the information I can give to you. We thank Mr. Zobar, who accompanies us to the door of his office and wishes us a good day." So we got her maiden name. I don't remember if we've had this before. French Embassy. 59 Southwest. Miss Thacker is Desmoulins. Lisa Marie Desmoulins. daughter of Camille Alphonse Honoré, and his wife, Jean. Mother is Jean, named after her mother, Emily Labige, and gives us her address in Paris. 46 Rue de Babylon. Okay. Aaron says we should find out about that cab driver. We should. Jonathan says, could SM have anything to do with the Tower of London if that is where he winds up? Boy, that's a great guess. Aaron says those coins are something people carry in their pockets for some afterlife beliefs to give to Sharon for ferrying the souls of the deceased across the river Styx, possibly. Jonathan says, could you do a real close up of that info-heavy paragraph? Think I'll grab a screenshot. Yes. Which paragraph, Jonathan? Do you mean the history, the French embassy, or do you mean the dead man? Let's do both. That's the easiest way to do it. Here's the clue about Emily. Yes, French embassy. Okay, here's the French embassy. Make sure you don't read anything else. Let's go to the criminologist in case anyone didn't get a screenshot of that. Although that one I'm going to scan so that we have it in good resolution. There's that one. The tower. Let's go to the tower entry and see if we see any mention of the initials. Like there's the White Tower. So the Tower of London, which is EC 1453. Let's see. The letters VR on it. That's interesting. Escorted by a yeoman warder dressed in the famous red and black uniform with the letters VR on it. This is giving us his name. We could talk to him later, but we'd really like to find the yeoman's, the guy who has the keys. But let's look at this again. So middle tower, bloody tower. There's the spot. I want to see if there's something about the ceremony of the keys here. Part of the ceremony takes place under the tower. Every night at 9:30, 4 guards of Buckingham Palace stand under the arch of the bloody tower. The chief yeoman warder leaves the byward tower in possession of the keys of the tower and the artilleryman's lantern. I'd like to talk to the chief yeoman warder in case he can tell us where he was if his keys were stolen. Okay, so the gates are closed. There's the Bloody and the Wakefield towers. The sentry challenges him, and the following dialogues takes place. Oh, he doesn't give us the full thing. As you most certainly know, tradition has it if the ravens leave. I thought maybe there was some thing about defending the London against the Romans. Old Roman coin, not a new one. I mean, one thing could be it could be just be used to identify him as like meet the person who's flipping the Roman coin because it's a rare thing. Aaron says, could that coin be related to the ancient ritual of the tower? Could it be used in theater plays? I'm clutching at straws here. Well, I thought it might be related to the tower ritual. I thought maybe the tower ritual had to do with Romans. So if we search for London Tower ritual, ceremony of the keys. Ceremony of the keys, main gates are locked, the oldest extant military ceremony in the world. The chief yeoman warder at exactly 9:53 p.m. carrying a lantern. Here's the talk they have. Who comes here? The keys. Whose keys? Queen Elizabeth's keys. Past Queen Elizabeth's keys, all's well. God preserve Queen Elizabeth. Amen. They both answer amen and then they leave. The origins of the ceremony are unknown, may have begun in the Middle Ages. Huh. Lantern. Well, it's fascinating, but I don't. Jonathan says, Jesse, do you still think this is a suicide? Is the deceased trying to give us a clue? Yes. I admit that everything we've learned now nothing here supports that it's a suicide of our soldier. And it is explained as murder. But may I make a suggestion? I mean, Aaron says I think it's murder related to spycraft. I mean, I absolutely agree that that looks like it. If I'm trying to make the case for suicide, my case would be something like this. That this fellow who committed suicide thinks he's working for the good guy, whatever, and is keeping notes about what he's observing and realizes that he has aided and abetted a foreign power and committed suicide. But I agree, it looks a little more like murder now. Who can get his hands on a crossbow? It's so well. Don't forget, they said that the crossbow came from the armory at the tower. So that's partly why I thought it was suicide. Like he went to the tower at night to kill himself. He broke in, got the crossbow. But that's also why I wanted to find out if we could find the chief warder, so that we could find. This is important. What is the timeline of the meeting at the Georgian Vulture and him getting thrown out drunk? Well, that's Aaron says who can get it and fire it. That's why I was more inclined to think that it's this old vet. Like this old vet might have a history and might know how to get it and use it and all that. Although the old vet could have killed this guy. Okay, Jonathan says this is important. What is the timeline meeting at the Georgian Vulture? Unfortunately, we have the timeline at the Georgian Vulture very clearly. We know that she went there at 7:30. So 7:30 she gets on the thing. So somewhere around 7:50, 7:45 she does the handoff. However, we aren't given any information about the timeline of the old soldier vet in the bar. We're just told that he kicked him out last night. We have to find Peter Ruckessel, alive or dead. Now, EC is here. There's only 3 places we haven't been in EC. Like when we went to one of these places, they said, "Oh, Ruckessel doesn't live here." Was it 97 we went to? The wine house. Yeah, we went to the wine house. When we went to the wine house, here's what it said. The landlady tells us that no Peter Ruckessel lives at this address. The description of him we give her does not ring any bells either. So, like, we're looking for him. And he's got a, that must suggest he lives around there. EC. Hotels. EC. He's kicked out. He's kicked out for being drunk and complaining about his country. Let's look at the London Tower. What's around the London Tower? The Royal Mint? No. Boarding houses. EC. I'm looking for places up in here. Would he sleep in a park? We don't know anything about him except he's an old vet. Could somehow O'Brady be related to this? They're all coming from the same background, go to the same bar, and they are both related to this case. O'Brady's alibi is not at that bar. He's at a different bar. He's at the Gold something bar, which is of criminals. So I'm not sure. Although the butler does not follow them to this 7:30 p.m. bar. The butler does follow the woman with the basket to the workshop. Do you think that do we check all the jails? London Bridge Station. Would he have gotten on the train? 9EC? No. We went to the wine house. Hmm. Wine merchant, 46 EC. No. I'll tell you what we could do. But nobody saw him at the gold. Aaron says he was at the Golden Bar. No one saw him, or they deny it. Yeah, they're a criminal bar. They weren't saying anything. Here's an idea. If that cigarette note is signed SM, what if we look under M? There aren't that many, and look for someone whose first initial is S. Let's look for an SM. There aren't that many. There's just 3 columns of M's. Let's look for SMs. Here's a Stephen Marlette. SM in directory. So Stephen Marlette, 86 Southeast. Marshall and Snellgrave. Marshall and Snellgrove. But that's an MS. I'm going to write that down just in case. 33 Northwest. Shirley McKnight is 6EC. Sir Jasper Meeks. He wouldn't write SM for that. Santos Mendoza, 76 Southwest. Mercer, no first name, 38 SE. Inspector Mertwell, 4 East. East is not on our thing. Metropolitan Hotel. Mexburg Private Hotel. Middlesex Hospital, still that's MS, not SM. Millbank Prison. Susan Miller, 32 Southeast. Shelley Moncrief, 111 South, that's not real. Inspector Montgomery South, that's not real. Morgan Burgess, Morgan and Company, Melissa Morgan. Mortimer Storehouse, again, that's the wrong order, but I'll just put 95WC just in case. Morlock and Sons, that doesn't make sense. Something and Sons. Select library. Samuel Mullet, QP, Queen's Park, that's not in the game. Well, let's see if any of these coming up. 86 Southeast, no, we don't have any more Southeast left. 33 Northwest, no. 6EC, no. 76 Southwest, no. 38 Southeast, no more 30 Southeast left. 32 Southeast, no. W95WC, nope. Oh, that was a good idea, though. That was a good idea. So that was people with the last name of M. George and Vulture. You know, I think one of you, Jonathan or Aaron, had an interesting point about signature. Like, that's an odd way to write an M if you're not signing your name. Like, if you're signing your name, you might do this elaborate M. But if you're not signing your name, what is with this big flourish? Also, yeah, it's not a lowercase M, so I don't know. All right, we'll come back to this. Aaron says, let's try the tobacconists. Well, that's an interesting point because he's got these fancy French cigarettes. Well, that's a good idea. That's an interesting idea. Okay, tobacconists. I'm going to look at them and then look them up on our clue guide to see if we can find any. 35 WC, no. 16 Northwest, no. 54 Northwest, no. 7 Southwest, that's the club we've already been to. 86 Southwest, no. 88 Southwest, no. 93 WC, no. We've been there. 95 WC, no. 20 WC, we've been there. That's the cigar shop. 44 Southeast, no. That's all filled. No tobacconist. Jonathan says, I scanned in the old edition for the tobacconist and it looked like a dead end. Okay. I've still got some couple more things that I wanted to look up from my list. I thought maybe if we could find the Australian embassy, but there is no Australian embassy. Is there anything Australian? Not here. I think looking at the steamship companies seems like a very useful place to look if we think this guy left and went on a trip. So let's look if there are any steamship companies that we can go visit other than the one we went to already. Aberdeen Navigation is 26 EC. No. 83 EC. No. 15 EC. No. 40 SE. No. 20 EC. No. The 15 EC was the place we already went to. Okay, so no more steamship companies to get information from. His shoes were old, so it can't be that. How fascinating. Well, this is, I think we take a break and maybe we wrap it up for today, although I'm tempted to just sit here for a while and think. But let's take a moment. Let's take a moment to catch our breath and remark at the wonderful position we find ourselves in now after quite a long time. So we are now 21 hours in. We've had 21 hours on camera filming this. For the first time, we are basically cast adrift. We still have a couple more places that we will know to go to, but we've been everywhere that's of rich interest to us. We're just holding on to the little wisps of ideas of what's going on. But how wonderful is it that we are now out of our plethora of clues of places to go. We are now at a different point, a different place in the game where we don't quite know where to go. We think we've got about 11 places yet to be visited. It won't take us very long to find them all, but it is a fascinating moment now that we find ourselves in. Let's take a 5-minute break. You guys in the channel decide whether you want to stop now, whether we should chat, or whether we should clean up a little loose ends. We do have a few more places that we know to look at. We've got the Doolittle woman with selling the flowers. We've got a place where we could look up her location. I think I'd like to do that before we end. But we probably got some other places we could look at as well. Okay, 5-minute break, and then you guys think about whether this would be a good time to stop or you want to look around for another half hour. We are back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We're on hour 7 of today's session and hour 21 of our playthrough of Adventures by Gaslight, the rare and out-of-print Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective expansion from 1986. We're just winding down for the evening, but we find ourselves in this wonderful position now where the board, there's no more cubes. There are only a few more places left to visit, and we're not quite sure what they are. So it's an exciting moment for us to squeeze these last drops of clues out of London. I think we can say pretty confidently that we'll be traveling to Paris on the next playthrough. We still have some London to clear up and talk about, but then we'll be traveling to Paris tomorrow, I guess. So we're just talking in the channel with Erin and Jonathan. We're talking about the booster shots and the COVID booster shots. Jonathan and I were both reporting that the booster really knocked us out the next day. And Erin has got his booster shot scheduled for tomorrow. So, yeah. The first night, is Jonathan have the same? Yeah, next day. So you've got like a window after you get your shot overnight where you're okay. And then in the next morning, it's terrible. So I woke up with real back pain and stuff for several days and just headache and out of it. So a couple things. We've done all the allies we know about. There is this item here where we could get more about Doolittle, the flower woman. I'll also remind you that there's a bunch of newspaper stuff that we were thinking about checking out that we could check out. So I'm inclined, Jonathan said earlier he's inclined to clean up a little so we'll have a little less to do, especially if this is just sort of busy work. I think it may make sense for me to sit here for a while and just chase down some of these probably dead ends now rather than do it tomorrow. So let's do it. All right, so I'm going to go here first and look about that Doolittle woman. I guess we looked her up we met her at the flower shop at Covent Gardens. It doesn't seem important for a case, but now that we know her name and where she lives, she's staying at the Grand Hotel, I guess. So we can go to 22WC, which we've also already been to before. 22WC gives us to the bank, and then, but also we can go to, let's see, it's clue 10. We can also go to Clifford Doolittle, which I assume is the husband. Okay, clue 47 says, no, Miss Doolittle, flower girl, lives here, says the hotel door. Oh, no, Miss Doolittle, the flower girl, lives here, says the hotel doorman haughtily. He closes the door even before we have a chance to apologize for the error. So basically, we tried to find her later. I think Wiggins wanted to hang out with her a bit. So we just took a shot in the dark that she lived there, and the hotel guy is like, no, the flower girl does not live in this fancy hotel, in the Grand Hotel. He was laughing at us. The flower girl does not live in the Grand Hotel. All right. Some other Doolittle lives there that we don't care about. All right. Let's make sure we have no items here that we have marked but not visited. Nope, and we've been to every place in the southeast. And we've been to Doolittle. It could be, well, the tobacconist was a good idea. I still want to find the old vet, but he could be a complete, Jonathan says, maybe the flower girl is related to the wicker basket. I feel like that was just meant to throw us off track, or maybe Mike Collier brought a wicker basket as a gift to Annie, and so that was used to transport stuff to the workshop. We've been to every place down here, southeast, so there's no point in trying to find more workshop stuff, etc. Let's look at our newspaper again and see if there are places we wanted to visit related to the newspaper. Here is the code breaking guy. How about that? How about the code breaking guy? Maybe the word puzzle. Maybe he can help us solve the cipher. 41 Gower Street, WC. Let's see if that's on our thing. 41 Gower Street, WC is not on our thing. So I guess we'd make them X here. There's no 41 Gower Street. We already went to the Mile Flower Shop. This is tours in France. That doesn't help us. Paul Nobile. In France. That's a French address. Don't need that. Here was the Staunton Chessmen. We already figured out the chess stuff, I think. Elephant and Castle Theater. Maybe we should check out some more of these theaters. Here's a theater in France. The Disappearing Lady. Third Historical Harpsichord. Frankenstein at the Haymarket Theater. Here's Private Boxes. We went there, right? We went to 68 and 85. I believe we did. Let's look in the directory of the theaters. Let's just make sure there's no theaters. I think the theater district is down here, though, isn't it? Which we know we already figured out. Let's see. No, the Allegro's at 94 WC. We already went to that. Apollo, 19 Northwest. No. Covent Garden, we went there. Drury Lane, 31 WC. No. Elephant and Castle, we went there. Haymarket, no. Lyceum, no. The Olympia, no. The Princess, Already went there. At the Royalty, no. Okay, no theaters. We've got solicitors, public houses. Steamship companies, we checked all of those. Solicitors, I don't know why we would expect to talk to more solicitors. Shoemakers. All right, let's just check. That guy had old shoes, so I don't see how. 89 Southwest, no. 80 Northwest, no. 77 Northwest, no. 77 WC, no. 85 Southeast is done. Okay, no shoemaker. Anything to check in the tailors? I don't think so. Milton Simon has an address in the directory, but not in the clue sheet. Yeah, I found them. Piano numbers and code breaking could be together. Yeah, it's too bad. I really thought we were going to be able to find... Oh, Milton Simmons. Whoa, that's... Whoa, stop. That's interesting. There's an MS, and it's in our newspaper. Oh, but SM is what we wanted, right? Not MS. We wanted an SM. Oh, I thought that was important for a second. The greatest number of English dictionary words from the word stammering. I wonder if that's of any significance to us. Probably not. Okay, what about pawnbrokers? If we might think someone was trying to sell the birds. 73 EC, no. 47 East, nope, no pawnbrokers. What about police stations? 70 WC, been to. 100 EC, no. 53 Southeast is done. 36 EC, no. Been there. 13 Southwest, been there. 89 Northwest, no. I mean, this is wonderful that we're in this. We've gotten to the place. What if he starts to write the surname and then the name and signature? That is the overthinking stuff that I think gets you in trouble, Aaron. It just seems unlikely to me. Scotland Yard, Criminal Investigation 13 SW, been there. 22 SW, been there. 5 WC, been there. 85 SW, Special Branches, no. Settlement houses, if we think that guy is hiding. Newspapers, what about some of these newspapers? 25 EC, no. 64 EC, no. 74 WC, no. 88 Northwest, no. 9 Northwest, no. 35 EC, been there. 89 Southwest, no. 51 Southeast, 47 EC, no. 40 EC, 26 Northwest, no. Whoa! 26 Northwest, the star. All right, we got a clue. We've got a newspaper that we haven't visited, the star, 26 Northwest. This is very reminiscent of Gumshoe now. 26 Northwest, the Star News. Okay, 98, where is that? 26 Northwest. 28, 27. So at this point in our detective work, we're just knocking on doors of newspaper offices saying, what do you know? There's 26 at the Piccadilly Hotel. Oh, I wonder if this is the newspaper or something else isn't at the Piccadilly Hotel. What is this across the street from? 65 Northwest. Arthur Stoner. What did Arthur Stoner tell us? Arthur Stoner sent us to the club, the horse racing gambling guy or something. Okay, let's try the Piccadilly Hotel, 26 Northwest, 98. Let's see if it's the news station or something else. We address ourselves to the harried employee at the reception desk. Excuse me, says Wiggins. Would you happen to know an Arthur Stoner's? No, replies the clerk. No one by that name is here. Yes, I see, says Wiggins, but we know he lives across from the hotel. We thought you might know him. If he lives across the street, why don't you try over there? The man abruptly turns his attention. So we were pointed to him being across from Piccadilly Hotel, and we found him. And this is just if you knock on the hotel. Jonathan says, is this going to be about divorce? Is this one of the other papers that the guy was complaining about in the editorial? No, it actually was a... Remember that the way Sherlock Holmes works is a number could have multiple places in that corner, in that building lot. So this just happened to be the Piccadilly Hotel. What if there's no more information to be found about our people? What if the rest of these things are just like red herrings? What if we've got everything we're going to get? Surely not. Surely there's got to be some gem in here somewhere. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 more places to discover. We looked at pawnbrokers. We have no reason to look at maps. We have no reason to look at markets. Music halls were some of the performances. All right, let's see. I don't feel good about this, but 25 WC, no. 13 Northwest, no. 20 Northwest, no. 22 Northwest, no. 23 WC, no. We did all the newspapers. I believe we did all the prisons. 23 Southwest. 36 EC. Yeah, we did all the prisons. Did we do all the bars? He got kicked out of the bar. He was drunk. Bar is still one of our best possibilities. Wine Lodge, 10 WC, no. 76 Southwest, no. 97 EC we went to. Doesn't know him there. Prince Louise, no. 3 WC, no. 71 EC, no. I wonder now if the old vet wasn't a total red herring. Jonathan says, let's look at the notes on the older paper you took. You mean on my notebook here? I'm not sure I'll be able to make sense of any of these anymore. What was Dresda the cab driver? We might have to look at that cab note again and look for places. Maybe that's what we should do. If we go to 33, Could we find a destination that's relevant to us? Liverpool Station. Whitehall. That's the guy who arrives at 8. What if the SM is a station name or a address? SM, is there any address here that's an SM? Mortimer Street, but that's MS. More Mortimer Street. A lot of people going to 88 Mortimer Street, 89 Mortimer Street. Where is Mortimer Street? Mortimer Street. But we want SM. Anyone leaving from an SM? It could be a corner like Stamford and Mortimer. Might it be an address, SM, near the Strand? If there's the Strand Street, where's the George and Vulture? Is that on Strand Street? It is on Strand. Strand and Maiden Lane? No, they run parallel. Good idea, though. Look at the... No, I meant the newspaper from months ago. Okay, let's look at that newspaper from months ago. Yes, let's look at this newspaper from months ago that we didn't spend that much time on. We've got some marks here. We couldn't find this person. Times office, we went there. Well-known agency for governesses, 16 Northwest. No. If you want to, the piano woman was 21 Clapham Road at the ALH Library. Do we have libraries here? Libraries. 21. I don't see any libraries. 5 Southwest, been there. 78 WC. 39 EC. 86 Southwest. No libraries. shipping departures. West Indies steamship. We definitely checked that out, right? Shipping. West Indies Shipping Company, 20 EC. Nope. All right, auction houses. No. 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 Hmm. Booksellers. No. Carpet. Charities. What about charities? What about orphanages? I was thinking that we could track down the cook for her orphanage. Is there a section of orphanages or something like that? I don't see it. Coroners at 91 EC. Did we already go there? Doesn't exist. What about churches? Someone was getting married in a church. St. Paul's Cathedral, 38 EC. We already went there. 17 Southwest, 88 Southwest. Let's put you guys front and forward in case I don't miss any comments. Can you guys look for SM? Did you, Jonathan, did you look in the old directory for SM? Because that has businesses mixed in with the residential. It might be easier to find an SM. Let's look. I have the old directory here. Let's look at this together. Look for an. It's SM we want, not MS. Okay, let's look for SM. So this is interesting because it's got combined. So we don't want to name. We don't want to name because that's MS. Suppose we could look for that too. But what about a place like St. Mark's or St. Mary's Church? St. Mary's SM 19 EC. No. Okay, but something like that maybe. No, really not St. Mary's. Saul Lieberwitz Pawn Shop. Do we know anyone? Scottish National SM 51 EC. No. Can you think of anyone that we had with that? Sheffield Maynard, 29 South W. No. Sheriff's Wine Lodge. That's not SM. Chicken Shine. Shoemaker. School Bard. Shooting Society. Am I showing you this? No. Sorry. Sleuth Publications. Do you see that? Sleuth Publications 5e off the map. That's the publisher of this game. Smithfield Market. 8EC. Yeah, okay. All right. Smithfield Market is a location on our clue list. Millicent Standish is in the directory, and we've been there according to the clue list. We've been to Millicent Standish? She must just be... Oh, House Behind the Garden. Right, someone else was there. Okay, I think we got it here, though, because there's only 3 things left. Now, this could be a completely dead end, but we did find a place. 8EC, Smithfield Market. Now, if this is the SM from the note, we've hit the jackpot. And it could be unrelated. It is right next to this other place that we went to. The Wine House. She didn't recognize Peter Rutledge. All right. Is Aaron and Jonathan still there? Because this could blow our case wide open. I want you guys to... I mean, it might not. Shall I take a peek? All right, I'm going to take a peek, and if it's valuable, I'll wait and make sure you guys are both here. Smithfield Market. Now look, it is near the Tower of London, where the guy's body was found. Here it's called Smithfield Market. Here it's called, on my map, it's called Spitalfields Market. What's it called on the original map? Smithfield. What do you think that means? Do you think it means that they updated the map for the names changed? My God, thank God they kept the thing. Is it still Smithfield in here? Markets. Spitalfields Market. Either way, it's an SM. Interesting that they changed it. Aaron says, should we leave it at a cliffhanger? Well, let's look at it. Let's see what it says. And let's see if it's a cliffhanger. It's probably just a dead end. It's 8EC 38. It's not super big. Let's read it. We see before us the long walls made of red brick with large openings of the Smithfield Market. This district seems particularly animated. Carts come and go, blocking the neighboring streets. The cages of squawking poultry are lying in one place, and a little further on, men are unloading halves of hogs, entire sheep carcasses, and quarters of beef. Fascinated by this area, Wiggins evokes the past by describing how this square was used as a tilting yard for jousting matches, and how that was the spot where St. Bartholomew's famous cloth fair took place. This is also where the capital executions took place, he tells us, before the live animal market was created. Wiggins, who seems to have regained his good humor and spirit since embarking upon our investigation, suddenly seems to become gloomy and lost in thought. Not only did they sell animals, but wives too. Unhappy husbands would come here and auction off their wives. Is that real? Old traditions had their good points, I suppose. It is difficult to tell if we should relate this last comment, linking cause and effect, to the moroseness demonstrated by Wiggins this morning, explaining perhaps his fascination for this market area. After this interesting lesson on Old London, we enter the stalls permeated by the faint and acrid odor of the slaughterhouse and the butcher shops. Butchers dressed in long white aprons are busy at work, marking the meat, weighing it, and then hanging it from the hooks hung from the market's rafters. We interrupt several of them as they are working to ask them if they know Peter Rucastle or if they've heard of him. Unfortunately for us, our man must not have had the same interest in Smithfield as Wiggins, for no one seems to know of him, and we have to resign ourselves to leaving without having learned anything new for our investigation. Aaron says, aw, and Jonathan says, so we're definitely looking for Rucastle. We are looking for Rucastle. Wiggins is looking for Rucastle. It seems a little bit of a coincidence that SM took us to Rucastle, doesn't it? Or is that just the fact that we're in EC? Where is the note? $134. Let's look at that again. Is SM someone's initials? And what does this say? Are there any other clue points right around that area so we can search for Rucastle? Yeah, I mean, I can see where the ECs are left. They're right near it, but I feel like we have no. Yeah, so this is a tricky situation for us. We went to the wine house, which we thought might be where he is. They're like, I don't know who you're talking about, never seen him. Then SM got us here, never seen him. Well, we can see, this is a little bit of cheating, but we can see, it's impossible not to notice that the two remaining clue points are these buildings right here. So if we're fed up, we just look at these. But the thing is, this is a very tough position, especially after we're here for 8 hours. Like, we had a reason to go to the SM market. What would be the reason, like, for us searching around there? It's very hard to justify it. Is there anything in this that would lead us to believe it's near the SM market? CLCI? Like, these buildings aren't even not named. We don't even know what they are. Why would we? It's very tempting. When I play Gumshoe, like, it's 9 days, right? Was he kicked out on the map, kicked off the map? When I played Gumshoe, like, it's 9 days, right? Like, the first half, the first 5 days, I was so strict about never looking at some place unless I found a reason to look at it. But by day 5, I was like, well, let me just peek and see if it's important. And then if it is, I might go back and try to hunt it down. I don't feel like we should let ourselves look at buildings. If we had a reason to believe that Peter Rootcliffe lived in this area, then I would. But I just don't know how we justify looking at those buildings without any hint that he's there. And Southeast we finished with. If we knew he went to the Liverpool station, which we don't, do we check all the other stations? Let's check the other stations for other areas. Like, if we knew he got off on the train there, that would be reason enough to look around there. Uh, hmm. It almost makes you worry that there might be something in the old in the old directory that would be different. Although we haven't really. We just found that one, and that could have been our mistake. Trying cost. What about this lunatic asylum places that were talked about in the Here's a woman, Persano. She wrote in about her husband going crazy. Persanon. Isadora, 42 EC. No. No, she's not in here. I wonder what she's all about if she's not in the newspaper. It's a quack. What about the asylums? Do we have asylums in the... '93 Northwest. Looking up doctors. I feel like we've been to most of these places. Hospitals. Is the lunatic asylum a hospital? 91 WC, no. 45 Southwest, no. No. 10 Northwest, no. 38 EC, no. St. George's 57, no. St. Thomas 29, no. Is the lunatic place a prison? Is that what it is? Where is the lunatic asylum? Bethlehem Lunatic Asylum, 28 Southeast. Okay, well, that's not of importance to us. Let's look at... the carriage log. Anything going to those places, a bit of cheating, but let's see if anything is going to 95 or 96 address. No, no cab rides going there. I think this might just be red herring, 95 and 96. All right, tell you what we'll do. We'll just take a peek to see if there are big clues. Okay. Whoop, one is. One is. So we have to find a way to justify to ourselves why we are going to investigate those locations. How are we going to do that? Let's look in the old directory. Let's make sure. Did you, Jonathan, look at Rue Castle and make sure he doesn't have an address? That might be... in the second edition, but not the next. No, he's not there. Military Museum, 47 South. Oh my God, that's it. Oh my God, Military Museum is on our list. We're going to get his address from the records. Okay, so I was just scrolling through and look at this. Royal Military Museum, 47 Southwest, which is on our clue list. Now, is that also in this new directory? Let's see. There's no museum section. Where would it be? Holy cow. How would we find this? I'm going to answer the question in the chat in a second here. How would you find the military museum? Royal Military Museum. It's not SM. Libraries, no. Settlement houses, newspapers, sports, Somerset. I don't know how you would stumble on this. What is it listed under? It surely must. Let's see if it's in here. Oh my God, it's not. Oh, Royal. It's under Royal. Wow. Royal Military Asylum, 47 Southwest. Oh, it's an asylum too. In the new directory, it's listed as Royal Military Asylum, 47 Southwest. In the old directory, it's listed as the Royal Military Museum. But I'm still not sure how you would find it if you didn't know to look for Royal. We should look for if there's any other Royal places we need to go. Royal Academy, 23 Northwest, no. Royal Aquarium, no. Blacksmith. 68 Northwest, no. 35 Northwest, 36 Southwest, no. 47, that's our asylum. 15 Northwest, no. 25 Northwest, sorry, we're out of Royal. Okay, so we're going to go to this place, but let us first see what the chat is going on as we put this. Oh, this could be nothing, but I'm really hoping that the military museum has his records. I don't know why they would, to be honest, but they might know him. They might know him. Remember, he's always going on and on about his stuff. Royal Military Asylum, it's listed here. Okay. All right. And maybe it is under museums in the old directory. Let's see, just for the fun of it. Is there a museum section? No, there isn't. I don't know how you're supposed to find it. All right. In the chat says, Jesse, Aaron wants to know how you think this compares in difficulty to Gumshoe. Then Aaron says, maybe we'll get info on the crossbow. Maybe if you were British, this would be more obvious. It's like us going to the VA lounge or something. Well, how does it compare to Gumshoe? Gumshoe is not nearly as difficult. There's lots of cases happening at once, so it is a little overwhelming, but you can usually see what belongs to what case, and every given case is much more restricted and confined. From what we understand of the reputation of this case, we are not going to understand it, and we are going to be frustrated when we get the answer. And Gumshoe isn't like that. Most of the cases in Gumshoe feel quite satisfying. Gumshoe also has a lot more busy work checking fingerprints and a lot more extra kinds of documents, crime scene drawings and stuff. This is much more of the pure Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective experience, but in a sprawling travel. So they do feel different. They definitely feel different. Gumshoe feels still like a different experience, but this does have some of that flavor. I don't remember feeling nearly so lost in Gumshoe. In Gumshoe, the individual cases are much less convoluted and confusing. 47 Southwest. Okay, here we go. Hopefully that answered your question. What, Jonathan, do you agree? 47, but you do need to keep notes. I had like a 30-page Google document of notes for Gumshoe as I played it because you're seeing so many different cases happening at the same time. All right, 47 Southwest goes to 24. This is Military Museum. I really hope this tells us where he lives, because otherwise we're back to square one. All right, here we go. This is exciting. Hopefully you're all with me here. The director of the military hospice agrees to see us, and we enter his office. He asks us to forgive him for having made us wait so long, explaining that he had to take care of a few administrative details. He's a bald man of medium height with a sharp look in his eye. He invites us to sit down and asks the object of our visit. We are working for Sherlock Holmes, and we are trying to find information about Peter Rucastle. Perhaps you read of the body found at the foot of the Bloody Tower. We have reason to believe that the victim is Peter Rucastle, and that he was an old soldier. I was right. It was him. Boy, though, I really was having doubts when we found his clothing, but there we go. We have reason to believe it was him. Okay, we were hoping someone here might know of him. No one of that name has ever resided here, answers the director. Oh my God, please. Of this I am sure. I have never heard the name. He pauses, taking a cigarette out of an elaborate silver case, decorated at the center with a military emblem. He lights his cigarette, exhales a cloud of blue smoke over his work table, and continues. If you would like, I can take you to the main sitting room where our boarders like to gather. They play chess or cards, but their main preoccupation is to spend hours talking about the glories of the battles of their youth. Perhaps one of them can help you. We follow the director along a corridor and into a large room which seems more like a military museum than a sitting room. To our left stands a large bookshelf apparently filled with books on the military. So maybe this is a military hospital. Yes, this is the military hospice. There just happens to be a library in there. To our left stands a large bookshelf apparently filled with books on the military, no doubt glorifying the British Army and tracing the stories of valiant soldiers. Flags, sabers, and military accessories hang on the wall to our right. The other walls are decorated with maps of England and paintings of illustrious battles. The room is furnished with armchairs and small tables around which sit old men. As the director told us, some are playing cards while others quietly talk among themselves. Gentlemen, says the director in a friendly voice addressing the pensioners, these young men seek information on a retired soldier, Peter Rucastle. Were any of you acquainted with him? Apparently no one has heard of him, for they all shake their heads. He was called the General, I believe, adds Wiggins. An elderly soldier, with a face burned by the sun of all the continents on which the soldiers of His Majesty have marched, struggles to his feet and comes towards us slowly. He says, Yes, I believe I remember someone by that name. I did not know him personally, but a dear friend of mine who is now dead spoke to me about him several times. I think he lived by Smithfield Market. I can't remember anything else, and I'm not quite sure of that. We thank the old man, and Wiggins escorts him back to his armchair. Then we leave the drawing room, accompanied by the director, whom we thank warmly for his hospitality and his assistance. Wonderful. There's no hospices in the old directory. Well, the old directory had military museum there. But yeah, where would it have been listed in the... It is not under hospitals. Crazy. I don't know how we would have found it. Surely it's under one of these places where you got to know to look for the royal something. That's bizarre, though. Okay, but this is wonderful. Now we're directed to Spitalfields Market, where we already went, where we also got that writing on the note, which I think now was talking about SM. Now we are allowed to look at these places. So let us look at these places now. Let me write down. No, okay, we did that. All right, so now we can go to the places nearby. Are you guys hanging in there? You're still awake? 96 is nearby and 95 is nearby. So if we go to 95, we get clue 64. No, we go to the other one first. We get clue 20. Go to the one nearby first. We get clue 20. Clue 20 says, the landlady of the building tells us that Peter Rucastle does not live here. So that was 96. Says no Peter. Now if we go, so let's mark that. You guys are still hanging in there, huh? No one there. I think this is probably where we'll end after we read this important one. So just a little bit longer. All right, 95 EC, the last location in this neighborhood, in EC. The last place we have to go. Let's put ourselves a marker here. Since I cheated and peeked at it, I know there's something there. Let's read it together. 64. We should pause for a second and note how interesting it was that when we went to the museum, Wiggins just volunteered that we suspect he's the guy who was murdered. No talk of suicide yet, but murder. But we do think he's the victim. That's comforting. Okay, here we go. Let's read this together. The landlady is a small, round woman with bright red cheeks, lively eyes, and ruffled hair, who is busy cleaning the staircase with big sweeps of her broom when we cross the threshold of her home. Be careful. Wipe your feet on the mat, and don't bring in any dirt. I never stop polishing this darn house. Is this the house Peter Rucastle lives in? Asks Wiggins timidly, a little anxious in front of this brusque reception. Aye, that it is. We would like to see him. He's not here. How has he been gone for long? I don't know. I don't care what the tenants do as long as they pay the rent on time. Realizing our dialogue with Peter Rucastle's landlady is going to be difficult, Wiggins discreetly slips her a few coins, and once again we are amazed at the immediate change in her manner. I don't care to talk about my tenants. Their private lives don't concern me, but he's a funny one. An old soldier, from what they say. He keeps odd hours, never leaving the house the times ordinary folk do, nor coming home normal times either. He doesn't receive very many people, and I don't like any of them. Bizarre people who don't seem very Christian to me. Could we possibly take a look in his room? Asks Wiggins. The landlady hesitates for a moment before answering. It's sure to be locked. He never even allows me into his room. If I happen to go upstairs to tell him something, which doesn't happen very often, he only opens the door just enough to talk. And the stairs. I've got such pains these days with this unpleasant weather. I really can't accompany you up there. Oh, let me assure you, says Wiggins in his conciliatory tone. We're quite capable of showing ourselves up. You aren't going to disturb anything, are you? We reassure her and then climb the steps, the steep steps, leading to Rucastle's room. Prudently, Wiggins knocks on the door. When there is no answer, he takes a short length of wire he keeps in the bottom of his pocket and introduces it into the lock. One turn to the right, a turn to the left, and the door is opened. Exciting. We enter the small, simply furnished room, its walls yellowed by age and humidity. The bed is unmade. The table is piled with old papers. A half-empty bottle of gin and a glass of dubious cleanliness are sitting next to the inkwell and a quill pen. Oh, it was ink on his finger. Not some crazy suicide thing, as I thought. Wiggins carefully... and pile of chipped dishes. So he doesn't have much money. Wiggins carefully examines the mess, sorting through the old papers, and picks up a packet of postcards. Are these the postcards he's talking about? Here, he says to us, turning over the cards, our man must like to travel. Souvenirs from Australia, where Annie is from. On the back of a card, we read the badly written text, greetings from Adelaide. That's where her trunk was from, or her company was from. The card is not signed, and it bears neither stamps nor address. We notice that all the cards represent the same view. Everyone has their hobbies. He seems to have quite a collection here, says Wiggins as he continues his investigation. He opens the wardrobe where everything is carefully put away, in contrast to the rest of the room. He looks under several piles of used clothing and suddenly discovers a small, locked wooden box. This is such a good cliffhanger to end on. With the help of his wire, he manages to pop open the lock. The box contains stamps, which Wiggins carefully examines. I don't see anything special. These are ordinary, everyday stamps you can buy anywhere. Strange. Wiggins closes the box and puts it back in its place. It's a locked box of stamps you can buy anywhere. We continue, unless it's got spy, like microfilm, like encoding on the stamps or whatever. Wiggins closes the box and puts it back in its place. We continue our search. Near the bed, we discover an ashtray full of cigarette butts. Mr. Holmes would certainly notice more things than we can, says Wiggins. Look at this, he exclaims as he picks up a charred and crumpled scrap of paper with great delicacy and holds it out to us for closer examination. Oh boy, more writing that we can't understand. This looks French. Do you agree? Look, it's like lay. At the bottom I see lay something. Or is that an L? Eston. Oh boy. Really? We're going to have to try to decrypt more? Alright, it's not over yet. But it's almost over. How unfortunate not more of it is left, says Wiggins. We finish our search of the apartment without finding anything else of special interest. Then we meticulously erase any signs of our presence. We carefully close the door of the quarters and go back down the stairs, and after gratifying the landlady with a big smile, we quickly exit. All right. So this was a burned, charred scrap of paper. And he's got stuff that looks like spycraft. A locked box of stamps, postcards that are from Australia, greetings from Adelaide, card's not signed. All the cards represent the same view. And a locked thing of stamps. Stamps that you can buy anywhere. And what on earth does this say? This looks like it says Greg's. It's like a partial burn scrap of paper. Don't know what to make of it. If he went to Paris, that could be the photo of the Eiffel, and that could be a link between him and Miss Thatcher. Yeah, but it's not, because we're told that his postcards, he's got a half-empty bottle of gin, a glass of dubious cleanliness, but he's got an inkwell, a quill pen, and a packet of postcards. Souvenirs from Australia. He's got a packet of postcards that are all the same view of Australia from Adelaide. We notice all the cards represent the same view. Strange. Jonathan says, I do wonder if we're going to find some clue that points us toward the military hospice. I think that makes a lot of sense. I think that makes a lot of sense. However, everything that was all in EC, but I think you're right. Like, we didn't hear anything about how he was killed, suicide, or murdered, so maybe something will point us to the hospice. We're completionists, we're going to see all the clues, so we will get it. We are going to stop here, though. We're going to mark here that this is Peter Rucastle's room. I do not know what to make of that burned thing. So we've now done all the clues in EC and Southeast. We've got 2 left in West Central neighborhood, 2 left in Northwest neighborhood, and 1 left in Southwest neighborhood. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've got 5 clues left to go. So we will surely be in Paris tomorrow. How about the French cigarettes that we couldn't find the origin in England? Yes. How did he get those French cigarettes? I mean, we are still left with we basically got the same questions we started the day with. We don't know why anyone's lying to us. We don't know why and how he was killed, though I still think it's suicide. We did verify the identity of this person who's dead, which is reassuring that we got that one thing right. We should look back about what he was blathering about while he was drunk. I do believe that he was, if it's true that he killed himself, I think Aaron says we are not even close to cracking this case. That's true. We did discover more about who's leaving the cryptic messages. If you read what he says, the Peter Rucastle, it sounds to me when I reread it like he might be saying that he accidentally betrayed his country. So I want us to read that so you can see if you agree with me. He was there the other night. He must have drunk a dozen pints. He was shouting at the top of his lungs about how he had defended England in the 4 corners of the earth. Where am I? He had defended England in the 4 corners of the earth, and how it is not necessarily that one is dishonest, that he agrees to betray his country. I think he is saying he betrayed his country, not because he's dishonest, but because of some other reasons. Perhaps because he was pressured, blackmailed, etc. He's defended England, and it is not necessarily that one is dishonest that he agrees to betray his country. You don't have to be a dishonest person to end up betraying your country. And I think maybe he feels guilty about it, etc. Jonathan said, I'm still having a good time, but I'm definitely seeing why this is notorious. Yeah, you can see why it's a notorious case, absolutely. But this is only the half of why it's notorious. I gather the real reason it's so notorious is that at the end, we're not going to feel like we understand it. It's not just that we're confused and cast adrift now. It's that when we get to the end, it's not going to make sense. But I am loving it. I'm loving being able to share it with you guys, and like the epic marathon nature of this, of stuff slowly unfolding, is so satisfying. And I'm really glad that I got to share with the two of you and that we're playing it on the Christmas holiday. It just makes it feel special. Aaron says maybe Paris will enlighten us a bit. Yeah, I mean, let's not forget, this is day one. We still have a whole trip to Paris where we're going to see the other half of this stuff. So we shouldn't expect to understand it all now, right? Why would we expect to understand it now? The gaps are going to get filled in when we get to Paris. We had to work today. We absolutely had to work today. So it's 7:20. This is our longest session so far. That means we've spent 8 hours and 20 minutes together sitting in front of the lights and you in front of the screen. So we should probably wrap it up. Any final statements from Aaron or Jonathan about today's session? Now we have to decide what we're going to do tomorrow. We've got a couple more clues to look at. We'll try to find those pretty quickly. In fact, I think, we'll try to avoid sitting there for an hour just looking for places. We'll try to have a little bit of a directed search towards those specific unseen clue points. I am sad that it sounds like we're going to miss Aaron tomorrow. Tomorrow's the 23rd. So we can think about this. We will definitely finish London tomorrow. So Jonathan, you and I, Aaron, you're not going to be able to make it tomorrow, right? You and I have to decide whether we want to get online tomorrow at 11 and finish London, read the segue text that takes us on our trip to Paris. And then we've got a decision to make. We can jump in and go for Paris, or we could say that we're going to stop, have a short stream for a couple hours on the 23rd, read the travel to Paris, and then pause on the 24th for the 24th and 25th and resume on the night of the 26th. I think that's an option. But Aaron says, I'm going for 1 hour for the shot. I will be here for 5 hours. All right. So Jonathan has been my partner for these games for a while, many of these. So Jonathan, you think about what you think the best thing for us to do. I could go either way. I could say, let's have a short 1 or 2 hour stream tomorrow where we wrap up London, read the Paris transition, and then stop. So a super short stream. And then pause for 2 days, skip the 24th, skip the 25th, and then start playing at 11 p.m. on the 26th in Paris. That makes a lot of sense to me. Or for the fun adventure of making this a holiday thing, we could play a little bit on each night, on the 24th, the 25th, and so on. Think about it, Aaron. You let us know when you're available, if that might affect us, if we can work around it. Any final statements from Aaron or Jonathan. This may not be my longest live stream adventure game, but it's close. 8 hours is about the max, and now we're at 8.5. So we're just about breaking the record. Erin says I'm okay with both, I think. It might not be a terrible idea to rest my voice for a couple days over Christmas. But like I said, I also am very fond of the idea of doing these strange things over the holidays. So there could be something fun about playing over Christmas night and Christmas Eve. Jonathan may have passed out. No, he's still here. Hard to really articulate thoughts on the game. Need sleep. Okay, that's a good place to end it. Thanks for joining. I'll see you guys tomorrow at 11 p.m. when we wrap up London finally. It's been a pleasure. So exciting to have finally cleared this place of clues. And I'm looking forward to getting on that train or boat to Paris. And with that, I will see you guys tomorrow.